The President of the United States called Minnesotans garbage and a hellhole. These are doctors, these are teachers, these are entrepreneurs, these are children without any evidence whatsoever. And so I worry deeply about this. We're getting no communication. And I want to be clear. The folks they bring in here aren't the folks we normally work with. Our law enforcement, State Patrol, BCA, they have working relationships with people. These folks come in and do it and cause massive chaos. And then when Minnesotans step up and express their First Amendment rights, we have to send our people in, and they're confused on why St. Paul Police, Minneapolis Police, State Patrol is showing up on this, because we have no idea, and our responsibility is to make sure that they're safe. So I have to tell you, this is absolutely unprecedented. What I will tell you is it appears very little's being done. They bring these folks in from Texas or somewhere like that. I'm sure they're too cold to get out of their cars to harass people. But they're doing it in New Orleans. It's all about show. It's not about, they demonized an entire group, potentially 60,000 people, based on racial profiling. There are only about 300 people with the protective status that were here. So mothers, fathers, college students home on Thanksgiving. At the same time, we give a pardon to one of the biggest drug importers to the United States and the ex-Honduran president. And when it comes to fraud, by the way, we should be prosecuting these people in Minnesota, because you know what I fear about? Pardons from this guy. One of the biggest frauds, billions of dollars committed on this. A jury in America sentenced that guy to 40 years in prison. He served 12 days and Donald Trump gave him a full pardon. So if you're concerned about fraud, and if the Republican friends come up here and start talking, they need to be asked, are you okay with that pardon? Are you okay with the president calling our neighbors garbage? Are you okay with him referring to Minnesota as a hellhole, unfactually untrue? This creates danger. And I'll tell you what, in my time on this, I'd never seen this before. People driving by my house and using the R word in front of people. This is shameful.
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith. I was around when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain. Made damn sure the pilot washed his hands and sealed his face. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. But what's puzzling you is the nature of my game. Stuck around St. Petersburg when I saw it was a time for a change.
This nation was founded on the principle that all men are created equal. Next week, I shall ask the Congress of the United States to act, to make a commitment it has not fully made in this century to the proposition that race has no place in American life or law.
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
This situation, the Somalians in Minnesota, it's a money laundering, racketeering operation under these progressives like Waltz that just look the other way. Plus in New York City, Mandami. He's a Ugandan Marxist jihadist, okay? The Muslims are now in control of New York City. Do you see the pattern recognition? This is going to become the major issue. President Trump, the lead story in Daily Mail, lead story in the New York Post, overnight President Trump says, I've had it. And you saw yesterday at the, maybe we have time to play it later, at the cabinet meeting, he hit him with both barrels. I don't want these people coming in the country. I'm not going to allow these people to come into the country. Andrew Colvett puts up and very brilliantly saying, hey, President Trump's not just reawakening, but re-emphasis on this over the Thanksgiving holidays was one of the reasons that we had a game day blowout for a MAGA candidate who, by the way, had spent 9 combat tours as a young man coming out of West Point, where in the Iraq, Afghanistan, the Middle East, with the entire Islamic war we're fighting over there. So you see the pattern recognition? Can you connect some dots here? It ain't that hard.
Dan Scavino posted this video.
Live from
from the heart of Washington, D.C., the FIFA World Cup 2026 final draw. Please put your hands together for the legendary Maestro Andrea Bocelli.
Nessun dorma, nessun dorma.
It's just a song, right? But I think a lot of people are missing the deeper meaning of this video. First of all, let's take a look and see where this performance took place. It took place at none other than the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in Washington, D.C. And what song was he singing? Well, Nessun Dorma, which, as a lot of people will remember, was the song that was played at the end of Donald Trump's Republican National Convention speech. Now, back when this happened, a lot of people were looking into that song and found out that it was played at the end of the movie, The Sum of All Fears. The Sum of All Fears, taking a look deeper into the movie, it's a film about a neo-Nazi attempt to trigger a nuclear war between the United States and Russia by setting off a nuclear device in Baltimore. The film was a financial success, brought in $193.9 million, and the budget was only $68 million. Okay, it's the same song that Donald Trump used at the end of his RNC speech. It's from a movie about U.S. and Russia potential nuclear war, and it's being sung at the John F. Kennedy Performing Arts Center. What are the lyrics for this song? Well, it starts with none shall sleep, but at the end it says, at dawn, I will win, I will win, I will win. But I think what people are missing is that there's another connection here. This song was sung at the FIFA World Cup. Soccer. Does anybody remember this?
About the having the ball in our court in Syria. President Trump has just mentioned that we've successfully concluded the World Football Cup. Speaking of the football, actually, Mr. President, I'll give this ball to you, and now the ball is in your court. All the more that the United States will host the World Cup in 2026.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you very much. We do host it, and we hope we do as good a job. That's very nice. That will go to my son, Barron. We have no question. In fact, Melania, here you go.
They could have chose any song. They could have chose any artist. But they chose that song with that sport from that movie about the U.S. and Russia. You can't make it up.
auto pardons, the auto pen pardons, do you think that's something that will hold water? President Trump made that announcement that they're now null and void, so then Fauci can be arrested. Do you think he'll be arrested?
I think they're going to drag him in front of Congress and he's going to perjure himself, in which case hopefully he'll be arrested.
You could ask him one question on the stand. What would it be?
Well, I think he is such an egomaniac. He'll lie to save his own ego, to try to, go down as the guy that people were selling the candles of and stuff like that. I would like to see the emails that, obviously we got a trove of leaked emails from him. Part of those emails said, if you have anything really crazy to send, send it to my personal email. I would like to see what's on those emails. If I had to ask him one question, I would say, why do you do gain of function research? Just why?
Right.
Give us, if he really had to answer the truth on that and say bioweapons out loud, that would be a violation of the Geneva Convention, and off to a new Nuremberg-style trial with you and everybody else involved.
Right. So if I ask you that question, you're Dr. Fauci, could you answer? Let me ask you the question, though.
Yeah.
So I'm you, and I'm saying, why do you make bioweapons? No, why do you do gain of function?
Well, let me be perfectly clear.
There was a biodefense boom in America. The Pentagon was throwing money at me. And what am I going to do? I need the money. I approve the grant.
That's what he would say.
That's something like that.
That he was telling the truth. That's what he would say.
Zionism. Netanyahu, I'm a defender of Western civilization. No, you're its enemy. Of course. You're literally its main enemy. Why? Because I don't like you. It has nothing to do with that. The reason that Netanyahu is an enemy of Western civilization is because he believes and has said out loud that we're fighting these people because of how they were born, because of their inherent evil. We don't believe in that. We believe every person is inherently flawed, but salvageable because God made every person. Why are the Nazis bad? The Nazis are bad because for that exact same reason. And so if you want to defend the West, you defend a single proposition, and everything emanates from that proposition. The individual has rights, which were given to him by God. Period. You don't have to be a Christian to defend that principle. There are a ton of Muslims and Jews and everybody else who believe that.
NBC actually has a video that's never been seen before. We're actually going to be sending a letter requesting that from NBC because it allegedly shows Oswald near the vehicle when the assassination took place, which means that he couldn't have been the shooter. So again, we're tracking down all this information. But look, there's even a CIA document that came out that Mr. Morley pointed out that actually said that the CIA never bought the lone gunman theory. And so I think the American people had an inclination as to what we were saying, but we never had the hard evidence until now. And so it's important to note that in a free and fair society, how could you operate or have an agency operating in the shadows? And so kudos to President Trump, also Director Radcliffe and Tulsi Gabbard for pushing for this transparency. It is going to be generational changing that they've done this. And we hope to bring forward legislation to ensure that this never happens again for future generations to come.
You're saying NBC has been keeping this tape of Oswald under wraps?
Correct. In fact, Director Stone actually told us that he was showed this tape, that it was a secondary copy, and that he said that this could blow open the entire JFK investigation. What I will also tell you, though, Jesse, is he said that NBC has been very, very much so guarding this tape. And so I believe that that tape belongs to the American people. We are going to be sending a letter asking for that tape. And I would encourage everyone to ask NBC to release that tape to the public. It's important not just for our investigations, but so the American people know the truth as to what happened with John F. Kennedy.
The inner Christos reclamation is not a prophecy. It's a planetary reclamation mission, and the inner Christos reclamation mission is on like Donkey Kong. You see the real second coming. It's not happening in the sky. It's happening inside your cells, Ascension, bringing heaven to earth. You see, nobody's coming to save you. In fact, if you see Jesus coming in the sky, it's a holographic insert, Biveka false light overlay coming to steal your energy in the form of worship and to trap you in a false savior timeline.
Hi, everybody. Hi. After months of heartbreak, an Avery County couple who lost everything but each other to Hurricane Helene is finally back home, thanks to a Five on Your Side report that set this extraordinary gift into motion. Keely Arthur has the story from Minneapolis, North Carolina.
You wouldn't be able to tell, but there used to be a beautiful home right here next to this beautiful creek, but it turned into a raging river during Hurricane Helene, sweeping the house away along with 2 cats, 2 horses. The owners, Bob and Edwina Tatum, alive, but without a roof over their heads for 14 months. I'm happy to report that's all over now.
Kaylee, oh, hey, Kaylee, how are you?
There's a whole lot of hope and joy in Minneapolis, North Carolina right now. It's a stark contrast from September of last year.
Our horses were found 2 miles down the river drowned. The house was completely gone from having, being blessed by God. And didn't have a clean pair of underwear the next month.
Insurance coverage. I first met the Tatums earlier this year, 5 months after Hurricane Helene, outside a community center turned makeshift law office where volunteer attorneys battled insurance denials and demanded more federal help for survivors like them.
How much did insurance cover for this?
What's 0 and 0 equals what? 0?
It's just been so much heaped on us.
The story eventually caught the eye of Reverend Franklin Graham.
If it hadn't been for them coming here to Minneapolis, we may not have even known about it. So we thank WRAL.
Graham, the CEO of Samaritan's Purse, sent dozens of volunteers, some as far as Idaho, to build the Tatums a new home free of charge.
Behind all this paint and nice siding, people have written their Bible verses on the studs and on the back of the sheetrock. So this house is covered in God's Word.
When I first met you, you were holding a folder of all the paperwork, the denied claims. What are you holding today?
Paid in full. All that paperwork is trash can.
How does it feel to be in your home?
It's not really sunk into me yet, but it will. Put a little light on this one family.
A firm owned by Venezuela could be allowed to take over one of this country's top voting machine firms. Venezuela, of course, led by Hugo Chavez, working to change the views of most South American countries, moved to the left. Critics of the deal say our nation's very democracy is now for sale, without anyone doing a thing about it. Getty Pilgrim reports.
The use of some 19,000 electronic voting machines in the city of Chicago and Cook County primary on March 21st of this year is now under intense scrutiny. The U.S. company that makes the machines, Sequoia, was bought in 2005 by Smartmatic, a private company primarily owned by Venezuelan businessmen. When Chicago had problems with the machines, a dozen Venezuelan employees were there to help with the election. Chicago officials are outraged.
I died when I was 7 years old. My heart stopped for 4 minutes, and during those 4 minutes, I saw things that will happen in December 2025. Jesus showed me 5 days, December 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Days that will change everything. Days that will separate light from darkness. And he sent me to warn you. I know you may not believe me. I'm just a child. But what you're about to hear will move you, because this isn't fantasy. This is real, and time is running out. I died. I know it sounds strange for a kid to say that, but I really died. My heart stopped. The doctors told my dad afterward, 4 minutes. 4 minutes when I wasn't here, but I was somewhere else. A place that I don't even know how to explain. You know, when you try to describe a dream and the words never come out right? Kind of like that. Except it wasn't a dream. It felt more real than anything I've ever seen in my life. I'm 7 years old. My name is, well, my dad doesn't want me to say my full name, so you can call me Ben. I love video games, playing outside with my dog, and I hate broccoli. I'm just a normal kid. At least I was, until that day, the day everything changed. I was playing at home, and suddenly everything went dark. My chest hurt so much, and I fell. When I woke up, I wasn't in my body anymore. I know that's hard to believe. My dad didn't believe it at first either, but then I told him things I couldn't possibly know, things that happened while I was dead. And then he cried. He hugged me so tight and cried because he knew it was real, that I had gone somewhere, and that I came back with a message. Jesus talked to me. He showed me things that are going to happen in December 2025. It's almost here. He showed me days, 5 days, the 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. He said those days will change everything, that people will see things they've never seen before, that angels will appear, that some people will feel God in a way they never have, and some people will choose to stay far away forever. I don't understand everything I saw. I'm just a kid.
Moments we will be presenting these stars with their Kennedy Center honors medallions, which were redesigned this year with the help of the fantastic team at Tiffany & Company. And I want to congratulate them. They have done a fantastic job. They're wonderful people. I know them very well because they're right next to Trump Tower. I've lived with them for many years, and they really have done a great job. So I want to thank Tiffany. Thank you very much.
The way that will be the next. But for me, I've already told my family, my members, if they kidnap me, nobody should contribute 1 kobo. My grave will speak. My blood will raise war that will lead to Christian liberation. That day is coming. I'm just waiting for them. Even I will tell them, please kick me quickly. Because nobody will bring cover.
You're being very rude, very rude. Excuse me. Listen, I've been alone with you inside my mind. Right inside there, a very pleasant way. And in my dreams I kiss your lips. Probably more than 1,000 times, who said it. Sometimes he passes outside my door, just walking right by. Hello. Let's get real, it's definitely me you're looking for. Why else would you be here? Because I've seen it in your eyes. I also see it in your smile, right from cheek to cheek. You're all I ever wanted, nothing more. And my arms are open so wide, the widest.
Hello.
Yeah.
So this is the comment I keep seeing. Oil. They don't care about Maduro. They want the oil. Oil is the goal. It's all about oil. Oil, oil, oil. Okay, so let's talk about that. Venezuela has the largest oil reserves on Earth. Its reserves are 13% bigger than Saudi Arabia's. But not all oil is the same. Saudi oil is light and easy to refine. Venezuelan oil is extremely heavy, thick, difficult to process, and only certain refineries in the world can handle it. Oil was discovered in Venezuela in the 1920s, and the US was immediately involved. American oil companies literally built Venezuela's oil industry because the country didn't have the infrastructure or the technology to do so. At the time, Venezuela was a poor country with an agrarian economy. It was mostly coffee and cacao plantations. There were no petroleum engineers, no heavy machinery, zero knowledge on how to run a global oil industry. But by 1928, with lots of help from US oil companies, Venezuela was one of the world's top exporters. Overnight, Venezuela became one of the richest countries in the world.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the George Collection, the short form version. If you're new here, hi, my name's Rachel. I go by Right Side Blonde. I've been looking into the original George magazines for almost 4 years now. And what I've found is pretty astounding. And no one has time to sift through 170 plus worth episodes of the George Collection to see what you missed. And if you're new here, that's perfect because we're just starting this new series right now. I want to look at the inaugural issue itself. This is the one I first found in that basement. It's the very first magazine I had that started this whole collection. Let's look at the very first cover of George magazine. Voila, here we are. And I think this is the exact magazine that I found. I have several copies of this one, but I think this is the actual one I found in the basement. But let's take a look at the words used on the first cover. We have John Kennedy, George, President, Dodging Bullets, FBI, Next American Revolution. Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys several times in this series to put yourself in JFK Jr.'s shoes, put yourself in the deep state shoes, put yourself in different people's shoes so you can see and understand the significance of these things. So you're JFK Jr. You are the beloved son of a slain president, okay? Everybody loves you. You decide you're going to start a new political magazine that everyone's probably going to pay attention to, including the bad guys. You put out your first cover of George magazine, and you include all of those words on your very first cover. John Kennedy, George, President, Dodging Bullets, FBI, and the Next American Revolution. I'm sure the Deep State was already watching John, but this cover and these words probably got a few more eyeballs on him. And I'm going to stop right there. I told you I was going to keep these short. Follow me on this platform so you don't miss any of these short form George Collection videos. Thanks for watching.
We are taught, for example, to regard Gaddafi in a certain way. Okay. But if you look into what happened in his country while he was the leader, you look into the fact that every person is given a house at a certain age. You look at the fact that everybody's education and health care is free. You look at if somebody showed a particular talent for something that required further education overseas, all of the costs of that were paid for by the government. Now, these are all things put in place by the same country's leader that we're told is evil and corrupt.
Yeah.
So it doesn't quite balance.
Well, there's also U.S. government interference. That is one that we definitely monkeyed with. I mean, he ran afoul of the United States government.
Where do you think the Arctic Frost story ends up? When you're all done with your investigation, are there people inside the FBI who end up either arrested or charged or punished in some way?
Well, accountability comes in multiple forms. Transparency through Congress. Right. You guys are tremendous at reporting on that. We've issued 40,000 pages to Congress this year alone.
Amazing.
Comey did 3,000 in 3 years. Wray did 13,000 in 7 years. So we are committed to transparency. But what's unique about this FBI is we are running investigations while providing what we can. So on the Arctic Frost front, we discovered it at this FBI that they were unlawfully surveilling senators and guys like me and weaponizing government. So this pipe bomb investigation should show the American public that we, while providing information on the pipe bomb over the last 8 years and protecting the integrity of our investigation, gets us to the end point we want, accountability and transparency. It takes a little time to break down the disease temple that they built here in Washington for decades, but I harp on the fact that this investigation should show the world how we are going to operate in every single investigation, Arctic Frost specifically. We have a huge investigation going. That is public. I can say that. Yeah. And it's going to take a little more time to peel it back. But no, I'm not going to let people get off the hook or get a hall pass. I don't care what position you held in the FBI. You're going to be held accountable. And this DOJ is assuredly backing us.
We're going to let you.
As we prepare to celebrate the miracle of Christmas, we thank God for his many blessings. And together we rejoice at the true source of greatness, happiness, and strength. The good news is that glorious nights 2,000 years ago, think of it, 2,000 years ago, it was indeed a glorious night. So I want to thank everybody here. I want to pay my deepest respect and love to all of our great citizens, like 350 million people. We love them all. Whether you like them or not, we love them all. We want to take care of everybody. We have to take care of everybody in our country. I want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and have a good time. And you're going to see some great entertainment. Thank you very much, everybody. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
To announce a first-of-its-kind lawsuit against the largest manufacturers of ultra-processed foods. Ultra-processed foods that are making us sick, plain and simple. These products in our diets are deeply linked to serious health conditions, imposing enormous costs on millions of Americans in cities and states across our country. Our case is about companies who design food to be harmful and addictive and marketed their products to maximize profits. Like the tobacco industry, they knew their products make people very sick, but hid the truth from the public, profited from untold billions, and left Americans to deal with the consequences. This is not just about what we think of as junk food. Many ultra-processed foods don't seem unhealthy, but they're falsely marketed as healthy. The tobacco industry drove the rise of ultra-processed foods. Starting in the 1960s, Big Tobacco bought major food companies. R.J. Reynolds purchased Nabisco and Del Monte. Philip Morris purchased General Foods and Kraft. In the 1970s, the food industry consolidated. These companies then transferred people, ideas, technology from Big Tobacco to the food industry. They used Big Tobacco tactics to research, design, and sell addictive products. They used addiction science and marketing techniques that followed the Big Tobacco playbook of creating the illusion and erosion of consumer choice. Addictiveness is a feature, not a bug. On the marketing front, They bombarded kids with product messages and advertising with cartoon mascots, from Tony the Tiger and Fred Flintstone to Paw Patrol. They used integrated marketing strategies with toy manufacturers and child-focused media companies, from Disney and Nickelodeon to Mattel, Nintendo, and Marvel. The most damning aspect of all this is, like the tobacco and opioid industries, the ultra-processed food industry had actual knowledge that their products caused harm. In 1999, as is laid out in our complaint, Pillsbury Kraft executives warned industry leaders that these ultra-processed foods had gone too far. They predicted devastating public health consequences, health conditions that would cost our country $100 billion a year. Those warnings were ignored. The companies we are suing today include Kraft Heinz, Mondelez, Post Holdings, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, General Mills, Nestle USA, Kellogg, Mars Incorporated, and ConAgra brands. We are seeking to hold these companies accountable for their unfair and deceptive practices. This lawsuit should be the beginning of how we ensure accountability.
Welcome to my world, Patriots. Are you feeling uptight on a Saturday night? I hope you're having a good Saturday night. It's good to see you all here. It's good to see some new people here. You really think Trump's a racist? Come on. That's like kindergarten level of, patriot stuff. Good to see you, ascending patriot. Nice to see you all tonight. We got snow coming here in Illinois. I couldn't help myself. I had to put up some Christmas lights. I haven't put any outdoor Christmas lights up in a couple years, but I used to run them along the fence and look cool. So we're going to look at what's going on today in our patriot world, and then we're going to look at what some other people are talking about, like we always do here. Thank God it's been somewhat of a slow day, but there is stuff going on. Yeah. Ow! See Gene Simmons at the White House, did you? Getting his medal there from Trump. God, that didn't feel very good. You don't do Christmas? Yeah, I mean, I've slowed down on it quite a bit, especially with all the changes going on. But my opinion on that stuff is we got to take that stuff back. That was an American tradition. Even if it was built around an evil concept, we can change that. We can take it back. Just like the music. You get what I'm saying? We got to take it back. We have to have an American identity here. We can't let them strip everything away. They've made a mockery of every sport, of everything that's come out of this country. And by God, we're going to take it back, aren't we? We're going to take it back. This will mean something again. Made in America, you're going to start seeing that again. And by God, it's going to be a nice change, because I never thought it would come. I watched it all die. The Midwest die, small towns die, small business die. And I knew where it was going. And, I wouldn't guess anything to do with Charlie Kirk, no, but when Trump says we'll be happy at Christmas, I don't know. I could picture something, but I don't really like to speculate on anything right now because everything's so back and forth. But I think good things are coming, and I think they're coming quicker than everyone else seems to think they're coming. But if I were guessing any kind of timetable of what Trump would want, I would think it would be based around the huge celebration that's going to kick off, the year-long celebration that kicks off in July. I would think he would want to have things looking substantially different. I think they're going to look different by then, one way or the other. And it's more than just waiting for arrests and things. Watch what's happening. The world's shifting. Like I said yesterday, the big countries, China, Russia, America, you're seeing them come out and showing an ability to try and contain things in their region, help out in their areas. Just like with Gaza and stuff, he didn't want to be overly involved. He wants people like Saudi Arabia and the people that live around there to have an opinion and a say and to work in their neighborhoods on this stuff. Oh, the JFK Jr. return, I know the ChatGPT source code thing said January, and I would really like to believe that. That would be so beautiful if he took the stage in January for whatever reason. I don't know, you know. I think at one point he, the way it sounded, considered whether he even should or not, because he didn't want things to be about him. He wants us to do this ourselves. Not ourselves, but he wants us to, you know, he don't want to have to step in and then everything happened just because he stepped in type of thing. With the understanding I got listening to everybody over time. So, but I think he will. I do think he will. I do think it's planned. And I think it will be one of the most amazing moments on earth. And I think he's got an ability to unite people in a way that we've maybe never been united before or since his father was in power. You know what I'm saying? All the things that John F. Kennedy dreamed of, peace for all men and women, not, you know, peace in our time, peace in all time. That's what we could do. And I think people would unite behind him. Worldwide, I think they would unite behind him and his ideas, and just knowing the kind of man he is. I think it would be awesome. Really do. All right. Hey, Lorraine. Good to see y'all. Terry. Let's kick off some things here. This guy, the vet they raised money for, it's up to $1.6 million they've raised for this veteran that lost his pension. That's what we can do together. That's the Patriot spirit.
We end tonight in the spirit of the season of giving.
Tom Hansen reports a former auto worker was given back his retirement through the kindness of strangers.
For most of his life, Ed Bambas worked toward his American dream. But in 2019, at 82, he found himself doing what most retirees never imagined, going back to work.
You do what you have to do.
Bambas worked for General Motors for 40 years. The automaker's 2009 bankruptcy wiped out his pension. Then his wife got sick and died. With bills mounting, he took a job at a grocery store.
I made it a point to try and be as friendly with people as I could, because that would take my mind off any depression because of my wife's death. I really, to this day, miss her. I still visit her grave every day.
Everything changed this week when a stranger approached Bambas with a simple question.
What's your dream? To live somewhat the life I was hoping for.
That stranger was influencer Sam Wiedenhofer. He set up a crowdfunding account to help finance Bambas's next retirement.
Do you know how much money has been raised?
No, sir, I do not.
Tomorrow, Bambas will get a check for more than $1 million.
What's the lesson you've learned from the events that have unfolded over the last few days?
Be polite to people.
Small actions with a very big return.
Oh, thank you.
Tom Hansen, CBS News, New York.
Happy retirement, sir. Wow.
God bless him.
Isn't it beautiful what love can do? Isn't it beautiful when patriots get together and help each other? A good man right there, a good veteran. I'd like to find Sam's channel so I can recommend it to you all. God bless him for putting it all together. Amazing, huh? I thought that was a really nice story to start today with. That's the spirit of everything right there. And that's how we're going to win. That's how we have won. And it'll build. It'll build. Tomorrow is my friend's birthday. It's also Pearl Harbor Day. My friend from Greece, happy early birthday, Stavro. And, it's also Jerry's late wife Paula's birthday, too. God bless Jerry. He was on this morning. It was a really good show. It was awesome. This picture somebody shared up here, supposedly never before Trump photo. That's him second to the right there. I don't think you can see my mouse, but the tallest one. Pretty cool, huh? He was taller than everybody too. It's crazy. Anyway, happy early Pearl Harbor Day. We'll be around tomorrow. There's some interesting posts today, like always. This will be a December 18th Delta, but it's an interesting post. What happened on December 7th? The clock started 10 days. I have no idea what that refers to, but I know all these deltas seem to be happening now this year, and there's even more proof of that today we'll look at. So I don't know. Is it something? Maybe it's something. It's exciting. You're right. It is a good time to be alive, Mike. Very good time. Here's a couple interesting posts for deltas for today. From this news story seems to tie up Jasmine Crockett and Al Green. Lose it. Al Green's the one that wants to impeach Trump. Goodbye, Al. Add to the list. Fly, Sid, fly. Al back in the news today after Fly, Al, fly. Another coincidence. Follow the news. Merry Christmas. Interesting. That's how these deltas are manifesting now, and the news always unlocks the map. It's interesting time. We'll look at some more of those here in a minute. Tariffs allowed every shipping container coming in and out of the United States to be weighed and x-rayed. This is about stopping child trafficking. Well, yes and no. I mean, the tariffs are about a lot of things. It's a tool to negotiate with. It's the money that's going to save our nation, basically. So it's about more than just the child trafficking, but that is an interesting point that I had never heard before. Here is a delta from today. All the Democrats in a Ukraine cookie jar pointing at Trump. We got you. People actually believe those responsible for stealing billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars will actually go unpunished. This is not simply another 4-year election. There you go, if you're wondering if they're going to get punished. They will get punished. Tina Peters update. She's a strong woman. No one can deny, however, her health is not good and deteriorating as we speak. Her physical condition continues to decline. Her cough is worsening, and she's so weak she cannot walk to the medical line the last few days. She's continued to lose weight and has become very thin. She's been drug tested multiple times this week. She was too dehydrated to pee in the cup for the last one. Her memory's foggy. She put in requests for medical evaluation with the facility for possible recurrence of lung cancer, mental health, etc. She needs a PET scan and a serious evaluation at a hospital. Please continue to pray for her. Christmas is approaching, and we've yet to see a ruling on her habeas. She's a political prisoner incarcerated by a crooked judge in a sham trial to punish her for daring to defy the corrupt officials of Colorado by doing her job and maintaining evidence of fraud in the 2020 election. And more proof of that fraud's coming out every single day, even in Colorado. She's a symbol to all the other clerks in every state and around the country to think twice before challenging the powers that be. Now, we'll continue to challenge the powers that be. And you can support her at tinapeters.us. So, prayers for Tina. I hope this situation gets resolved somehow. I know it continues to be on everybody's minds. It's not right. It's irritating. It's frustrating. And it would be nice to have her be able to be home for the holidays, or just home in general, before January, and hopefully even in January. This is a post on the left from the Chinese embassy in Washington, D.C. Follow the white rabbit. What if Russia and China are coordinating with POTUS to eliminate the New World Order? Well, that's exactly what's happening. On the other side of things, Elon Musk is still dealing with the European Union and the $140 million fine. He says they sent him a formal letter demanding that he censor Donald Trump during the 2024 U.S. presidential election. That's something that's pretty interesting to admit that I've never heard before. You would think he would have talked about that before. The European Union, they think they've got some power, but they don't. Marco Rubio sent him a message after they fined X. This is an attack on the American people by a foreign government. The days of censoring Americans online are over. The EU has no idea what's coming. Elon Musk says they should be abolished and sovereignty returned to individual countries in Europe so the governments can better represent their people, to which Dmitry Medvedev said, exactly. What do you guys think about that? I know there's some of you here from Europe. It's time to get rid of the European Union, give power back to the countries, power back to the people. I think so. It was never a good idea. A trans-identified male who strangled his own mother before raping her corpse, Jesus Christ, was moved to a woman's prison in Illinois after complaining of feeling unsafe in a men's prison. John Finnegan is currently housed in a facility with a mother/baby unit. Wow. That's Illinois for you. Not quite looking as bad as Minnesota right now, but just wait. Wait till they dig into things. I'm sure it's there and it'll come out, and we'll see. Illinois, your time's coming. I'm convinced almost all the $38 trillion of national debt is due to fraud, from fraudulent wars, climate initiatives, fraudulent benefits for illegals, fraudulent foreign aid, and on and on and on. We've been robbed. Yeah, it's putting it lightly. America's been robbed blind. We've been robbed blind by the entire planet a billion times over. People are pointing out how much the FIFA Cup looks like the War of the Worlds emblem from the movie. If you remember the Tom Cruise remake of that some years back. Kind of does, doesn't it? Interesting. The War of the Worlds. War of this world, at the very least. And I seen this post. Barack Obama tests positive for COVID while Michelle is still positively a man. Interesting. Barack Obama's sick now. Maybe they'll try and fake his death. Who knows? Interesting times we live in. Word is that the National Guardsman Andrew Wolf is slowly healing after the D.C. shooting. So that's some good news on the other hand of things. Always good to hear. Some updates in the pipe bomber thing. Media is starting to speculate that the bomber might have been a Trump supporter. How the hell they think that, I don't know. He fought to get illegals out of prison and stuff. It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So let's look at this. He also, I think there's something about him being paid. Well, let's look at the update.
Fox News alert. The January 6th pipe bomb suspect just made his first court appearance. Sources tell Fox he'd been talking to investigators before the hearing and admitted to planning the bombs. He appeared in court unshackled, dressed in a tan jumpsuit. His family was cheering him on. "We love you, Brian. We're here for you, baby." Cole lived with his mom at her house in Virginia, just 20 miles from Washington. Neighbors knew him as the guy that walked his Chihuahua. Apparently, he'd wear shorts all year round, even in the dead of winter. His grandmother calls him very naive and almost autistic-like.
Yeah, it's a weird situation. They said he talked and talked and talked for hours.
Welcome back. A cold case suddenly turns hot after the feds arrest a suspect in that pipe bomb mystery. For the last 5 years, no one knew who planted this device in the nation's capital the night before January 6th. And that didn't stop podcast hosts from pushing conspiracies about it, including the FBI's current deputy director.
There is a massive cover-up because the person who planted those pipe bombs, they don't want you to know who it was, because it's either a connected anti-Trump insider or this was an inside job. This was a setup. I have zero doubt.
Fast forward to now, and a dose of truth serum, it seems.
A dose? Well, it's just odd considering Kash Patel seemed to think they always knew who did it. But, yeah, I don't know what kind of patsy this guy is. I just don't know. Maybe he was paid. Maybe he's connected. Maybe he's just a fall guy. Maybe he's an actor. Who knows? It's the whole thing just doesn't feel right. But Kash Patel said they're 100% sure it was him. So you have to guess on that one. This earthquake that hit Alaska today, this 7.0, it said they've had over 20 some aftershocks. I found some brief footage. It's very quick, but it's pretty wild.
Oh, that guy's spinning out. Oh shit, oh shit!
Old trees were falling down. It made the semi-truck crash.
Oh, that guy's spinning out. Oh shit, oh shit!
Wild situation.
Well, the 6.8 was just upgraded to a 7.0 in Alaska.
It's a big earthquake.
So that's a mess in itself. 29 felt reports made so far, and it does now come with a 5.3 aftershock that hit 14 minutes ago. 3.1 mile depth, 5 kilometer depth. There's coordinates at 2:51 p.m. Central Daylight.
It's pretty shallow.
Central Standard, not daylight. This is December, not April. And the 5.6. So, if you felt any of these earthquakes, let me know in the comment section below.
I bet they did. If it was only 5 kilometers deep, that's a pretty shallow earthquake for a 7.0. That's interesting. We'll have to wait and see what kind of updates they come up with. There's really not much at all out there about it yet, surprisingly. But the mainstream media has been slacking lately in a way I can't even hardly describe. I mean, when I started doing this, they were quick on stories and reported everything. And now, I mean, like, I don't know, they're slacking. FBI Director Kash Patel is getting fingers pointed at him again, this time for allegedly ordering agents to drive his girlfriend and her intoxicated friends home on at least 2 different occasions. Not sure why that matters.
Ken, stay with us. You have some more exclusive new reporting we want to get to involving the FBI security detail for FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend. MS Now has learned that Patel has ordered that the FBI escort one of his girlfriend's inebriated friends home from a night of partying in Nashville on more than one occasion. Ken, that is quite a headline. What more do we know?
Isn't that the responsible thing to do? Like, instead of letting her just get home herself, saying, here, somebody drive her home, please, you know? I mean, anything they can use on Trump or anybody in his administration, they're poking at him for everything, digging and digging. Tim Pool had shots fired on his property last night. I don't know why it says many are predicting he'll blame Candace Owens for the incident. I disagree. Don't know where that comes from, but.
And I do want to take you out to some breaking news that we have been following here as we gather additional details. Take a look at this post here as an investigation is underway after someone apparently shot at the home of well-known conservative commentator Tim Pool. The podcast host has millions of followers all over social media on multiple platforms and has become an influential voice for some conservatives out there. Now, he posted a short time ago this right here on his X page saying, quote, "Last night, a vehicle approached our property and opened fire. No one was hurt. Our security team is reviewing the incident and will be relaying the report to appropriate law enforcement. This is the price we pay for speaking out against evil." And no question, a lot of folks out there, especially Republicans, are putting out some information here to provide kind of their take on all of this. And I want to pop this up on your screen. This is coming in from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She replied to the comment and said, "This is terrifying. I'm glad everyone is okay. Everyone must stand together against this type of political violence and intimidation, no matter who it happens to, whether you like them or not." And we also have a post here coming in from General Mike Flynn, who did serve under the first Trump administration, saying, "This is the sort of madness that occurs in a deeply divided society where the adversaries are seeking to create crises instead of stopping them from happening in the first place. Glad to hear no one is hurt. We need to figure out how to return to sanity quickly before worse domestic conditions are created."
Yeah. Somebody with as much attention as him, yeah, I mean, I'd be watching over my shoulder a bit, probably, yeah. It's weird times we're living in. It's very unpredictable times. Bill Gates sealed a partnership with Qatar to support programs focused on vaccines, social development, and reducing global poverty. You know, everything here sounds okay except that vaccine part.
Surprising that I believe that if we innovate by empowering those farmers, giving them an AI that's giving them advice, giving them understanding about their soils and how to improve those soils.
You think the people of Qatar don't know how to improve their soils on their own? They've been farming there their entire lives. Suddenly they need Bill Gates to come and give them an AI machine. Maybe they could use a plow or a combine, but he's going to bring them a computer or some AI. It's going to tell them how to do the farming. God. Sorry, I couldn't listen to the rest of that. He's as annoying as like AOC or something, like for real. I don't know what he's thinking. I'm not sure he has a proper thought process. This is interesting. Israel's defense sector has barred Chinese manufactured vehicles from all weapons production facilities. Staff who drive them will now have to leave those cars outside the premises. The move follows assessments that China built these vehicles with the capability to gather and relay intelligence. Their vehicles are spying, I guess. Nobody wants anything from China anymore, but do we want anything from Israel either? Because they do the same thing. Smartphones worldwide were quietly infected with Israeli malware hidden in ads, giving the surveillance company and Alexa full access to cameras, microphones, chat apps, emails, GPS locations, photos, files, and browsing activity. In other words, the Israelis are watching everything anybody does anywhere, anytime they want. They can listen to you on your phone right now. They could watch you with your camera right now. And apparently China's doing the same thing with everything they build. So that's why we got to get back to Made in America. Can't trust any of these people. Israel's done this before. China's done this before. It's not exactly new information, but it might be new to you. They've been caught in several ways. Even the Chinese cell phones from Huawei were spying on people. So, my Lord. So yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security had announced that they took out some more narco boats last Tuesday, seizing over 20,000 pounds of cocaine, equivalent to more than 7.5 million lethal doses, part of Operation Pacific Viper in the Eastern Pacific. And this time they put out a little bit of colored actual footage, no sound, but I don't see how they could have that many thousands of pounds of drugs in that boat. What do you guys think? It's not like I've done much boating in my life. I've, kind of floated around the lake. And I don't have any ocean experience, but I don't know. And then there's this video. This one looks old or something. Almost looks like it's out of the 80s or 90s. Doesn't it? The quality, the color. It's something weird about it. I guess it's a pretty big boat. It's good size. I don't know. I wouldn't want to float around the ocean on it personally, but nice of them to release some colored footage for a change, I guess. But I still wonder about the quality there. It's very odd looking. It really does look like something out of the 80s or 90s. Anyway, I'm assuming this is to prove to people, look, we go up to these boats, we check them out, we do all this before we blow them up. I don't know. Do they arrest these people? Doesn't sound like it that I know of. So how does that work? They go up, make sure there's drugs in there, and then they wander off while it gets blown up. I don't know. I'm just curious as you are, I'm sure. Russia launched a massive attack on Ukraine amid the ongoing peace talks. This was a rather large assault.
Russia has launched one of its most extensive overnight attacks on Ukraine in months, striking cities and energy facilities across the country just as US and Ukrainian officials prepare for a third day of talks aimed at outlining a possible path to peace. According to the Associated Press, the timing underscores the deep divide between ongoing diplomacy and the escalating violence on the ground. Russia fired 653 drones and 51 missiles overnight, Ukraine's Air Force said. Ukrainian defences intercepted or neutralised 5 at 85 drones and 30 missiles, but 29 locations were still hit. At least 8 people were wounded, including 3 in the Kyiv region, and drone activity was reported as far west as Lviv. Ukraine's national energy operator...
So let me get this right. 8 people wounded. They didn't announce any deaths. For 51 missiles and 653 drones. Doesn't add up quite to me. And oddly enough, on top of that, Russia accidentally dropped a bomb on one of their own cities, of which, believe it or not, has accidentally happened in Russia before. kind of weird. Russian forces triggered a blackout in Belgorod on the evening of December 5th. The Russian aircraft lost, quote, lost a guided aerial bomb which fell on a local substation and damaged it, according to Russian media. Wow. Electricity was restored about an hour later. An hour later after they dropped a bomb on a substation? Does any of the news make sense anymore to you guys? Does it just sound all like it's all bullshit, you know? Anyway, the talks are still ongoing for peace. We'll see how that goes. Weird times. In other news, an Arizona congresswoman was pepper sprayed during an ICE protest. So
An Arizona congresswoman says she was pepper sprayed by ICE agents during a raid on a southern Arizona taco stand. Derek is live in the newsroom with our top 3 at 3. Derek.
Well, this was a wild scene, Jamie. Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva says she came upon a crowd outside of a taco shop that she often visits. She says this crowd was gathered around some ICE vehicles because there was a raid in progress. Here's what the scene looked like in Tucson today.
Get out of the road now! Get out of the road! Get out of the road! Out of the road now!
Video shows gas canisters going off amid a group of protesters and agents going through the restaurant and taking some boxes out. Grijalva says the crowd gathered there because folks were afraid that the agents were detaining people without due process. And she says one agent pepper sprayed her in the face when she went in to ask for more information.
They're targeting small mom and pop businesses that don't have the financial resources to fight back. And so they're looking at I-9s, and that's what they're doing. They're targeting small businesses and people that are helping in our communities in order to try to fill the quota that Trump has given them.
Yeah, that's because they're not freaking Americans. You're not representing your community, and you shouldn't get in the way of the federal government when they're doing their job. Or you get pepper sprayed in the face. A fired immigration judge is suing President Trump.
On today's Media Miss Minute, a former immigration judge says she was fired because of her family's origin. She's taking the Trump administration to court. And President Trump is signing a new law, tripling pension benefits for some of America's bravest veterans.
Yep, we already talked about the pension benefits for people with the, what was it, Medal of Honor or something. That's a good thing to do. All veterans should have their benefits upped some more. Tripled would be nice for all of them. What else do we got? Little issues with Guantanamo Bay. A federal judge yesterday ruled the Trump administration had overstepped legal limits in its effort to hold and move migrants designated for deportation at Guantanamo Bay. Is it a setback? I doubt it, but they prepared the facility to accommodate 30,000 individuals. Wow. That's bigger than the town I live in. That's almost 2 of my towns. That's a populated island right there. Fill it up. Fill it on up. So this we saw briefly yesterday, but the story hadn't come out yet, and it is now.
A shocking federal case has sent ripples through U.S. law enforcement. A former high-ranking DEA agent, once trusted to fight international drug trafficking, now stands accused of helping the very criminals he once swore to stop. Paul Campo, a veteran agent with nearly 25 years in the Drug Enforcement Administration, has been indicted on charges of drug conspiracy, narco-terrorism, and laundering millions of dollars for one of Mexico's most violent cartels, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, also known as CJNG. According to newly unsealed federal documents, Campo, along with his associate Robert Sensi, allegedly...
Newly unsealed documents, huh? I think that's one. How many more DEA agents? I know he's high ranking under Obama, or was, but how many more are going to go down for doing the same thing? Just a start. Just a taste. Yeah, go join ICE. They need people. I seen this post, another stabbing by an illegal migrant in Charlotte, North Carolina. What's going on in Charlotte? Democrats are destroying it like everything else, piece by piece. That's right. This is an interesting post. This is from Q Posts. It's an old Q Post, 278. Hillary Clinton tried to cut a deal today. We said no. It's a Delta for today, and that reminds me, we still got to look at those. Also reminded me of what Mr. Miller here had to say.
Based on what we have found so far, we believe that the Somali fraud operation in Minnesota is the single greatest theft of taxpayer dollars through welfare fraud in American history. We believe that we have only scratched the very top of the surface of how deep this goes. And you're familiar with all the scams with pretending that children have autism who are not in fact autistic, with pretending to enroll people in food programs when in fact nobody was ever enrolled, and engaging in massive fraud, lying, and theft and grift on a scale we've never seen before.
Let me just say, they're tearing Minnesota apart to find out what was going on there. They had 400 whistleblowers come out against Tim Walz. What are they going to find when they dig through your state? Because they will dig through your state and every state. Illinois, oh, I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see what they come up with in Illinois. But what do you think they'll come up with in your state? Interesting times. And Erica Kirk apparently personally received $10 million in donations from thousands of well-wishers following Charlie Kirk's death, per the Daily Mail. Seems a bit intrusive, I guess, but I don't know. Maybe she reported on it herself. And we'll take a look at our deltas today. We looked at that one. People actually believe those responsible for the attempted coup of a duly elected sitting U.S. president will go unpunished. End to our constitutional republic. No equal justice under the law. No accountability. Escape unscathed. Enjoy the show. That's the FISA gate. Here's Panic in D.C. Thinking timing. When and POTUS make the statement calm before the storm. When was Huber activated by Sessions? Who was assigned Huber? Acting Attorney General. Primary purpose? Scaramucci model. Public opinion. Optics do not matter. What was leaked today on purpose? Huber to testify regarding the Clinton Foundation. Huber to reveal active probe actively underway in an organization. OIG to release report number 2, overview indicating many potentially criminal referrals made. We do not discuss active and ongoing Department of Justice / FBI investigations. Military intel. FISA. The world is watching. Read carefully. Why is the Clinton Foundation back in the news? What if no such agency alerted May to the kill plan per POTUS? What if the attempt was ordered by ++? Why? Freedom Caucus? Freedom. We've seen this one now back in the news. Why are Sarah and John getting all the real scoops? Expand your thinking. Why are they now under protection? Sarah is good people. Sarah Carter. Huh. I have a question. The 10 days of darkness. When? Shut down. We represent you. Never forget that. We never will. MAGA. Watch the news. Leakers expose. These people are stupid. Why is the Secret Service now protecting key members of the NSA? Hillary Clinton tried to cut a deal today. We said no. Goodbye, Al. Add to the list. Fly, Sid, fly. Those are fun to read. We're back to reading them day by day. All right. How's our poll going? I see. Interesting. And that, I believe, is all the news for now. Actually, hang on a minute.
Department Advisor Ashley Tellis has been arrested for unlawfully retaining national defense information after over 1,000 pages of classified material were found at his home. He previously served as a senior advisor and contractor at the Pentagon. The Department of Justice, DOJ, has filed charges and he has been detained pending further proceedings. U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan said, "The charges as alleged in this case represent a grave risk to the safety and security of our citizens." Halligan added, "We are fully focused on protecting the American people from all threats, foreign and domestic. The charges as alleged in this case represent a grave risk to the safety and security of our citizens." FBI reportedly found top-secret documents in Tellis's basement. Tellis allegedly removed some from a skiff and left federal buildings with them. Court documents state that Tellis printed on government computers or asked a colleague to print classified documents on topics including U.S. military aircraft capabilities. Tellis specialized in South Asian affairs. Lawyers Deborah Curtis and John Nasikas jointly stated, "Ashley J. Tellis is a widely respected scholar and senior policy advisor." Curtis and Nasikas added, "We will be vigorously contesting the allegations brought against him, specifically any insinuation of his operating on behalf of a foreign adversary."
Huh. So they raided the home of a former Pentagon aide. The FBI is staying busy, I guess. That's good. All right. So, looking at our poll there, it looks like Colonel Bosey will be up first. And I'll be hanging with you in the chat. Yeah, you guys ready? You guys ready to see what Mr. Bosey has to say? I love Bosey. He's a good human being. You guys need him as your prime minister or whatever down there in Australia for sure. I'd elect him in a heartbeat. Tick, 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 tick.
5. Welcome back to News Treason Channel 17. My apologies for the technical issues, but it is my great pleasure, as always, to welcome back one of the steadiest voices in the world right now, I believe, and a true leader, somebody that I look up to greatly, the one and only Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosey of Australia One. Rick, welcome back. How you doing tonight, my friend?
Absolutely outstanding, Dave. Thanks for having me. And again, thanks for your kind invitation to join your fantastic people.
Yeah, first off, let me just again apologize to everybody. We were sitting here, we had everything ready. We hit go live like 3 different times, and I've only had this happen once, like a couple of years ago, where the stream was not going through the Rumble, and unfortunately, the only way to solve that is to delete the stream on Rumble, create a new one, start again. And then StreamYard froze up on me, and I'm all discombobulated right now. But we're here, and we're going to have a good conversation. Thank you all for tuning in. A special hello, as always, to our friends down in Australia, which we do have a ton of them here on this channel. So, again, thanks, everybody, for dealing with it, and welcome to the show tonight. So, Rick, it's good to see you, my friend. It's been a number of months, I think, since you and I have done a show together. A lot has transpired in that time, and I think a good way to start off is with some transparency. We both got on here and we said our hellos and how you doing, and we both kind of said, how are you? And it's you. Well, we're dealing, right? We're into the I think when you when I personally look at this, we know the seriousness of what we've been living through for the last number of years. And we can see every day, at least that's what we try to do here and many other channels, that we're going in the right direction. But, day to day, in some regards, even though Trump is optically back in office, even though there's many good things happening, in this world that we operate in the information space, in this fifth generation war, even though we see the direction we're going, we see so many of these narratives coming together, we see so many things that have been discussed in the past coming back into play, almost like that cue drop that refers to all three movies playing simultaneously. Yet, in some regards, the fog of war is even thicker than it ever has been. And I think that, you have Patriot Underground, who I know you work with pretty often as well, and I have had some conversations recently about, fatigue and how that affects everybody. So I just want to get kind of your initial perspective on, as we are simultaneously seeing declass happening all around us, albeit slowly. And we're also in another one of these phases where there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of real sleepers that are turning. There's a lot of what we believe to be contrived and manufactured sleepers turning to push narratives. It gets very confusing all around. So just your initial thoughts on kind of where we are at this point. And then I want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing down in Australia and kind of how that compares to what's going on here in the US.
Yeah, it's the fog of war is thicker, and there's a really good, simple reason for that. We've been accustomed for the longest time, for some of us, most of our lives, to one narrative, and that's been the narrative of the evil. And we just, it's like, you're being raised by alcoholic parents. You think it's normal. And then you get out in the big bad world and you meet somebody that doesn't beat you on a regular basis, doesn't turn up out of control, and you think, what's wrong? There's a difference between normal and natural. And what we've been normalized to accept is a destructive, self-loathing, insecure, unstable world where nothing is real and everything is opinion. And so all of a sudden now, what we have is that message was still coming out because the Black Hats are pumping that out, still pumping it out. But in competition with that now, for the first time, for some of us, not me, because I'm old enough to have been around a long time where life was actually a little bit more sane, let's say. But for the first time in some people's lives, they're actually getting positive messages, not from mainstream media, although that's started now. For the last few years, social media, alternative media, has been pumping out very positive messages, life-affirming messages, family-affirming messages, God-affirming messages, things that I grew up as normal are now coming back in. And so it's actually used the word, which is exactly right, Dave. You're discombobulated. The people are going, hang on a minute, wait a minute. I thought this was normal, and now I'm seeing something else. And it comes in many ways, folks. I understand what's going on. And it's sweet and it's gentle and it's loving. I'll give you an example. Have you seen the videos online of animals caring for animals? Predators and prey coming together. Now, I know it's AI. That's not the point. It's an AI image of a bird helping a fish getting back into water so it can swim. Now, we've been subject to the reverse of that at the hands of evil, where parents don't even care for their kids anymore. They normalize the abrogation of responsibility of children, which results in mothers cheering as they cut their daughters' breasts off. Now, that's the logical conclusion of this brainwashing, and I find it loathsome. And as I said the day before the show, again, full disclosure, sometimes I weep with joy at the beauty I see, and then within seconds I am furious, ready to pick up a weapon and start cleaning the planet out. And that's normal. So what we're seeing now for the first time is imagery of the way life could be, the way life used to be, where you see good people doing good things, you see intact families, you see people helping out the poor, you see people, animals, as I say, just wonderful reaffirming videos of animals behaving in protective ways with their young, trying to teach humans, you know what, you might not be at fault for having degraded beliefs which put your children at risk, but you're certainly responsible that when you realize that something's not quite right, you start to do something about it. And that's that fog of war. People are literally, they're being slowly swung around to see a different perspective. And the confusion is actually helpful, because that confusion is getting an old idea out of your head and making space for a new one, because the two can't coexist. And in change management, in consulting, when you do change management, it's one of the toughest gigs, I can tell you. Now, there's a way through it, and we spoke about it with the hero's journey on other discussions. And if you're not familiar with that, just look it up, the hero's journey. But what I found, particularly in the military, and then in civilian world as a consultant, the hardest thing about getting a new idea into somebody's head is getting an old idea out, because that space is occupied. You've built an entire life and predicated most of your decisions on a set of understandings, a framework of how life works. And now you've got these other images coming in, and they're saying, no, you're going to have to make a choice. So that fog of war is thicker. But the good news is it's white fog as opposed to black fog. And we now have to make a choice. And that's a good thing. That is a very good thing.
Yeah, I agree. And, we've done a lot of discussions lately on this channel regarding the concept of, I guess, what we call manufactured outrage, right? An example that I believe recently was, another situation with somebody like a Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? And look, we could sit here, I always say, you can sit here and argue as to whether that's another example of Trump deploying a kayfabe situation, a fifth generation warfare. I tend to believe it is, but that's irrelevant, right? Because the point we were trying to make is you could take that and you could follow the panicans, as Trump calls them, the ones that flip out when something like that happens. Or you could look at it and say to yourself, well, could this be creating manufactured outrage? Meaning, you see General Flynn out there now, he didn't react to the thing at all. All he did is he reposted her video. He said, everyone should take a look at this. This is an important message. And she had this 10-minute long message reminding everybody how really both parties are at fault. And the point we were trying to show people is, a lot of people are saying, well, she should stay in there and fight. She put that one message out, and between all the combined shares, it got first page billing in the mainstream media, and probably over 100 million views on X. And you say to yourself, now we can get upset about a character or somebody that we've grown attached to, seemingly going in one direction, or we can say to ourselves, how does this advance the cause, right? Because you're talking about 100 million people got to listen to a message. Which is truth, which is we've gotten really far, but both parties are still at fault. We have a locked up Congress. We're not, all those different things. And I think there's a whole lot of that going on right now where, I believe, and I said during one of our shows, I said, I don't think there's a single person, probably yourself included, much more long ago. You've been in this game a lot longer, but I don't think there's a single person that watches these shows or participates in this movement that at some point didn't change the way they think or change the way they consume information because they got pissed off. So we're in this mode right now, I believe, where it's this confusion, but the confusion is leading people to realize that they're being lied to. And you mentioned something I would love for you to comment on. We had a similar story. Just one more quick story on this, where I'll give you an example where I think it's working. I have a friend that I know, casual friend at a local restaurant here, and he's a chef. So, he's the kind of person every once in a while, he gets off shift, he'll sit at the bar, we have a drink, we talk. That's it. I've probably known the guy for over a year. And it was just the other day, he sits down with me, he goes, hey, by the way, I was watching your podcast the other night. And I said, you were? Like, I don't talk about it with who I think to be normal. He's like, I don't know how he found out about it. And he just started going off. And he goes, I don't understand how more people don't see this stuff. He's like, I want to know how the world works. We're being lied to. We're being lied to at every point. And now he doesn't go fully into the Q stuff or any of that, but I'm sitting there going, now here's somebody I've sat with for a year, never had these conversations. And one day he just decided, you know what? I'm ready to talk about this, or it's safe to talk about it. And he listed off a group of other people that I know, names that I know. He's like, yeah, she knows, and he knows, and he knows. But to me, it's like these are signs that all this fog of war that we're living through, right? Because we've known for such a long time, and all the confusion and all the chaos that's gone on in the world, especially the last 4 or 5 years, is finally translating through to people. Because, like I said, Rick, I mean, I think you'd agree, we don't need to know. We don't need anyone to know the truth about Q at this point, or Biden, or any of the other stuff that we've been analyzing for all these years, or even continuity of government. We need them to know that. We need them to sit there and be like, you know what? Whether it's the Republicans and the Democrats, whether it's the media, whether it's pharma, we're being lied to. And once one of those clicks in, the dominoes all start to fall. And you kind of said you were seeing a similar thing down in Australia.
Yeah, that's the great news. It's not like we've got 1,000 extra sign-ups a week for A1, and that's not the point. I was explaining to my people, because we were having a strategy talk, sort of catch-up Q&A, and they said, look, we put out 4,000 flyers and we haven't had one new sign-up. We've got good numbers, but no new sign-ups. What's going on? Do we have to change our strategy? And I said, no, we don't. We don't have to change anything. We're like the lighthouse on the shore. We shine our light. And if people want to pay attention, that's great. If they don't want to pay attention, that's great too. Now, if there's a storm, do you need troops to go out in boats to rescue people that are drowning? Absolutely you do. And we do that too. We had floods, say, in the town of Taree, which is in country New South Wales, one of our states. And the A1 people, they know that their primary responsibility is to educate and elevate the thinking of the people so they can then take control of their own lives. But the last thing somebody that's drowning needs is a lecture on political economy. What you do is you put your paper down and you roll your sleeves up and drag them out of the water and save the cattle, save the horses, give them a hot cup of cocoa and help them clean up their flooded house. So we do that sort of stuff. But the main point of A1 is to elevate the thinking. And so what I said to them is this: just keep doing what you're doing. You are attracting people to you. And we're getting this message from all around the country, every state. They're saying, I don't know if you know this, Rick, but there's a group down here and they've heard about you and they're really on side. And this is from areas, excuse me, geographic areas that I thought I'd have no buy-in, but they're all around the place. Now, I'll still run into the odd person that is fast asleep. I did, and it reminded me, I was almost getting a little bit cocky thinking, oh, no, we're making progress. But I bought a book, lovely guys, a secondhand bookshop, great bloke, I love him. He does a great job. And anyway, we were talking, and I paid cash, and I said, "Don't give that don't tell the tax man." And he said, he just sort of smiled, and he told me his tale of woe about how he was making his secondhand bookshop more profitable, and yet the tax man is just taking too much money. And I said, "Well, how does zero tax sound?" And he sort of looked at me. I said, "Imagine taking away every tax." And he said, "Well, how do you pay for everything?" I said, 2% expenditure tax. And I explained what that was. And in our economy, we'd go from a 500 billion deficit to a 250 billion surplus just with the implementation of a 2% expenditure tax where companies pay their blah, blah, blah. There's a whole bunch of detail to it. And I could see his face and he could hear what I was saying, but it didn't fit into, as I said, what's normal? No. What's normal is you pay tax and you're raped by the government every 12 months. And it recalibrated me to remember that there are a lot of people that aren't there yet. But that guy is, I won't say in the minority, but there are more people like you. They're waking up, they're watching what's going on, saying, you know what, something stinks. I don't know what it is, but something stinks. And what this guy is saying seems to make sense. And money to me money's important, I get it. But it's the thing that people can relate to quickest. So when you say, hey, you get to keep everything you make 1,000, you keep 1,000. You sell your house for $1 million, you keep $1 million. And you got their attention. But it's great. I'll stop here. But yes, more people know that something stinks, something's not quite right, and they are open to suggestion, let's say. It's a good sign.
Something you just brought up, that point about taxes, that it's going to lead me into a question related to something that happened today. But I'm sure, as you're well aware, and again, I try to balance this as much as I can between the U.S. and Australia, because we know that, essentially, as far as the operation goes and the narrative goes, it's here that's leading the way, and obviously everything trickles down from that. But twice in the last week, Donald Trump straight up told you that at some point, and in the quote not too distant future, you're not going to have to pay income taxes. Let's take a listen to this, and then I want to talk about rare earth minerals a little bit.
Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars. And we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people. In addition to reducing debt, as you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people. And additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in.
You won't be paying income tax. Now, the reason most people probably saw that already, we played it a few times, but the reason I bring it up is because you and I backstage, we were discussing the importance of at any given time when we're in this fog of war, like we need to look back, whether it's a year, 2 years, or 10 years, and remember where we came from, right? And how things worked. And then say to yourself, would any of this be happening if? So there's not a single person watching this right now that doesn't know the central banking system, how the central banking system is utilized to essentially control every nation on Earth, how it's used to dictate where things like rare earth minerals go and how it manipulates currencies. And then, of course, you have the Five Eyes, the intelligence alliance that is kind of one arm of the manipulation and enforcement, and obviously the military that would go in and do that as well. And you sit there and you have a president that has successfully what he start in April? So we're talking about 7 months ago, has successfully implemented tariffs, although we know he really started back in 2018. But the point being, he did it. Everyone freaked out for about a month. And now we've just settled in. And yes, you could always pick up that 4 to 6% or 10% that doesn't like it. But every day they're being given that message, and you could see him slowly moving people and normalizing the conversation of eliminating income taxes. Well, would that happen if the bankers had control? And, we had a great conversation on Rambo's show on the Roundtable earlier. I think this is where it all kind of connects. Trump made his 17th peace agreement today with the Rwanda and the Congo, right? And in almost every one of these, Rick, he's talking about rare earth minerals. And I think that's such an important thing that kind of maybe to many normies falls to the wayside, because you if you understand how the system works, the bank, the central bank or the IMF or whoever will make a loan to a country, that then the jackals come in and they say, this is how you're going to do things. This is where you're going to sell your resources. This is who's going to sell it. And that's how you end up with a continent like Africa, which has been completely stripped of everything. So Trump made it a point again today to talk about the resources of these countries. And I think what he really means is we're rebalancing it. We're rebalancing it so it's not just America first, so it can be the Congo first or Nigeria first or everybody. And you just add all that up together. And there's not a single aspect of that would be humanly possible if the true teeth of these organizations, the cabal, the bankers, the intelligence agencies, had the power to stop it. So we can, I guess my message that I always say is, look, we can focus on what they're arguing about on Fox News, which is kayfabe for the normies 9 out of 10 times. Or we can sit there and watch what's unfolding for our eyes and say to yourself, would any of this be possible if he was at risk of failing at this point? What are your thoughts?
Oh, there's so much in that. So bring me back if I don't cover everything you want me to talk to address, and I'm happy to do that. But so much popped into my head in relation to that. Let's start with tariffs. 4th of July, 1789, George Washington said that tariffs were there to protect the manufactories. Now, it's interesting you said we have to change the opinion of the country that tariffs are good. The United States was built on tariffs. Yeah. How did the US become this behemoth this world-defeating power. It wasn't through global trade. It was through tariffs. They protected their industry. They grew. You grew. You grew from nothing. Because what you did was you had, and you're fortunate, much like Australia is, you have all the resources you need. Singapore, different situation. They don't have a ton of space. They don't have a ton of resources. They have a geopolitically strategic position which they leverage into wealth. 10 out of 10. We don't have to do that. Neither do you. And so the US grew magnificently into this superpower on the back of tariffs. And then we get the idea that, let's help the third world up. It's if you make good bows and arrows and I make good spears, I'll focus on this and you focus on that and we'll trade and we'll do better. Well, the beauty is, and that's a great theory if you've got only wood to make bows and arrows and you don't have wood for spears. This is a childish analogy that the globalists give. Let's all specialize. The US doesn't need to specialize. You're big enough and got everything you need. It's a gift to the world if you want to share it with them. Australia, apart from the fact we've got a terribly small population, same land mass as continental US almost, we're fractionally bigger. But we got a tiny population, so it doesn't quite work. But we've got everything we need too. All we need is a hardworking large population, and we can take off like a rocket. So there's that first point. Tariffs are utterly American, very American, and it was the foundation of the growth of your nation. Oh, but what about Mises and what about all the politicians, the economists that said we have to do this, that, and the other? Okay, for some, maybe, but not necessarily for all. Now, that's point number one. So tariffs, and just as an Australian sideline for the Australian viewers, when we first apparently received our independence in 1901 with our constitution, we're still part of the Commonwealth. There was no political philosophy that was the foundation of that. There was only one argument. Are you a protectionist or are you a free trader? That was it. They had no political philosophy to pursue because we were part of the British Empire. And the British Empire was pretty happy with that. And we can talk about them in a second, the British East India Company and who actually runs the planet. But that was the only question. Are you a free trader or are you a protectionist? And so that was it. That was the paucity of political analysis that was going on in our country. So that's on the tariff part. Now, let's just jump up a fraction. I've got to talk a slightly big picture so people can understand where we're going with this. But I'll work my way up. Trump said America first, but he also said, I want France to be France first, or, Uganda to be Uganda first. Look after yourselves. And everybody went, well, that sounds all right. I'm happy with that. But what's the problem? Why are those nations not in that position? Because they're controlled. And we'll get to the controlling aspect in a minute and the techniques very shortly. So forgive me if I wax lyrical just for a little bit. What are the problems? If you had to pick 5 problems that are preventing nations from becoming self-reliant, which is anathema to those that control the planet. The last thing they want are self-reliant, independent nations, and they will do everything to destroy it. And that's why they're doing this to the US. But what the controllers of the planet do is they ensure political instability, they ensure poverty, they ensure drug cartels and armed groups, right? Law and order issues. Failing infrastructure and a deficient healthcare system, whether it's private or public, makes no difference. So as long as you can keep that problem running in each of these countries, they will never become self-reliant. Now, why do they not want them to be self-reliant? Because the people that run the planet is not us. Never has been until DJ Team. It would never look like it was going to be. Let's just go back in history. Now, this isn't. I can read. Am I bright or not bright? Makes no difference. If you can read, you can know what I know. You can know what Dave knows. But here's the analogy. The British East India Company, in just 1 year, had a greater global revenue than, say, Ford and General Motors profits in 1970. And this is going back in time. The British East India Company. Now, for those that need a refresher on the history, these companies were set up, they were sent overseas as corporations, and the spice trade was amazing. So that's it kicked off as a legitimate enterprise to create wealth through providing a good or a service. Okay. And so these companies were set up. And for example, the importance of the spice trade in its early days. Pepper was worth more than its weight in gold. It was per ounce, it was more valuable than gold. Have you noticed when you go to a restaurant and the waiter comes up with this huge phallus? It's actually a pepper grinder. And the salt's in a little container like that, but the pepper comes out, there's huge phallus. And I sat there as a queue going, what the hell is this all about? It was a sign to the rest of the diners that you could afford pepper. My God, look at this man. He's a man amongst men. He can afford pepper. So that's where it comes from. So the spice trade brought in revenue to Britain. Great. But they figured out it was a lot easier to make money. And I want you to think of a gang of pimps and drug dealers. That's all they are. That's all Great Britain became. And so what they did was they got opium. They took it to Kew Gardens in London, got the best opium there, took it to India where they could, where the tea manufacturers could turn their hand to optimizing the product of poppies, and then they sold it to China, and that was called, that was the Opium War, and they just stuck it in. And so Great Britain became, if it ever was, anything other than slave masters, and they, 2 cheers for Great Britain, if not 3, but they started doing that, and they just became a bunch of pimps. So they're not particularly clever in terms of business. They're just pimps and drug pushers. That's all they were for the longest possible time. China's doing it back to us now. This is Opium War 2.0. China's been destroying US with fentanyl. Australia, the Australians are some segments of the Australian community are so dense, they think the biggest political fight on their hands is the right to have a toke of marijuana. And I say, well, you can do that if you want to, but you're a fucking idiot if you do. If you think you're going to live and die on marijuana, then go away. I'm not interested in even chatting to you. And so here we go. We have the British Empire. Now, the British East India Company was run by 300 people. They what's the word? They obeyed no borders. They obeyed no laws. They respect no boundaries. Now, here's a jump for you for everybody to understand the structure of this. The descendants of the 300 that ran the East India Company now comprise the Committee of 300 that run the world. And like their forebears, they respect no boundaries, they respect no laws. They approve everything. And as a sideline, when Gorbachev went to the US after the collapse of the Soviet Union and he set up his institute, he actually said live on TV, and this has been approved by the Committee of 300. Now, that clip has evaporated. That's how powerful this Committee of 300 is. Now, I mention it because unless you understand the Committee of 300, and I've been working my way up in terms of talking about who's running the planet, the Masonic filth have captured an absolute bunch of my time because they're the heavy lifters. They're the morons on the ground that do the work, right? But now the people of the earth need to, certainly I'm trying to spread the word in Oz. You've got to read Dr. John Coleman's book on the Committee of 300. He gives you chapter and verse of exactly what's going on. And if you want to be shocked, it's a great book. It's the best espionage war thriller you can imagine, and it's all real. So if you like a good read, if you like Robert Ludlum, you like, the Bourne series and the rest of it, this makes that look like kindergarten stuff.
Give me the author's name one more time.
Who's that? Oh, John Coleman. Dr. John. Yep. Dr. John Coleman. Check him out. Yeah, he's got all the data on this. Now, and I'm sorry I'm taking so long, but if we get this discussion right, everything we talk about from here makes a lot of sense. So the Committee 300, they run the planet. They select U.S. Secretaries of State. And I did a piece recently on my green room, and this is just one piece. Henry Kissinger was selected, all U.S. Secretaries of State are selected by the Committee 300. Jimmy Carter was selected as president because he'd had 3 mental breakdowns. He couldn't resist criticism and rejection. So they got a psychologically weak individual to be president so he could be persuaded of everything and anything. And so the Committee 300, they select. Kissinger threatened the Italian prime minister and eventually had him killed. The Committee 300's representative, through their various agencies like the Club of Rome and things like that, and Council of Foreign Relations, they had Ali Bhutto, who was the leader of Pakistan, executed by their man in town, General al-Haq. And General al-Haq actually crossed the line a couple of times too and didn't follow the Committee of 300. And he was actually warned by Turkish Secret Service that he was going to suffer a mid-air explosion in his aircraft and be assassinated. So al-Haq was a bit clever. He had a defense intelligence agency team with him, with a brigadier general and all his people on his plane, thinking they wouldn't take him out. They took him out. They took out the Committee of 300, took out the American team on board as well. And this is a message to people. And so goes the allegation. They took out Kennedy, and they took him out. They could have taken him out with a heart attack, but they took him out in a spectacular and public fashion in order to send a message to every national leader: if we can take out the president of the US, the rest of you better follow suit. Okay, so now you're beginning to understand the Committee of 300 and their grip on the planet. Now, I'm sorry if I keep going, but you've got to get this. If nothing else today, please get this. The Committee of 300 control the planet with two means. One is money, mammon, or their god, Satan. That's it. Now, people will do. They will get people to sign up to do work for them because they pay well, and this is why the cash flow is critical. The drugs provide the cash flow in order to pay for things to get done. So is Venezuela about drugs? Yeah, but it's about the cash flow. El Chapo, this famous drug lord from Mexico. My God, he's got $1.4 billion. He's a monster. He's not even a yapper type dog that won't shut up. Venezuela itself has got a dozen more billionaires with hundreds of billions of dollars at their disposal. It's about the cash flow. It's about the cash flow. It's about the cash flow. And so the Committee of 300 controls the planet through cash or their god, Satanism. And that's it. Now, let me address one more issue that ties into this. People are saying, please, and the idea is, please elevate your thinking here. It's the Zionists. No. It's the Jews. No. It's not even the Khazarian mafia or the black nobility. They're all the heavy lifters for the Committee of 300. Now, the Jew thing, just so we're clear on this, 92% of your Congress are dual citizens? Do they believe in Judaism? No, most Jews don't believe in Judaism. Oh, I'm a cultural Jew. What the fuck does that mean? Mm-hmm. And if you read the Talmud, it means they're sickos. But the point is this, 92%. That's because they had to sign up so they can reap the benefits of what they get working for the Committee 300. Big money. Retirement and silly jobs when they finish, they pay them a lot of money to do the heavy lifting. Money and their god, Satan. That's it. And the people that work their way up, so you think, the Jews are running the show, they're trying to distract you from the real source of power. No. They're just, the Jewish people, they're just as deceived as everybody else. Israel as a nation was a construct. We know that. It was the Khazarians, yes, the Khazarians, but they're not doing it either. And this is why when they say Israel is last, they're not talking about the nation. They're not even talking about, they're talking about this connection to the Committee of 300 that has used all of these devices to divide us, to keep nations broke and poor. And that's why DJT is such an existential threat to the Committee of 300, because he wants a strong Rwanda. He wants a strong Ethiopia. He wants a strong Australia. He wants a strong Brazil. He wants a strong fill in the blank. Because now what he's doing, what DJT is successfully doing, he is dismantling the iron-like grip, loosening the iron-like grip that the British, the Committee of 300 through their control through MI6 and all the rest of it, that's being dismantled step by step by step by step. But we have to be ready, willing, and able to then step up and do our work. Does that make sense? So that was a really long answer, and I do apologize for going too far.
Your message is one that I think echoes something we talk about a lot, which is, look, I am never blind enough to ever suggest, although I get accused of it, I never try to suggest that every last thing is done. It's been taken care of in the past. It's over. We're just watching it roll out. I believe a lot of it we're watching it roll out, but of course there's still things being done. But I think what you're saying, that, look, they've followed a clear pattern. Again, whether we like it or not, everyone wants the light switch to go off and just tell everybody tomorrow. But you think about what you just explained there in a few minutes, right? Now, even if all that's been dismantled, we can't just flip the switch and put a bunch of people in jail. We need enough of the population to understand how this was all set up in the first place. Because if we don't, it can just happen again. So I think part of the slow pace of this is, if you look at it, we started the year with USAID, right here in the States, Doge and USAID. What did that lead to? Well, it led to everyone realizing what a money laundering operation it was. Then what did they deploy? Well, they started deploying No Kings on these protests. And what did that allow them to do? It allowed them to show the American people that the protests you're watching aren't organic because they're funded by these people, right? Then we get to later this year. It's interesting that just happens to be about 4 weeks after the BBC gets caught doctoring footage of January 6th. Oh, the pipe bomber gets caught. But what happened in that BBC situation? What was at the lead of the headline? The United States, USAID, is funding 28% of the BBC, right? So if you just watch that 10-month period, and there's a bunch of other things, it's almost like everything that comes out, USAID is coming up. So what is happening? And it doesn't have to be all 350 million Americans. It has to be just some kind of critical mass that understand, like, wait a second, they're taking our tax dollars and they're weaponizing against us with USAID and with these funded protests and with Soros-backed DAs and with the media and everything. And people start connecting the dots, because you can't just go and arrest people. They've shown us that throughout this whole process, they are doing it in a way where they're exposing the people and they're teaching us at the same time. And I think that's something that's lost on people, because it is such a deep system. And now it's interesting you mentioned Five Eyes, because it seems like everything that's going on here and even around the world is somehow now being connected back to the CIA. And you say to yourself, well, here's an organization that operated since the 40s in the shadows, and now they're on Front Street every day on the media. So what does that tell you about where we are in this operation? But it's I think explanations like that are super important, because look, we've been talking a lot lately about top of mind right now is the cartels. Now, I'd love to get your take as a side note, as somebody who served. All of our eyes are being put on Venezuela. Now, at the same time, you have DJT sitting there putting out videos of Maduro exposing the Biden administration, and they're having conversations, and we're watching on Fox News. But at the same time, but in the narrative space, the public is being given connections. They're finally starting to learn, like, oh, wait a second, this whole cartel thing and this trafficking operation, and like you said, the reincarnation of what they did to China in the opioid wars that's been happening to us for 20 years. Like, wait a second, there's a connection here with the CIA, and there's a connection here with the NGOs. It's not just as simple as these cartels. They're learning. But I just as a side note, just from a narrative standpoint, Donald Trump has said 1 million times that he'll never project what he's going to do militarily. He's just simply not going to do it, right? And yet we turn on the news and everyone's getting spun up today over the last few days about these narco boats that are being blown up. Now, I personally have a hard time believing that we're watching that happen in real time, because I don't think you'd broadcast it on the news if you were trying to sneak up and get these people. But where it's really been driving me nuts, we're being told. Now, again, I believe they're elsewhere dismantling these networks, because you turn on Fox News, Rick, and I'm looking at an entire fleet of aircraft carriers that, from my limited study, when most of the times when sailors get on a ship, they don't even know where they're going. Only the captain does, and a couple senior officers. And yet I'm watching a map every day on Fox News of exactly where each of these ships are. And meanwhile, Trump's truthing out all this stuff about Maduro. I mean, am I wrong in saying that this entire thing is a far more, it's real, but it's far more of a show for exposure? We're way further down the process, at least in Venezuela. And then comment on that. We had a whistleblower from Venezuela come out today and start making allegations about what? Dominion and Smartmatic. And you say to yourself, is all this truly about kinetic cartel activity down there right now? Or is this hopefully maybe leading to something more like election fraud? What are your thoughts on the whole Venezuela narrative? I have to call it a narrative at this point that's being put out there.
No, you're on the money. Your first point, is this real? Yes. Is it happening now? No. Did it happen some time ago? Yes. Are we watching old videos? That's my guess. Seriously. And the drug cartel thing, this is really, I love the way the White Hats do it. They roll it out brilliant. They literally pulled aside some of the best producers, writers, and directors out of Hollywood. They said they died somewhere. They put them, and they're all working hard. And these guys are geniuses. I think the best sitcom you ever watched. They're the same guys putting this together. That's why it has such a familiar ring to us. So what do they see first? Let's shoot some boats. Yeah, you bet it. That's what we want to see. I love it. Well, I do actually. I think it's great. That's about bloody time. But then what does it do? First of all, it energizes the average Joe out there. Goes, yeah, good. I'm sick of drugs killing my country. That's what they deserve. Then it starts a whole discussion. Oh, well, that's unconstitutional. Really? How about the unconstitutionality of the wars that the US has been involved in without involving both houses of Congress making separate submissions? There's a whole process that's got to be recorded. Oh, well, that's a police action. Well, if it's a police action, you're going to only use one arm of the military. Oh, okay. See, that whole discussion hasn't taken place, but it's being elevated to, well, it's not unconstitutional. It's quite legitimate. So it forces the question. Then you've got, oh, but it's not nice to kill these people. And this then promotes an opportunity for people to say, so you don't want to see a bunch of drug runners getting blown to small pieces in the Caribbean, but you're silent on full-term abortion for years. And then it's another opportunity to put a finger in the face and say, well, either life is valuable or it ain't. And at what point do you stop protecting pedophiles and drug dealers and start protecting children? So it's really clever the way it's given an opportunity. The White Hats are giving us an opportunity to raise these points for discussion, to shut down the opponents that have had the media all their own way. Unfortunately, not enough people pick up on it quick enough. But hey, the White Hats are throwing the breadcrumbs. If we don't want to follow the trail, that's our problem, basically.
Yeah.
So that's the drug part, right? Now we've got the money. Is it about the money? Absolutely, it's about the money, because the money, once again, funds everything that needs to be done. Now, this issue about interfering with elections, this came out years ago. There's his name's, former CIA. I should remember, and I apologize for forgetting. Not Brereton. I'll get it for you shortly. He came out with these allegations a long time ago. Not only allegations, he had data. He had the actual people that wrote the code in Venezuela that were then pulled into the US, and they were paid big money to then spread this technology, but it was under the control of Venezuela. Now, who's Venezuela under control of? Cuba. Who's Cuba under control of? Give me your 300. So the whole line is there. Venezuela, Maduro, Chavez. Please, these guys couldn't run a corner store. And they're allegedly these political geniuses that, what did Chavez say? I've been reviewing Tony Blair's approach, and I think there is a third way. I mean, he couldn't spell third way without, a teacher sitting beside him. So here's this whole, it's a bit like, what's his name? In Ukraine, the gay buyer, loiterer, Zelensky in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Brazil is only, Venezuela is only second to my mind, and I've said this publicly, and I've said this as well, that I'd probably be shouted down, but it's second over to Ukraine in terms of the source of problems, because Venezuela directly has been responsible, under control of Cuba, and therefore everyone above that, responsible for global corruption of elections, globally, Smartmatic. Even to the New South Wales state election we had in Australia, and we ran a team of 17 people or whatever it was, and we were there, and there was the electoral commissioner, and he was literally shaking. He was so terrified because he was boosting Smartmatic, and I was sitting in the front row of this particular electoral event. I've never seen a guy so terrified without actually wetting his pants. So Venezuela has been the source of and the deliverer of, not the controller, they're up here, of electoral fraud globally for a long time. And this has been out, but it's only coming out now into public consciousness. But if you find the interview with, oh, damn it, Jesus, you're seeing here so much, it just drops out of my head. I must be having a blonde moment. I have to change the color of my hair. There's a fantastic interview where this former CIA, she's blonde hair. What's her name? She's been a journalist since 17 years of age. She's done amazing stuff. She went to South Africa. She's been revealing crooks and corruption for a long time now.
Not Laura. No, she's not former CNA. No. We'll think of it at the wrong time, brother.
I'll find it for you. Anyway, there's a whole history out there that's been out there for years. This election fraud. So is it about election? Is it about drugs? Well, yes and no, but it's about cash flow. Is it about election fraud? Yes, but again, as we keep working up the line, we'll find more things that are going on in Venezuela. But I agree with you, and I'll stop here. This happened some time ago. Is Venezuela important? Yes. It was dealt with. Are there ships out there? Maybe. Does it matter? Not really. What's on the screen is what matters. They're watching that. Now, here's one last thing to think about Venezuela. If they want us to look at Venezuela, what else do they not want us to see? What's next? Now, they're not going to telegraph. They're not going to telegraph that. But Venezuela is so chock full of interesting stories that we'll be talking about this for weeks. And then in 2 weeks, and something else will pop up. Who knows where and who knows what. But that's where they want us to be. But understand that if we're watching Venezuela, there's a whole series of things waiting in line to make its way down to the people.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And we've seen that pattern so many times. I have to agree with you about, we joke about the script writers all the time, but you're absolutely right. So many of us joke around. I'm like, Rick, I would give up probably everything I own to have like just one day in one of the war rooms in Fort Bragg or Fort Pog or wherever the heck they're doing this stuff from. Sometimes when they come up with this stuff, sometimes I'm sitting there, I'm like, did they have too many beers last night? Like some of the stuff they come up with is downright hilarious. But there's another clear pattern. I thought your breakdown of how that shooting down the boat story works psychologically was absolutely brilliant as usual. And then what's the last piece that they always throw into it? In come the lunatic left. And so what do they do? And again, some's organic, some is clear. Someone's got a gun to their head. It's scripted. And what do? They're out there. They force them into a position where they're defending narco-terrorists. And that gives us, and then everyone's got the talking points to go, hey, look at the left and look at the media and look at ABC, look at MSNBC, look at them defending the narco-terrorists, right? Very similar to a few months ago when you had, what's his face, that clown, the senator from Maryland that went and defended the Maryland man, right? The MS-13 gang member went down and had margaritas with him. And then, of course, it boomeranged a few weeks later. There was MS-13 and a child. Like you got the ICE facilities. You have the Democrats, the crazy Democrats actually trying to break into ICE facilities, right? All of this fulfills that same thing. You keep seeing the same pattern over and over and over again. I want to show you one more thing that we'll show everyone one more thing that we pointed out on the roundtable today, like kind of falls into that category of how many coincidences before mathematically impossible. And they give you those clues. It's not, it's sometimes it's very obvious speculation when we're watching a narrative deployment versus actual kinetic activity, but they almost always give you clues to back it up. I mean, so what are the chances that today is the 4th, right? So just 3 days ago, Donald Trump posts a double post. He posted it twice, a video of Maduro basically exposing the Biden administration for fabricating Tren de Aragua through Colombia. I think that's probably a clue of maybe where some actual kinetic stuff is going on, but who knows? He posts this, right? So right away, now here's Maduro exposing the quote unquote Biden administration. Like that's your first clue that, okay, wait a second. Maybe these two are working together, or at the very least, he's under the thumb of Trump. So that was December 1st, right? Now, December 2nd, you get Donald Trump misspelling. We know misspellings matter. Misspellings are important. He puts a Q next to the word Dallas. That's pretty obvious. That makes us laugh. We're Q-tards and stuff. Okay. But he corrected it, but we have it there, Q. And then just today, the former Maduro spy chief's letter to Trump seeks to expose the narco-terrorist war. And this is where the exposure about the Smartmatic news came into the news cycle today. But Rick, Q Dallas on the 2nd, and on the 3rd, who got this story exclusively in the United States? The Dallas Express. Now put that string together and tell me we weren't given two giant heads up as we led into this story. And again, as you go further into this, they talk about it. Smartmatic was born as an electrical tool of the Venezuelan regime. I know this because I placed the head of IT of the National Electoral Council in his position. He reported directly to me. The Smartmatic system can be altered. This is a fact. The technology was later exported abroad, including to the United States. Regime operatives maintain relationships with election officials and voting machine companies inside your country, and on and on. So, I mean, you look at that string of events and you say to yourself, that's all just a coincidence that's being put out there.
No,
it's absolutely wild to me.
Blind Freddy. Yeah, no, Blind Freddy could see that one. Doesn't even need his seeing eye dog and white cane. It's that's an obvious one. Look, as you know, because you're a businessman, you've got your target audience, you've got your demographic groups, and each one has its own hot buttons you've got to hit if you want to sell to them. If you're focusing on 18 to 25-year-olds, you know what you're going to do. If you want to include your 18 to 45s, then you've got to add something else to them. So they're communicating multiple levels with multiple messages. So in 1 minute, it's plain as the nose on your face, and other times it's a little bit more esoteric, difficult to get a hold of because they're trying to communicate. I find myself having to do the same thing. My audience comprises people that have been in this game for 40 plus years. You know, they are the voices in the wilderness a long time ago, all the way through to people who have just woken up. And so just like I do and just like you do, we've got to communicate the appropriate message to the appropriate demographic group in the appropriate way. And so we're juggling. So the Q's going to do the same. So you'll see something as obvious as that and go, what the hell are they doing? Well, that's not for you.
Right.
The more difficult one, like the cryptic crossword, well, that's for us. The other stuff is there. And you do it gently because not everybody's been at this game as long as us. And that's that little bit of humility. Remember how dumb we were a few years back. And just because we've been working at it and we know more, then just remain a little humble. You can still get angry occasionally, I do. But that's just it. You've got to do it. So yeah, that's a very clear comment as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I want to. Well, this all does kind of connect. So we've already discussed the kind of the drug trafficking network, and that's one thing where I acknowledge. I think you'd probably agree. I think if we had to pick on certain things where you say, well, where might there be some serious kinetic operations still going on? I would certainly guess in the cartel networks, because that is not, when you understand the level of infiltration into all these different places. And I mean, they have police and sheriffs and entire city councils and such in their back pocket. I would imagine, like you said, we're looking there, they're operating somewhere else. So I would certainly acknowledge, if I had to guess, that's a big piece that's still being taken down. But everything we've discussed so far kind of connects, right? You have the cartel networks, the money flow, the Five Eyes situation, and then how all that kind of rolls up to, the Council of 300, the Central, everyone up at the top. Now, I want to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you to speculate here. I don't think anybody knows, but we touched on kind of how the banking system is used to control a lot of this, right? And we also showed Trump. He's presenting to the public this situation of getting rid of income taxes, and obviously the same thing would certainly apply to hopefully everyone watching here, Australia, Canada, wherever it may be. It's going to roll down. That's what we hope. But there's an interesting topic of conversation that I think is always worth touching on. Patriot Underground and I did a show a couple weeks ago. And, we said the point of the show is kind of like, listen, we see the comms, we see the trajectory. Like, we're not here to black pill. We're on board. We trust the plan. But there's nothing wrong with sitting here and dissecting the narrative we're being given, even by somebody like Trump, and saying, okay, where's another piece of the puzzle that we're not seeing? And right now, as I know it is everywhere in the Western world, affordability is a huge conversation. That's something that's been thrust into the spotlight. Again, in the narrative space, there's a lot of people out there saying, look, it's all the stuff Trump has done is great, but you still need 8 years of income to buy a house in this country. And the The age at which somebody has to buy a house has gone up to the 41, like a record high. So now he's sitting there presenting the people that tariffs are going to replace income taxes, and we're going to be giving, I love the word he uses, dividend checks to people. That to me screams profit share, sovereign wealth fund, something that we don't know about yet. But I guess my long question is this, right? We sit at a point where our debt to GDP is 122.5%. Actually, you guys aren't doing that poorly at about 36% of GDP, but every Western country in the world is in massive debt, right? I believe the last time I checked, we're looking at a blended tariff rate. I think they said about 10%, give or take. Well, we import $4 trillion a year, right? Which means if we're taking in 10%, that's about $400 billion. Now, if we diverted every penny of that to the debt, which we can't because you need to run the government, but even if you did, it would take you somewhere around 30 years to pay off the debt. That's if you're not accruing any new debt. So to me, the math, the way it's being presented, doesn't work. And my whole theory, and I don't know, is we know that, look, I love the fact that we blame Biden for the inflation, but let's call it the way it is. Trump printed most of the money. So you look at what they did, the way they've loaded up the bullion banks and the central banks with all this debt. To me, and I have no idea what's going to happen, but if he is going to deliver to the West, and I this really means to the Western world. I'm not just talking about the United States. If he's going to deliver a golden age and true change the way we want to see it, is there any way out of this other than to give the middle finger to the central banks and say that debt doesn't exist anymore?
It's even better than that. It's even better than that. Okay. Where do we start? Let's talk about when Trump printed out a whole bunch of money. What was he printing out? Is it real money?
Nope.
Was it a federal note, or was it was it a federal bank note, or was it a US dollar? Does it have any real value? If their bogus system collapses, what he's basically done, he's used their own weapon against them. He's printed a ton of money. People are, oh my God, what's he done? He's using their own weapons against them. This is a guerrilla war. Guerrillas have nothing. Conventional armies have everything. So that's why the guerrillas go in, steal, and take the stuff, and then they shoot their own the adversaries' weapons against them. So in that printing of money, he knew exactly what he was doing, because that debt doesn't exist. I'll give you a really simple example. In Australia, we've had Chinese companies buying a lot of land, Australian land. Not smart, but it's been done. We have a foreign investment review board, which is bought and sold by the crooks, and they allowed all this bad stuff to happen. And people say, what are you going to do about China and all the land they own most of Australia? I said, good, let them. We're going to take it back because it's ours. But what about them? Well, they can go see the corporation with whom they did the deal, but the corporation is now bankrupt, illegal, and doesn't exist. So too bad, so sad, Mr. China. Go complain to all the crooks that are in jail, because the organization with whom you did business no longer exists. They're crooks, they're liars, and they're gone. We, as the sovereign people of this country, have decided that you can get the fuck out and no compensation. By the way, we'll hit you up for $1 trillion worth of war reparations for the damage you've done to our country. So Trump was cleverly playing the bad guys against themselves with their own weapons, knowing the whole time that the whole system was bogus and was going to collapse. Do you think Trump acknowledges the debt to these corrupted, bankrupted organizations? Not one bit. So what we're trying to do, and I admire the people who've got the determination to do it, because I get too bored too quickly. We're sort of got this arbitrary start point. We're trying to project into the future from this arbitrary start point, which will no longer exist shortly. Second point, Committee of 300. I hate to go back there, but if you read the documents, you'll be laughing like me. And that's why I'm really relaxed when Trump does something really bad, inverted commas, and people are tearing their party dresses. It's not about money for the Committee of 300. If you read their own documents, and you can get them, and we'll put them up on our Telegram channel. We do it all the time. The number of zeros behind the sort of the digit is so, I started counting them, and you got 30, 40, 50 zeros. it's not about money, right? They have all the money in the world. And, the alleged several hundred aircraft worth of gold being shipped from the Vatican and all the rest of it. The wealth of the planet is so obscenely abundant. It's there, it's ready to go. So we're watching these tactical moves by DJT, but the strategic moves, these are interesting but irrelevant. So we must all guard against looking at the 6 inches in front of our face and trying to extrapolate, well, how does this fit in? It doesn't, it won't, never will. He is playing with he's playing with everybody to get everyone sort of talking about this stuff, and they realize, oh, wow, you mean there's a ton of money out there? Yeah. We don't have to worry about it. No. But you still have to feel the pain. So the cost of living crisis, is it real? Yes. Are people suffering? Yes. Why? Because we, the people, let this happen. The White Hats didn't do this to us, right? And here we are thumping the table. We should have affordable houses within 10 minutes because I want it. Really? Well, what the fuck have you done to free the country for the last time you've been on the planet? You're all selfish little shits that want everything now. You're stamping your feet like a child. It's my turn. No, it's not. You haven't earned it yet. You walked away from your responsibilities, people. Seriously. A little bit of humility, a little bit of patience. Understand that you gave it away. You threw it in the trash. The cops can collect your rubbish bin and collect what you throw out, because by way of discarding it, you no longer value it. So it's up to, so they can take your rubbish and do what they like with it. Now, if you give away your sovereignty, you give away your self-reliance, you give away your economic power, you give away your military power, as the American people have done, not everybody, as the Australian people have done, as most of the world, we just give it away. We don't care. Oh, somebody will fix that. Well, no. So you can't complain that is not moving fast enough. Absent DJT, the White Hats of the team, we'd be dead. I'll repeat what I said at the beginning of the show when we were talking. We're not about to fall. The human species on this planet came within a hair's breadth of ceasing to exist for all time. Everybody, everything gone. So I understand your point, but again, the people listening, try to avoid taking an arbitrary start point and trying to extrapolate what's going to happen next. Look at it in its context.
Yes.
Look at it in its context. And just to that point, and again, I know I'm talking more than I should. My chief of ops is always telling me, shut up, shorter sentences. But here's the point. What do you think their objective is, the bad guys? In this phase of their global op that's been going on for a long, long, long time, what is this phase about, this last few decades? And just think about it, because I'll give you the answer now. They've got to get rid of most of the population. This phase was the depopulation agenda. It started a long time ago with Big Pharma and the rest of it. Why? Because the middle class is their target. They need to destroy the middle class, because when you've got kings and peasants, life is good if you're a king, and it's not so great when you're a peasant, but it's really manageable for these guys. So what happens with a strong independent country, which, as I said earlier, is anathema to the Committee of 300? A strong middle class. What did the United States create before everybody else? This powerful middle class. They had employment, independent wealth, time for leisure to think about things like political thoughts, right? What do we want as a people? Because if you're constantly scraping for food, you don't have time for that sort of stuff. What else? So their target is the middle class. They cannot allow the nations of the world to have a middle class that have got power, money, time at their disposal, because that's what the target is. So they have to depopulate the planet by design. And this is, again, Committee 300 stuff. By design, they wanted to target the Americans first. It became the US policy, zero growth post-industrial plan. And it was adopted by Jimmy Carter as US policy, which basically meant there are too many people on the planet and the United States is the problem, so we're going to depopulate the United States. Forget the billion people in China or the billion people in India and the rest of it. No. They're not a problem, because they are supplicant. They are easily controlled. They're compliant. They're docile. That's why they're importing them to Australia, because you get this docile population, and they're trying to replace the the whiteys that have time and money and think for themselves. And so you got the 300 that need to destroy America. That was their plan. It's all out there. You were the problem, apparently, because you were creating this powerful middle class, well-paid, job security. Wow, no, can't have that. So that's what they're targeting now. They're trying to destroy that. That is right now their target. Now, what DJT is doing, if that is what they're attacking now, what is DJT doing? He's creating the conditions, the preconditions required to get that middle class in every country on the planet. Because when you've got a strong middle class, guess what? They have political power. They have the time to look after the poor people beneath them to help everybody up. And if every country on the planet has a strong middle class, do you think the controllers of the planet have a chance of success? Not a million years. You were too powerful. You were too dangerous. You had to go down first. Trouble is, evil doesn't always win. And so it's a really, I know we've meandered a bit from your initial point about why did Trump print out lots of money? Because it was never going to be repaid. The debt's never going to be repaid. And if any debt has to be repaid, there is more money there than the planet could spend in 1 million lifetimes. So we're sitting back watching him create the conditions for the world to take over. We're doing in A1, we're doing in a very small way what DJT is trying to get the world to do. As I said earlier, our remit, and this is our responsibility, our method, so our intention, purpose, method, end state, purpose, what you're going to do, method, how you're going to do it, end state, what you want to create. Our purpose, Australia One, to save Australia. End state, let's go to end state because that will reveal the best method. Australia is a moral, sovereign, self-reliant Christian Western constitutional republic, which is economically powerful, militarily intimidating, politically free, culturally vibrant, and socially cohesive. It's not a marketing statement, to-do list. Now, how can we do that? Our method is this, and this has been, we wrote this first before we took our first step as an organization. The method, we will create a moral political movement which will empower every Australian to reach their highest individual potential so collectively all may participate in the reformation of Australia. So we're not here to necessarily win elections. We will, but that's not the point. The point is if we empower the people to take intelligently, educate in an educated way, take control of their nation, that's the best defense against any adversary. Now, DJT is doing that globally. He wants every country on the planet to stand up for itself, to take control of their destiny. And then through wealth and health and happiness, the pursuit of happiness, health, wealth, and property, life, liberty, and property, they stand up. He is setting the preconditions, the necessary preconditions to prevent global tyranny ever coming back. And that's why we all have to step up. That's why we all have to feel the terror. It's not a matter of, I want my money back, Mr. President. And DJT is more polite than me because they say, fuck off. And what have you done? What have you done over the last how many years to achieve this end state? You're like every other grub out there that just wants it handed to you. No. You want your sovereignty. You're sovereign. Work for it. Prove it. Defend it with your life. These are all necessary, guys. I'm not lecturing to you, Dave. I know you know.
No, you're absolutely right.
You're going to defend this with your life. You're going to be, and I said it the other day, I said it a couple of times to people, you value your life far too much. You think the United States became the greatest country on the planet because, on Christmas Eve, they said to George Washington, look, I'm a bit tired. I'm not going to cross the Potomac. My feet are bleeding. Bugger this for a joke. I'm going home. Read your own history, ladies and gentlemen. Please, it's inspiring. It's brilliant. And they sacrificed themselves. And not one death was a waste of time.
Rick, Rick, something that you say, I often see when we say things like "we let it happen." There's some people out there who say, "Well, we didn't know." They had the MK Ultra everybody, and they had the mainstream. Fair enough. Doesn't change the fact that it still went down that way, right? I didn't know. I was focused on building real estate and making money, and everything else, but. You don't have to just because you say we let it happen. There's people that get defensive. How could we have stopped it? We didn't know. It's irrelevant. The bottom line is it happened. It did happen. And just look again. It's going back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the show. Look at what we've witnessed over the last 5 years. I mean, you want an example. There's a million examples you can give you of the Western world falling, but I don't think there's a better one than COVID-19. where they got everybody to a point where literally they put a bunch of fake statistics on television and convinced everyone to hide in their house for weeks, months, years in some cases at a time. And then after that worked, they forced them to take an experimental jab. I mean, that is Western society falling as much as we're ever going to see it. It could have been a whole lot worse, but and then we had to go through Biden, we had to go through trans, and we had to see, a lot of these things.
Can I just address that?
Yeah,
thing?
Please go ahead.
We didn't know.
Please.
It's not fair. I didn't know. I was brainwashed. I was drunk. I was whoever. Yeah, welcome to the club. We all were. And why do you think it got worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse? And I'll give you a personal example. I was a major in headquarters special ops, and I'd been working for a long time on a particular project. It was going to change the face of special ops. It was really satisfying and great work. And I presented everything to the commander, including the pipeline of training required to create this new organization, starting from here, and the flow in and the inputs and all sorts of things. Very complex, beautiful, elegant, and effective plan. And I was a major, and the commander was there, and I was briefing him, and my boss was a lieutenant colonel. And he said, no, don't worry about this. You don't need to worry about that. And I'd had a gutful. I said, well, where the fuck are these guys coming from, sir? Now, majors don't say that to commanders of special forces, but I'd had a gutful because all my career, and this is real life, you see what's got to be done, and then somebody says, no, there's a bigger picture, and if we do that now, that's tactical victory but strategic loss. And most of the time they're correct, right? You sort of think, oh, no, that's right. Good thing we didn't do that. That's just the arrogance of youth and enthusiasm, and you learn. But eventually, as you get further up the tree, you realize, hang on a minute, what bigger picture? We've completely lost tactically, operationally, and strategically. Are you fucking kidding me? And eventually, you've got to look and say, how much more of this crap do I have to take? How much more of this bullshit do I have to swallow before I have the balls to stand up and say no? And I didn't even say, sir. It was just, where the fuck are they coming from? Because the guy was an imbecile. He was a complete fucking fool. He might have been commander special ops, but just like the Committee of 300, they pick dickheads who'll follow orders rather than think for themselves. Not all the time. I worked for one, Jim Wallace, fucking brilliant guy. Brilliant work ethic, smartest guy I've ever worked for, genius. But this guy was just a clown. So I tell you that story. So when people say, well, I didn't know, I was brainwashed. Well, at what fucking point do you need to feel pain to realize that cutting a little boy's penis off or cutting a little girl's breast off is just fucking wrong? Seriously. Stop making fucking excuses and say, you know what, I really messed up. I've forgotten what right and wrong is. Because, excuse me for getting energized here. I'm big on definitions because that clarifies for the people. And when I say we want to be a moral people, I had to define what moral meant. And I came up with this. A moral people are a group who agree the difference between right and wrong, and then they think, speak, and act to advance the right and eradicate the wrong. Implicit in our definition is you've got to fucking do something, people. You just don't sit there going, oh, that's terrible. Well, you're not a moral person. You're just a soft cock. And I'm sorry if I'm getting a bit energetic with my language. I hope you don't get booted. But seriously, I didn't know. Great. You weren't at fault, but you're responsible to fix it. You're also responsible to think for yourself. And at what point does a human population say, oh, well, I think they've gone too far? You are destroying your children. And you've got these idiot mothers going, oh, look, I'm so proud of my son. Gentlemen, and I'm talking to the men now, where the fuck are you? Seriously. At what point do you say, you know what, yep, I should have done something. I didn't know, but now I will. And then they have the temerity to complain, well, I haven't got my cheap housing yet. Really? I tell you what, you got to line these guys up, these whingers, line them up and see the bodies of good men and women who have fought a real kinetic war, subterranean, fighting hybrid animals that would terrify any horror movie maker, for real, being ripped apart, and say, what have you sacrificed? These people did this for you. What have you done? And I've actually had the answer to that. I had some person say to me online, because we had a policy that if you join the Defence Force and you do your time, you'll get trained up. That's how we're going to rebuild our tradies, right? We're going to get the Defence Force. We're going to increase the need for tradies for skilled tradesmen in the defence force, whether you're a butcher, a carpenter, an electrician. It makes no difference. I don't care. We're going to build it up. And this is nation building stuff, right? And after you do that, you get your trade, you do your return of service, and apart from a great payout, you're going to get a block of land, a hectare of land for free, and that's yours. And somebody came back and said, oh, I posted some memes. I went to the rally. Where's my block of land? Wow, you really value the 3 seconds you took to put up a meme way too high. We got people dying, and you want a pat on the head? See, that's why I like being a soldier. I don't give a shit. I don't have to be politically correct. I don't even have to be popular. I just need to get the job done. Now, whether I get a job in this new world or not, I don't much care. I really don't want the job. I'd rather go back to my life where I was making great money in consulting, traveling the world. You want a pizza? Let's go to Rome. You want a souvlaki? Athens it is. How long has it been since we've seen the pyramids? Hey, let's go. How about a schnitzel? Vienna, here we come. Now, I'm not going anywhere because this job's too bloody important. We don't get paid. This is important. But I want to see what other people have risked before they start whining about, well, where's mine? Really? What did you do? Where did you risk? Have you stood up to the man? Have you told the magistrate to go to hell, that you don't recognise his power? Have you told the Australian Federal Police, if you come on my fucking property, bring your body bags? What have you risked, ladies and gentlemen, before you whinge just a fraction? So, touch of humility, and I've done nothing compared to the real shooters down there that have died to save us, our ungrateful asses. So I'm sorry if I got a bit energetic there, mate, but we're at that point of the operation where the whining has got to stop, because pain will come. And this is why the white hats are going to push this right to the edge. They're not going to come in and do anything until we are screaming in agony. Please help us. There you go. I better settle down. I'll just put the pressure release valve and sorry about that, mate.
Look, I agree with you. And I think every time somebody says that, it's well, we're blackpilling or whatever it may be, but you have to look at exactly what we were just talking about, right? What do we start the show with? We started talking about manufactured outrage. Like, that's what they're doing right now. That's why we keep getting the, people, they love to use the term rug pulls. Well, they rug pulled us on the Epstein files. No, they didn't. They're doing it on purpose. I'll give you an example. I'm sure it's the same thing down there. You go out and you talk to people here, and we started out the show by saying, well, people are starting to recognize they're being lied to. Sure, that's one piece of it. I'll tell you another thing that people are starting to really notice here in the United States is, well, nobody ever goes to jail. Well, I would argue that right now is by design. Now, we have 610,000 sealed indictments we can point to. They're there. We have a lot of things we can point to. But to me, it's very clear to exactly what you're saying, that they're going to push people to the edge. Like, people are noticing now. You just read online, talk to people. They keep showing. And look, I don't have to like it. I don't have to like the way they're doing it. But I can certainly see what they're doing. You just keep getting up every day and you keep showing people more corruption, more of a two-tier justice system, more injustice, more whatever you want to label it. And you keep showing more and more and more. And as you do it, you don't indict anybody, even the good guys. And I think that's where people might have gotten. I think that's where some of the MAGA movement is. Maybe they didn't expect this, because he comes in and a lot of big promises, and now here we sit in November, and optically, well, no one's gone to jail. Now, again, I'm not worried about that. I've been watching the plane rides and the indictments and all the other stuff. We have JAG officers in D.C. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I can see to the rest of the public where it's looking like, well, nothing's getting done. No one's going to jail. Well, yeah, I would have to argue that that's part of exactly what you're talking about, which is pushing people to the precipice. I don't know what it's going to look like, but I can tell you right now, the more you keep getting people to understand the system of all the stuff we've talked about, the central bank, the CIA, the media, the more you keep showing them Comey and Brennan and Clapper and Russiagate and all these different things, and then you're simultaneously on the surface doing nothing about it, yeah, that's going to push people to a point where they snap. Now, again, I don't know what that looks like, but to me, it's pretty obvious what they're doing. And that's why, I don't have to like the strategy, but all I can do is recognize it. I don't worry about it because we have all the data points there. He caught them all. We have all, the thing we've been trying to pound home for a long time is you go through the Q drops and you have all the drops in 2018 that were outlining. First of all, they were outlining in Australia, moving some of the pieces of the chessboard in your government around, right? Well, that would indicate there was some degree of control there at that time. Then you read all the drops that talk about the Horowitz report and Huber, and how the two of them worked together, and Sessions, and how Huber had a team of 470 investigators. And I don't even need to go through it again because we've done it so many times on the show, but you read those, Rick, and then you turn on a month ago, John Solomon, as all this stuff is coming about Russiagate, and they're convening grand juries in Florida, and you're like, no, they're not. Q was talking about this 7 years ago. They're telling you they're convening grand juries. It's all written right there. And you look, you say, well, I have that. And now I'm actually watching this play out on my television, and I have the sealed indictments, and they're rolling it out, and they're doing it slowly because one step forward, one step back. And what happens every time they do that? More and more people, not the people here, the normies, are looking at it and getting pissed off, and it's manufactured outrage. And I know people don't like this, but I'd say if you're talking about getting to a point, let's go back to the Fed and eliminating income taxes. Well, think about the first time you learned that you were paying 30%, 35%, 40% of your income to a private company. You got really freaking pissed off. Do you think Donald Trump's going to pull the plug on taxes without everyone else learning that and getting pissed off too? They have to. Right? So that people, the natural question when we talk about eliminating taxes is, well, when? Yeah. When they start to deploy those lessons to people so the rest of the people can get pissed off like we did.
Yep.
I mean,
it was like that book, the secondhand bookshop owner. I could just see that he was so deep in the matrix. When I was talking about the 2% expenditure tax, and he said, "Oh yeah, well," he spoke about some Nordic countries where tax is pretty high, but life is good. It's a bit socialist. And I said, I hate socialism and communism. You don't need that. And it just snapped his brain because he had this two-sided face of the world. You're either a rabid capitalist or a rabid communist. And no, he just couldn't get it. And I thought, okay, this guy's he needs to. In fact, the one thing that got his attention during this discussion, because it was quite calm, and I was just giving him facts and data. And then I explained, look, you got to understand the system is working exactly as intended. It's intended to benefit the elites and destroy everybody else. And for the first time, I actually asked a genuine question. He said, why would they do that? And up until this point, I hadn't used salty language at all. This is very calm. And I said, because they're CUNTs. And he because I actually said the word, and he pulled back, and I had his attention. Now, I've seen this before. Calm, rational debate just washes over people. Mm-hmm. And occasionally, and I don't do it for effect, because when I use salty language, it's genuine. And when I first did it, I regretted it because I thought, that's it, I've torn it. And then I realized, no, it actually woke a whole bunch of people up because somebody finally spoke to them like they're in a pub over a couple of beers rather than some guy in a suit using rounded vowels to describe the normality of 16 murders this week, and it's just normal. It's good. Last week we had 17, so it's improved. Oh, fuck off. It's not normal. And so away you go. And so it does work. The pain, it's just sometimes you got to do it. And there was one question. I don't question the strategy much. If I don't understand it, I just go, I don't understand it. But I was watching some of the false flags the White House rolled out, and I thought, oh, wow. When the people find out that was fake, or that winning that trust back is going to be bad, because I'm not a big fan of the noble lie, which Plato wrote about in the Republic. But then it occurred to me as I'm going, this is going to be tough. How are they going to do it? How are they going to recover trust after such an egregious deception? And we can mention any number of that occurred on screen that we've seen. I've gone, oh no.
Quite a few of them.
Here's what. Yep. And I came to this conclusion. The truth that's coming will be so horrific that even those deceptions will be forgiven. The people say, yeah, now we know why you did that. Because we were in such a hole, such a depraved circumstance that you needed to do that to us. And not everyone, but the great majority of the planet will go, okay, yeah, that made sense. Now we know why you had to do that false flag, that false flag, that false flag, and that false flag. Because we were just too asleep. Because as I go, if they think they're going to get that through logic, not going to happen.
Can I ask you a question on that? Because that's such a great topic. It's also probably something that we do the Friday night call-in show, Open Lines, where we take calls from the audience. It's probably one of the most common questions we get in debate is people say, well, the Trump assassination. I have my I have my opinions on that. Charlie Kirk, I have my opinions on that. Let's give one we can agree on. Joe Biden, right? And they want to know as anons, like, all right, how much of this stuff is the public going to know? And I've kind of vacillated a bit on, for a while, my opinion was, you know what? Yeah, it's going to come out that it was so bad that people will accept that we this is what we had to do. And then kind of as the years go by and the psyops get more frequent and they kind of get more crazy and they get more emotional, I sit there and I say, nah, I don't know how they're ever going to, like, or if they do, it's going to be, do you actually think it's going to get to a point where some of these things are actually revealed? Because look, the reason I ask, Rick, is, I don't know. Let's take one that's controversial, right? Well, we use the recent one, Charlie Kirk. Okay. I've been vocal about that. Now, again, what we always say is, okay, let's not argue about, was it real? Was it not? Who did it? White hat, black hat. Let's say to ourselves, was there a net, other than somebody potentially, I don't think he did, but potentially dying, was there a net Of course there was. You can see how you suddenly brought in millions of young people, that one of the demographics we couldn't get to, and how it created this, revival of Christianity. You can always see the net benefit of it. But then you say to yourself, well, I can't even get other anons. The anons are fighting over whether it was real or not. The anons are fighting over, did Trump get shot? And then we attack each other. I can't believe you said Trump didn't get shot. You're a horrible human being. Charlie Kirk, you are insensitive. I get people calling into the call-in show, literally pretending to be Erica Kirk's doctor. One time this guy calls in. So I say to myself, I get frustrated because I'm like, now this audience, like I said, I honestly believe this audience, and I know I'm biased in this community, is tip of the spear. They're at a point now where they see through so much of this stuff. So I'm not referring them to the people here. But I guess the reason I always wonder how much they're going to bring out is because I say to myself, well, we as anons can't even agree on what's real, it's what's not. And sometimes, how can we ever get the guy that's just caring about watching the football game or the baseball game to even begin to understand what needed to be done? So that's why I waver on that so much.
Yeah, no, that's I understand. I got no problem with that. But here's my take on it. There's a couple of points. One, the reveal will be phased in accordance with the people's capacity to accept the truth. Now, some things will come out quite soon. Some things will come out in a few years. Some things will come out a few decades from now when the current population is dead. And so there is no emotional connection to the event. Like JFK, if I tell my daughters JFK was assassinated in 60, blah, blah, they go, okay, fact, no emotion. But the truth about JFK can come out once the people who suffered the emotional trauma are past. I'm not being callous here. This is just smart. Again, the example I use is the Hebrews being liberated from slavery in Egypt. They wandered the desert for 40 years. Well, I've looked at the land. It doesn't take 40 years to get from Egypt to Canaan. It didn't take 40 years. Why was it 40 years in the desert, literally or metaphorically? Don't care. I'm not a theologian. I'm not a biblical expert. But just take the story as read. What happens in 40 years? All the people that lived under slavery, bar maybe 3, died. So you have this mob of people that never experienced slavery. And if you said to them, hey, look, we're going to take away all your rights, but we'll give you food and water, they went, no, we like being our own people. And so when they have died, then more can come out. So they're not going to come out, on the 5th of July, 2026, they're not going to roll out all the false flags and say, hey, guys, we did it for you. No. It's got to be phased in, point number one. And there will be some I get that will never come out because it is just so, and it might have to do with extraterrestrials or the history of the Earth or who knows, but that might not come out ever. But the stuff that can come out will come out early, short, medium, long term, never. Over a period of weeks, months, years, and decades. And the key thing is that the emotional connection to the event is either non-existent or much diminished. And that's the answer. So is the truth going to come out? Most of it will, probably not all, but most will. Will they find out that the assassination attempt on DJT was fake with the one with the ear? Maybe, but then they can swing around and go, yeah, but there were 14 you didn't hear about. Or what?
Right.
Or maybe there was 17 you didn't hear about. So we gave you, and here's a justification if they wanted to. What we gave you was an example of what was attempted X number of times, missiles in Hawaii, you name it. And so we had to show you what the Black Hats intended without actually giving too much away. And some will buy that and some won't. It doesn't really matter. It's just over time they'll reveal as much as they can in order to empower us to take responsibility. That's the whole point of this.
Yep.
It's everything they do has to empower the individual. Nothing can be allowed to disempower the individual. And if the individuals get cranky and say, I don't want to be lied to by my government anymore, thank you very much. I understand what you did, but I don't like it. The White Hats would probably say, great. Now, that's in the Constitution, so we can't have the government propagandizing the people. Oh, when did that happen? Well, Obama put that in, didn't he? Oh, my God, did he? So we go back to a real implementation of your Constitution and hopefully ours, because we've got some pretty good ideas on what we want with our Constitution, and it reflects most of what you've got. But the point is, if the people are sovereign, you can't lie to them. If you work in the public sector for the government at any level, you can't lie to them. This whole game where the public service does whatever they're told to. No. You lie to the people. You take their coin and you lie. That's treason. That's sedition. You're going to go to prison or be executed. So we get really serious about this stuff. So if they get cranky about false flags, good, because I can turn that around into a positive to create a population that says no more lying to us. You may not lie to us. So if you want to do a false flag, don't do it. And if you don't want to tell us, say no comment and move on. That I can accept. For security reasons, I'm not going to tell you what we just did, but we'll tell you in a little while. So there's so much to this. There are so many wheels within wheels, objectives to achieve. But the bottom line, certainly from A1's perspective and my perspective, everything we do has to empower the people to get to a point where they stand up on their hind legs and say, enough, you can't do this to us anymore.
Yeah, and Rick, you brought up something that we have discussed so much that I think just bears repeating. You brought up the example of JFK, and a lot of people don't understand, or they maybe let their emotions get to them, or they just can't comprehend. Example, let's just take one, DJT not getting shot in the ear, right? There's so many different aspects to that, but then you made them such an important point, JFK. Right now, you could do. I mean, look, it was 3 years ago at this point that Tucker Carlson, 8 p.m. on Fox, literally said the CIA killed him. I mean, if you ask most people at this point, they're going to point it towards the CIA or something. That's the president of the United States that was assassinated by essentially, I mean, it goes up to Israel and Mossad and all different people. But the point is, has it changed society at all whatsoever? Is it even Did it ever become we got to talk about this over the dinner table topic? No, because of exactly the reason you said, which is it's too far in the past, right? So when you look at the Trump assassination attempt in Butler, and then you look at the guy, the parallels, the incredible scripted, in my opinion, parallels between that and the JFK assassination, right? I could go through a million of them. And you say to yourself, you can't understand how they're trying to show people almost a recreation of what these people would go to. And they're putting all the same things in there. The lone shooter, is a parallel to Oswald and the all the different narratives, the Secret Service botching it, parallel to Kennedy, the FBI cover up, parallel to Kennedy. Like they're recreating these things for us. And the Charlie Kirk thing, I would throw it in there too. There's a whole bunch there. The guy what's his face, Tyler Robinson, even looked like Oswald. I mean, they even scripted a guy that looked like him. And I think that is, I know most people that watch our show have heard me say this a million times, but I think it bears repeating because a lot of people don't understand why a lot of these different psyops are being run. It's because you can't just, if somebody stood up and said, all right, even Sandy Hook, if somebody stood up and said, let me tell you about Sandy Hook, that might piss a few people off, but that was still 13 years ago now. We don't even get pissed off about stuff that happened, 6 months ago, let alone something that happened 10 or 12 or 20 or 50 years ago. So that's, another aspect of these psyops. And I almost wonder, I'd love your opinion on this. Like, do you think it might get to the point where we execute one of these psyops, and because the time, I'm noticing the time between event and narrative getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Do you think we might get to a point where they execute one of these false flags? I would think it would be a white hat false flag, whether it be a school shooting or another assassination attempt or something. And it's almost like we catch them in real time and everyone gets to experience it and see it in real time on the news. Like, oh my God, they made this whole thing up, or or the CIA, it happens all at once instead of it drags out over a year. Do you think that's where we might be headed?
That's exactly the objective. Mm-hmm. I think that is the objective. What in waking somebody up, you do it gently, and you've got kids. Come on, sweetie, it's time to go up, get ready for school. And you wait a few minutes, and then the visits become more frequent. Eventually, it's get out of bed, right?
Right.
What they're doing is, if they can get to the point where the people can spot a false flag, massive win that's a big W, big win for the white hats, because now you've got a thinking population that's not being deceived. We have been deceived for the longest time. We've been demoralized. We've been brainwashed. We've been fill in the blank. And now what they're doing with these false flags, one of the other benefits, apart from having a tactical benefit, one of the strategic benefits is to get a thinking population that is more cynical and less trusting of the message. They're going to say, show me the evidence, please. So, I think that's not an objective, but it's not a purpose, but it's certainly objective to achieve. When we get a population that is not believing the 9 o'clock news, we're in the best possible position to take control of our country and say, no, you don't. I want to see you face to face in my office, and this is to do with pushing power down to the counties in our country, for example. The elected judge, the elected sheriff, and the elected mayor, where they are responsive in real time to the guy that can walk into his or her office, and put a finger in their face. Now, trust is the foundation of leadership. It's like you're building a house. The slab is trust. Without that, you've got nothing. The pillars are something else. I can talk about that. But every relationship is predicated on trust. Without trust, you don't have anything. And chipping away at this blind trust that people have, and that's just the wisdom of fools. Blind loyalty is the wisdom of fools. Stop being loyal to, and this is what I say to people, don't be loyal to a person, not because all people are bad, because some are good, but they're variable. They get tired, they get lazy, they get married, they get pregnant, they don't get pregnant, they get divorced. Their performance is not 100% reliable. So being loyal to an individual is not wise, and I tell people that. But what you should be loyal to, and this is what we teach in A1, be loyal to an idea, an immutable idea, and that idea better be pretty strong. And when you're loyal to an idea, then you've got something for the people to rally around. And that's why, I pledge allegiance to the flag and the Constitution for which it stands. Man, that's just beautiful. As opposed to, what was it, the oath to the Führer of Germany? No, you don't take an oath to a person. You take an oath to an idea. And if that idea is predicated on divine goodness, let's say Christianity, as opposed to some made-up warlord that never really existed that says go kill people if they don't join your religion. Thanks, Muhammad. If it has a basis in divine beauty, then you've got an allegiance to something beyond everybody, and it's all of a sudden your life is of less consequence. It's not unimportant. It's very important. It's a gift from God. You don't throw it away, but by the same token, don't imagine for a second that your life is more important than what you are doing with your life. We're all going to die. Might as well do the best you can while you're here. And so this trust is being eroded, which is great because it's blind trust. It's blind loyalty. Oh, I never thought, the doctor wouldn't lie to me. COVID, that's been fixed. Oh, the government wouldn't lie to me. False flags, that's been fixed. The NFL would never lie to me. Scripted games, that's been fixed. Yep. Bang, bang. They're chipping away at this blind loyalty, this blind trust, which has been the foundation upon which, instead of we've built a good country and a good planet, the enemy, the Committee of 300, whoever, has been able to convince us of all sorts of lies.
Yep. Yeah, and I think again, whether people like it or not, I think that's a brilliant analysis, and I can see it. The especially since the Charlie Kirk situation, you got people like Candace Owens out there that are pushing and doing the surrogate work for the things that people close to Trump could never in a million years even say or address. And every time she does it, there's tens of millions of people looking at it. And I'll tell you one thing, just, for people in Australia and people here in the United States and Canada, this is just my personal experience, but I have run into more people. Again, I'm not, we're in a little bit of a different world. If we, for those of us that believe that was a white hat op, we don't have to get into that. But I'll tell you right now, as far as people that, to what Rick is saying, that are, you think about, well, if the white hats did it, like there were so many holes in that. It was absurd. And I remember somebody asked me, I was trying to tell them my view on it. And he said, all right, I could almost see that. He goes, but then why would they leave so many holes in it? Why were there so many? I was like, that's exactly why they would do it, because they want people to see through the BS, not to where we are, where it was completely fake, but they want to see through. Why was the camera footage taken and the connections to the donors and the bullet, all of that. Like, to me, it's one of the first times I've ever seen where there are millions and millions and millions of people discussing a false flag. And again, you could decide which way it was a false flag. That doesn't matter, but there's tens of millions of people discussing that. And you juxtapose that, Rick, with Sandy Hook, where, they pulled that off and the entire country was crying about it. And it was a very, very small fraction of the extreme thin internet that might have even considered that to be a false flag. And now you have somebody like a Candace Owens and others out there, some of the biggest names in alt media, with tens of millions of people creating a dialogue, dissecting through the bullshit. That is incredible progress. And, I just think that I expect more. And it seems to me that every time they do it, that Overton window shifts, and that time from event to, wait a second, this doesn't make sense, seems to get shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. I think that's a good way to gauge public consciousness.
Yeah, the use of time is critical. Timing is critical in military ops, but in special ops, it's doubly so, triply so. When you've got small teams doing big jobs, timing is critical. And using time, knowing how to use time, is really important. Too soon, no good. Too late, no good. On the money, exactly right. And so you've got to pick your time, and the use of time as a resource. A simple, silly example, but you get what I mean. In a negotiation, when you're negotiating, silence is a real weapon, and most people hate silence. When you sit there, and I've been for some pretty high risk, I guess, of the outcome. And I just sat there and I said my bit, and then dead silence. And I could feel, I wasn't even looking at the other person. I could feel the other person sort of starting to shift uncomfortably, and the silence was killing them. So using time and silence, using that time through silence, is a real resource that most people fail to use wisely. In special ops, and this is one massive special ops, SIPE is just a subset of special ops. It's critical that people get that. Timing is critical. Let them feel it now. And the silly analogy, of course, is, the US cavalry comes to rescue the homesteaders at the last possible safe moment. Too late's no good, too early's no good, just in time. And so that the homesteaders learn that going into Indian country without a gun's not too smart. That's when the lesson is learnt. And if you want the psychology of it, an event plus emotion creates a memory. An event absent emotion doesn't stick. So there's a number of ways to look at exactly why they're doing it. It's got to be done. They're dealing with 7 billion people.
Yep.
Let's have a little bit of humility. Trust that they've thought this thing through.
Yep.
And they sort of know what they're doing. They've done a great job to date. Let's just keep asking questions, because that's good, but let's not be silly about it.
I have to repeat what you just said and remember that. That is so important. An event plus emotion creates a lasting memory. Without it, it doesn't have the impact. You're 100% right. 100% right. And that's why you look at the pattern of all these false flags. Look at the Trump assassination attempt. Corey Comparatori. Look, we've dissected that whole thing. Why did they throw in that somebody died? It's the emotion. That's what makes it sink in. And in so many of these things, you're 100% right. That's incredibly important. I got one more thing I'd like to run by you if you have a minute before we wrap up. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure.
All right. And guys, if you're, we got a whole bunch of people here tonight. Thank you all again for being here. If you're enjoying this, I know you guys always enjoy when we have Lieutenant Colonel Bosi on. Please take a minute, share the show, share his contact information, which is here on the screen, also linked below in the Rumble description. If you guys are watching this on replay, you can find it there. And please take a minute, hit that positive affirmation button, the heart button over on X, and the thumbs up on Rumble. We greatly appreciate that. So, Rick, I think since the last time that you and I spoke, it's been a number of months, I believe. So, we were kind of discussing it backstage, how, another way to kind of gauge how far we've come as in all these countries. But, I know we focus, at least from the operational standpoint, we focus here on what's happening in the U.S. And I don't think you can glance over the fact that I said at one time, I'm like, I think even us as Anons, and we considered ourselves to be pretty far up the learning curve. I think even we don't realize how we have changed, right? And the best example I can give is a number of years ago, let's say even 2 years ago, well, we spent the whole 4 years of the faux Biden administration screaming for the military to come in. Where's the military? When are they coming in? And now it's like every other day, well, not every other day, but at this point, it's every couple of weeks. It's like, oh, here goes the military into another city, and we're like, ho hum, like we don't even realize that. But that's indicative. But the bigger picture is who else is not complaining about it? The public. Yeah, again, you can watch what you're seeing on Fox News, and they zoom out, and it's like, really, it's 100 people protesting. Are we going to lose our minds over that? They showed New York City the other day. There was 80 people there, tussling with police. That's not all of society rejecting what Trump is doing. Now, they can make it look that way, and they try to, but it's not. They go into D.C., where they supposedly voted 90% for Clinton and for Biden. They've been there, no problems. They've been in Memphis. You hear nothing about it. I don't think we can glance over that, because if they had tried doing that, let's say in 2020 at the height of the George Floyd protest, you think we'd be having the same reaction right now? It really is indicative of how far I think we've grown, not just Anons. I mean, the whole society. That, yes, you can listen to the noise and the talking heads, but the reality of the situation is you go most of these places where the guard has been sent in, and it's just business as usual. And I think that's such an important point. We can't lose sight of that. But, one of the next steps, and to me, one of the biggest signals that we've gotten is you had I think this was back in October at this point. Judge Jeanine, the TV judge, announcing we're bringing 20 JAG officers into DC, because JAG officers totally help prosecute civilian crimes. It's exactly how it works, right? It's such a huge signal. And then a number of weeks later, they haven't implemented yet, but they said that Hegseth has requested upwards of 600 more to help prosecute or process immigration cases, right? All right, that's a great story. I don't think that's what it is at all, but I want to play a video and show a Q drop, and then ask you kind of your opinion on how we might get there, because there's so much signal going on right now. The whole Seditious Six, which to me is very clearly a white hat op to start showing people actual sedition in real time. I think Mark Kelly is the star of it, because they've given us the lesson that somebody that is retired military could be recalled and then prosecuted in a court-martial. I think all of this stuff is signal of starting to warm up the public. But I'm going to play this video, and then I kind of want to get your take on how we might get from, because the video I'm going to play is Professor David Clements. We had him on the show, and he's a former prosecutor himself. He was a federal prosecutor, and he even said, he's like, number one, if you believe that they're bringing JAG officers in to prosecute like parking tickets and immigrants, that is absurd. And he said you have to use your common sense with these sealed indictments. It's up to 610,000 here in the States alone, not including Australia and Canada and everywhere else. And yes, some of those sealed indictments could be processed things like warrants and things, but let's just say it's 50,000 or 100,000. Even if it was 50,000, the logistics of getting through that, if we think it's going to go the way we're watching on the television right now, we better all buckle up, because we're going to be here for about another 40 or 50 years. But anyway, I want to play this video, and then we'll discuss kind of maybe how this might play out. But those of you on the channel have seen this, but I think it's a good refresher of kind of where I think and hope the narrative might be going.
Former prosecutor, I know investigations must be lawful to withstand scrutiny. In the civilian justice system, we follow a clear process, starting with a reasonable, articulable suspicion, specific facts suggesting wrongdoing, a low bar, escalating to probable cause, enough evidence for legal action like warrants, then clear and convincing evidence, a strong case, often for civil matters, and finally, beyond a reasonable doubt, proof for criminal convictions. This is how I would have built a case against election fraud or treason, betraying the nation to foreign powers per Article 3 of the Constitution. In 2016, suspicion arose when the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane, a probe into Trump's campaign, was unmasked in 2025 as a fabricated Russia hoax by Obama's intelligence officials, with Clinton's allies fueling the lie. This justified secret probes into treason or seditious conspiracy, plotting to overthrow the government. By 2018, Executive Order 13848, a presidential directive ordering the Director of National Intelligence to investigate foreign election interference, built probable cause. Declassified 2025 reports confirm meddling, like Chinese-funded fake ballots. The 2020 sting, tracking fraud via Space Force or Starlink, gathered strong evidence of a stolen election, with Antifa's riots as a distraction. In 2025, declassification could deliver undeniable proof for convictions. Given the military stakes, treason under a national security framework, the Uniform Code of Military Justice applies for tribunals. Military investigations start with preliminary inquiries, like reasonable suspicion, based on credible information of crimes like aiding the enemy. Commanders' investigations, akin to probable cause, justify charges, leading to courts-martial, requiring proof beyond a reasonable doubt, as in civilian courts. In a continuity of government scenario, military tribunals could prosecute traitors if civilian courts are captured, bypassing corrupted judges. Trump's sting, if under continuity of government, blended civilian evidence building with military rigor, preparing for tribunals.
Now, Rick, before I throw it to you, if you indulge me one more minute, the last line he said there, blended essentially civilian with military, right? Think about that last line. Also think about everything he said. He did this video back in October, but now think about everything he's talking about with election fraud and the whole Venezuela situation that we discussed earlier in the show, right? It all connects to a declass, in my opinion, to a pattern of declass. I'm going to go through this very quickly, guys. Screen cap this if you haven't seen it before. We've done entire shows on it, so I'm not going to waste too much time on it. But I want to point out what was in the drops, Rick, which was 2523, where this is one entire drop. And highlighted there, it's talking about treason on the left. Donald Trump was talking about treason. This is all in there. And on the right side, it's highlighting where they're unlawful enemy combatants. And they're pointing you back to 2018 when Lindsey Graham was questioning then candidate Brett Kavanaugh in his confirmation hearing for the Supreme Court. And it says, executive order effective 1/1/19. DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion, enemy combatant, drops combined, paint a full picture. Well, when you look up that executive order of 1/1/2019, what you find was Executive Order 13825. And what it did is it was a direct reform to the Uniform Code of Military Justice and following the Military Justice Act of 2016. And it revised court-martial procedures, updated definitions of the UCMJ, restructuring pretrial and post-trial processes, aligning some military justice principles more closely with federal civilian criminal law, exactly as Professor Clements says in that video. And it's basically saying, essentially, it modernized the military justice system, and it took place on 1/1/19, just as Q was talking about. And then one more time in drop, what is this, 1927, it's drawing our attention to the updated Section 12 of the Manual for Courts Martial. And basically what it's saying, the Secretary of Defense, in consultation with the Secretary of Homeland Security, will issue non-binding guidance regarding factors that commanders, convening authorities, staff judge advocates, and judge advocates should take into account when exercising their duties with respect to the disposition of charges and specifications in the interest of justice and discipline under Articles 30 and 34 of the UCMJ. The guidance will take into account, with appropriate consideration of military requirements, the principles contained in the official guidance of the Attorney General to attorneys for the federal government with respect to the disposition of federal criminal cases in accordance with the principle of fair and even-handed administration of federal criminal law. So, Rick, exactly as Professor Clements is talking about in that video, Donald Trump, and Q pointed this out back in 2018, Donald Trump created a bridge between federal, again, here it's saying federal criminal cases, think sealed indictments, and military law and the UCMJ. So they're right there in those two slides. Like I said, guys, screen cap them, read them in more detail. We have an entire show that we did on this. But Rick, it couldn't be any more clear. There's a lot of speculation we do on continuity of government and other things. Derek Johnson lays out the laws and orders. Right here in the drops, you see that Donald Trump created a bridge between federal law and military law, right? So there is your roadmap to get us to military tribunals. And I don't think anybody with any degree of common sense that's been watching this kind of stuff could say to ourselves, we're going to sit here and watch Kash Patel and Pam Bondi play this out. It would be decades upon decades. It's not even possible. So my long question as I'm setting this up is, you can start to see now this seditious six situation being seeded in. You can actually, here in the States, we're getting actual discussions on places like Fox News actually referencing the UCMJ, which to me is a big step forward because that's not something that's discussed in the media. How do you think I think this seditious six thing is starting to build a bridge, but how do you think we play this out? Like, do you have any speculation on how we're going to, because for us, obviously, we're calling for it. Let's do it now. And I actually think there's quite a few people in the country that probably wouldn't have an issue with it. But the same way we kind of had to ease into and justify the military going into different cities, and that seems to be happening without any major issue. How do you think we actually make that jump from what we're watching now, which is, Kash and the DOJ and all these other things, to the military is going to step in and actually start prosecuting this without, again, with the public accepting it, because that's been the clear roadmap. Everything they do has been done in a way so that the public can understand what's happening. Do you have any speculation on what potentially we might see or how they might ease us into that? And I know that was a very long setup, but I wanted to give everyone the context of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And remind me if I don't cover a point, and I'll try to be as concise as I can. First point. My understanding, they don't actually need that EO in terms of applying, strictly speaking, according to continuity of government. They don't need the civilians. Military does what it does it well. That's point number one. So why would they then, to use your term, which is quite a good one, build a bridge? Because it's not necessary lawfully, but it certainly makes it more palatable for the civilians, unless you're going to say, hey, we've been under martial law for the last few years. Good luck with that. What they're doing is they're putting a bit of a teaspoon of sugar makes the medicine go down, as Mary Poppins said. So they're going, oh, okay, so they're modernizing the military, because the military is quite abrupt when it comes to its law. And so that they, in accordance, I'd have to read the specific details, but that line that said, with due recognition of military requirements, we're going to make it short version. Natural justice will apply, which it might not have done previously. Point number two: why is the second reason why they're doing that is because they haven't got enough people. They've got enough JAG officers to do it. They need to employ existing legal professionals according to a new set of rules, which has already been done. They know it's required to start playing a different game because the numbers are too great. Third point: a number of these sealed indictments have already been dealt with. They've been dealing with them for years. Rear Admiral Crandall was famously doing a bang-up job years ago. Some offshore, off Australian east coast, in fact, in naval vessels. So that's been happening for some time. The seditious six. Let me just make a comment on that. What they said was not wrong, and then everyone got their knickers in a knot. No, well, what they said was correct. And in fact, it's not so much you may disobey an unlawful command. The law is quite clear to us in the West, rather. You must disobey a lawful command unless there are circumstances that prevent it. For example, if you're in an extremist situation and you're clearing a stronghold and there are enemy all around you, the tango's thick and fast, and the boss says, take that guy out, you squeeze the trigger and you find out later that it was a hostage. You can't be punished for murder in that circumstance because it's an in extremis situation. There is no time for a consultation process, which is very different to sitting on your shiny ass in the Pentagon making decisions that are obviously unlawful, following directions that are obviously unconstitutional. Next point. So what he said was actually correct. But what the next point is, what that seditious six bit, and I agree, this is a white hat op. It's opening the door for discussion on exactly these issues. So now they're saying, oh, okay, so you are supposed to disobey lawful commands, but okay, I see. But then people threw in comments like, oh, their intention was to be seditious. You can't get charged with an intention. Actus rea. Okay, you might intend to, mens rea, you might intend to do something. If you don't do it, you can't get charged. There's two parts to the law. You got to do it. And if it hasn't been done, it hasn't been done. Oh, well, sedition is different because you're generating uncertainty. No, that's not what you saw there was not sedition. What they said was legally correct or lawfully correct. You must disobey an unlawful command and don't obey unlawful commands if they come at you. Okay, great. But again, that wasn't the purpose of it. It was to get people discussing it. The next point, what the discussion has now done is, and this is where I love the White Hats, they're so sharp. They have effectively, in one fell swoop, exonerated all the officers in the last decades who have disobeyed their commanders because their commanders are actually unlawfully giving them orders. That makes sense? So all the people that were working for the White Hats for the last many, many decades that apparently could be charged for being seditious and treasonous under the corporate-controlled bogus military, they're now exonerated because they disobeyed unlawful commands. Simultaneously, they have now implicated all the officers that have continued to obey unlawful commands directed by a corporation to this corporate military. So it's got so many levels to it. It is such a clever move because you think about it. What, the Q guys sat there and they planned a soft coup d'etat against the presidency? They should all be hung, drawn, and quartered. Oh, except for one thing. They were disobeying unlawful commands, which is required. So they have gone from seditious, treasonous bastards to heroes of the Republic. These guys who oversaw all this deception and lies and unlawful orders, they've now been hoisted by their own petard, and I think it's just great. Kelly, yeah, he's a bit player. It doesn't matter. He's just the means by which this discussion is taking place. You know, there's a lot to be done. It's already been done. A lot of these have been done. They've been filmed, and they'll be shown in time. This is part of the reveal. So it's another event, and if anything, we observers must apply. It's the 24, 48, 72, maybe 96-hour rule. Watch it and say nothing, and just think for a minute. And you go, and most people, if you think about it with a little bit of background, they'll hear an opinion and say, "Oh, that makes sense, actually, doesn't it? Oh, that'll save me the getting all hot and bothered and clutching my pearls and running around with my hair on fire and tearing my party dress." Eventually, people just sit there, as you quite rightly said earlier, they'll sit there and go, "No, that's a false flag. I'm good." I'll just wave it off.
Yep. I agree. And I think as far as how and when, who knows, but I think the same way that they eased us into, you know, they used the beating up of big balls and the shooting of the two Senate staffers in DC as justification. Okay, that's it. We got to go in. Who knows? Election, probably something to do with Russiagate or election fraud or a combination thereof in a big way. I think that would push people over the top where they could say, you know what, now the military is gonna step and do this. But I agree with you. I see that. To me, this is like everything else. It's just and it makes me happy because this to me is the signal you got, rather than just saying when's it going to happen, like look for the signal that we're starting to, like, we've taken a different exit off the highway, right? This is the military justice exit. We're starting to head towards that road, and this is all the signal they're giving you. And every day you turn on the news and there's it, who knows where they're going to take this thing next, because you're right, technically what they said is true. But then you got Kelly out there over the weekend, doubling down and tripling down. Who knows what they're going to say next? But yeah, I think seeing this happen in combination with the Venezuela stuff and now Smartmatic and all that, guys, you can see all the narratives coming together the same way. All the narratives came together to justify the mass deportations. All the narratives came together to justify National Guard starting to move in. To me, it's the same thing. So. I think it's all reason to be incredibly optimistic. You know, again, we have JAG officers in DC, and you know, do we forget? Like, again, if Rick, if somebody had come along in 2022 and said, by the way, we're putting JAG officers in DC, we would have all been like celebrating, you know, going nuts. But again, just put together the trail of breadcrumbs, and you know, you start to see the roadmap coming together, and I think it's exciting to see.
Okay.
So
brilliant.
All right. Let me just take 1 minute, Rick, before we do some final thoughts. Let me just thank everybody over here in Rumble. I want to thank Justin Case Fan for gifting 5 subscriptions. We have a couple of rants here. Kermit 4 Swigler, the $10 rant, said more comms today, 17-minute speeches. I have to take a look at that. Maybe you might have been Trump lighting the Christmas tree. I'll have to take a look at that. Thank you. Parkmon 1 with a $2 rant. Truth is forming a tighter circle. I love that you have Lieutenant Colonel Bosi here, as do we. Thank you for that. Denise Volbrack with a $10 rant. I cursed in the chat. Bosi fired me up. Thank you, Rick. Dale Box 1 with a $17 rant. 2026 will be a great year. Yes, I do believe it will be, my friend. Thank you. Bran Brand Kit Kat with a $10 rant. Awesome show, Dave. Thank you. Thank you very much, my friend. DD Myron with a $5 rant. Great show, Dave. I love Ricardo. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you, my friend. And let me just double check, make sure I didn't miss anybody else here. Don't want to leave anyone else out. Oh, one more here. Denise Fulbrack with a $5 rant. Were the seditious six firing shots across the bow to the military that did the treasonous acts already? I think we addressed that. Again, I agree with Rick. I think it's more introduction, conversation forming, and narrative management than anything else. I think it's probably going to escalate, would be my guess, but well, let's see what happens. And Salt Muncher ODA with a $5 rant says, great interview. Thank you very, very much. Well, Rick, it's always incredible anytime we get a chance to listen to you and your wisdom. As I said at the top of the show, you've been such a steady voice and an inspiration for so many of us. We're sitting here on opposite sides of the world with an audience from all over the world, all sitting here fighting for the same cause in each of our respective countries and really the world as a whole, and all analyzing the same information together, which I think is just, it blows my mind sometimes to even be a small piece of it. So we're always honored when you can be here. And I obviously want to give you a chance to have any final thoughts or final words before we wrap up.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, it's great being here, guys. I love being here. I can't wait to get to the US and we can have a lemonade together. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll invite as many people want to come. It'll be a big lemonade night. Okay, but let me just, I want to mention a couple of things before I go, which I want to either reinforce or bring up. If you get a chance, and you should, put everything else down, get Dr. John Coleman's book about the Committee of 300. It's an easy read. It's a compelling read. It is just breathtaking, and it'll make so much sense to you. It'll give you the framework. It'll give you the prism through which to watch the events, and it'll make so much sense to you. It'll save you a lot of heartache. Second point, just on trade barriers. A lot of intelligent economists will say it's bad for this and bad for that. Well, have a look at Lincoln, Garfield, and McKinley. Your three presidents are all assassinated. What do they have in common? Big fans of tariffs. Yep. Yep. Simple as that, guys. So think about it. Now, who ordered the assassination of Lincoln? Disraeli. Who was Disraeli? British Prime Minister. Hated him. So whenever you see somebody against something, find out who they're keeping company with, and you know what side of the argument to be on, okay? And last one, if you want a better understanding of the electoral fraud and the story behind the electoral fraud, particularly as it's being executed, or has been, because it's done now, executed by Venezuela, go to this interview by Laura Logan. That's what I was trying to think of earlier. Laura Logan, Going Rogue, episode 45. Laura Logan, Going Rogue, episode 45, and she interviews Gary Bernstein, who's the guy that did the heavy lifting, and Ralph Pezzullo is his partner in crime in getting this message out. They have detailed understanding, and they explain it in such a way that you'll begin to understand that Venezuela, it's more than drugs. Drugs is the source of cash flow to make the people wealthy, to get the other stuff done. And there is other stuff going to come out, my guess, about Venezuela that'll turn your stomach. So it's not just drugs and election fixing. As bad as that is, there's other stuff to come. But other than that, I'm good. I'm done. Dave, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Apologies to all the sensitive ears out there for my salty language. I always do best to tone it down, but occasionally that swear jar just is screaming out for more money. So that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend. Oh,
Ricardo Bosi and Dave from News Channel 17. We're going to check out this interview from Sheila Holmes. And you can find that last video at Bosi's channel, Australia One Party, on Rumble. A lot more to find out about Venezuela. Bosi's about the only person that talks about that in depth. So it's kind of fascinating.
jihadists are not done. Iran promises death to America. They've built sleeper.
Should you rethink butter? It depends. Butter is not butter. Is not butter. This contains.
December 5th, 2025. Hello, I'm John Michael Chambers, and welcome to the premiere episode Special Report with Sheila Holm. This show will be published monthly at jmcbroadcasting.com and our full distribution network. Sheila is a deep researcher, theologian, and Christian. She's a prolific author of 19, maybe 20 books now, including An Eternal Plan and For the Sake of America series. She's a national speaker at events such as the Reawaken America Tour, which was quite popular during its run, with Clay Clark, General Flynn, Eric Trump, and a host of others. Her journey and teachings have led her to many countries on nearly every continent. She's done thousands of interviews and is a coveted guest by podcasters. Sheila has become an expert on many topics, including the Georgia Guidestones, and continues to weigh in on the current state of affairs unfolding in America and throughout the world, sharing both her insights and wisdom through a spiritual, patriotic, and biblical lens. Now, those that follow my programming, I direct you to Conversations of Consequence, of course, after this show. You'll find that on our platform, where we spent, Sheila and I, about an hour and a half together, where I interview what I consider to be some of the most critically important voices of our times. For those that would like to learn more about Sheila, that episode will take you back through her incredible journey. And what we're going to do right now is just that, in about a 5-minute video, learning a little bit more about Sheila Holm and what her journey and her mission is. And then we'll bring Sheila on the screen to get into the issues of the day and to dive deep into pieces of our past, because we must learn from the past. Let's run this video clip on Sheila Holm.
I do ask every publisher, every editor, and every newsman in the nation to re-examine his own standards and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. For the facts of the matter are that this nation's foes have openly boasted of acquiring through our newspapers information they would otherwise hire agents to acquire through theft, bribery, or espionage. The details of this nation's covert preparations to counter the enemy's covert operations have been available to every newspaper reader, friend and foe alike. That the size, the strength, the location, and the nature of our forces and weapons, and our plans and strategy for their use, have all been pinpointed in the press and other news media to a degree sufficient to satisfy any foreign power. The newspapers which printed these stories were loyal, patriotic, responsible, and well-meaning. Had we been engaged in open warfare, they undoubtedly would not have published such items. But in the absence of open warfare, they recognized only the tests of journalism and not the tests of national security. And my question tonight is whether additional tests should not now be adopted. That question is for you alone to answer. No public official should answer it for you. No governmental plan should impose its restraints against your will. But I would be failing in my duty to the nation in considering all of the responsibilities that we now bear and all of the means at hand to meet those responsibilities if I did not commend this problem to your attention. It is the unprecedented nature of this challenge that also gives rise to your second obligation, and that is our obligation to inform and alert the American people, to make certain that they possess all the facts that they need and understand them as well, the perils, the prospects, the purposes of our program, and the choices that we face. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger. And yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. Nevertheless, every democracy recognizes the necessary restraints of national security. And the question remains whether those restraints need to be more strictly observed if we are to oppose this kind of attack as well as outright invasion.
Welcome, Sheila home. Nice to see you, ma'am.
It is good to be with you. Major launch.
Thanks for being here.
Major launch.
Yes, this is the premiere episode. And what I'd like to do is sort of a different approach than I typically do. And we'll find our way in the sun as we move forward. But I can assure our viewers, listen up very closely to everything you're about to hear over the course of the next hour. Sheila, before I have you weigh in on some of the critical issues of the day that I personally, and I'm sure our audience would like you to weigh in on, there's a couple of three things easily, if not a whole lot more, that are critically important right now. We'll certainly go there. But tell our viewers what you're presently working on, and what would you like to kick off reporting to our viewers today?
Well, what I'm always working on are books, and I set aside 3 books. It took 3 years to put the new one together.
Does this simple egg trick really help fight off dementia? Well, the answer may surprise you. You've probably heard that as you get older, your memory will never be the same. You'll have to get used to the constant brain fog and forgetfulness, precious memories fading and going blank halfway through conversations, and the worry of losing your independence as you slowly decline. But what if I told you that's not true at all? What if I told you that there's a simple trick you can do from home that can help improve it in weeks without brain training games or taking expensive medications? Sounds too good to be true, right? That's what I thought too until I saw my sister-in-law at a family party. She'd been struggling with these problems for years, but she suddenly seemed like a totally different person. She was sharp as a tack, telling jokes, and reminiscing about all these old stories from the past that I'd completely forgotten even happened. I asked her what her secret was, and she told me about this weird memory trick that she'd seen on TV. She said it was a simple snack that she ate every day. She said it apparently cleared some sort of toxin that had built up and was causing the forgetfulness. She said it was easy to do and it only took 10 seconds to make. She said it started to work within days. She started thinking clearer and had carried on improving ever since. She said apparently thousands of people were doing it and seeing the same results. I was skeptical, but I decided to give it a try, and boy, am I glad I did. I felt like I could finally think clearly for the first time in years. I couldn't believe it. I felt like a new person. I could remember every detail of my life again. I stopped having to make lists for everything. I got the all clear to come off my meds, and I'm saving a fortune. And the best part is, I could hold a conversation again without losing my train of thought. And get this, even my own doctor started doing this himself after seeing how fast I'd improved. If you'd like to see this memory trick for yourself, just tap the link below and see this short free video that shows you everything you need to know. Trust me, you won't regret it. I hadn't even realized at the time how much it had been affecting me, like forgetting people's birthdays or important appointments, or losing my keys and not remembering passwords, or not even knowing what meals I'd eaten the day before. And hey, just to see the look on my daughters' faces when they see they've got their dad back is worth it alone. Finding this is the best thing that ever happened to me, so I take every chance I get to share it with others who might be struggling like I was. So tap the button below to go watch it now and see exactly how you can start using.
And now I just was working on the other books, and I had the opportunity to turn the new book into a hardback edition. People had wondered if I could do that. I didn't know how to do that. I found out how to do that. It just came out on Monday, December 1. And so that book is now available in hardback. And I'm probably going to do it for the book series, also Nation Restoration. It looks just exactly like the photo that they're showing. It is so thick, being 500 pages, that the picture does go into the fold of the spine. And so it looks exactly like what was created for the video on my introductory video.
Excellent. Well, you want to get into some of the content or a particular aspect? I know there's critically important information, which is in part what you're all about, revealing information, sharing things sometimes widely unknown that are critically important for everybody. But I'm going to give you the full reins, at least on the initial kickoff of this show right now. Take us where you'd like to go. What do you want to focus our viewers' attention on at this moment?
I think we've made a critical shift as of right before and during and just after Thanksgiving. What's been happening between Kash Patel saying, tune in, stay tuned in. We're going to be doing a lot of things, and it's going to happen quickly after Thanksgiving. And so everyone's geared up for that. Then what did the president do? I had just announced about when you look at people who are not documented, we have a lot of people running departments, running bureaus, people who've even been candidates and become presidents in America that were not documented Americans. They, to be a president, to be a candidate, to be a president, your parents have to be natural born. And that's not true for 41. We're questioning 42 because he was a Rockefeller. It wasn't true of 43 because he was the son of 41, and 41 and his wife were both Germany. And so neither one qualified because his parents were also Germany, and they were not named Bush. And so there they are with identity theft, with fake names, with coming into America and running things. But it's the same for J. Edgar Hoover. So a lot of this is in the point 35 on FBI in the new book. But I've been talking about the sheriffs because God brought this to my attention by the 4th and 5th book in the book series, the For the Sake of America series that you showed. So it's been revealed, but now to look at the election process and realize we don't have a problem with just getting to paper ballots, same-day voting, small precincts. We have a huge problem with voter registration, putting people in on the candidate rolls for going on a ballot, because then it becomes official, and then the people have the choice to vote, and the people aren't even qualified to even be on the ballot for that position. So we have issues to take care of in this country in order to bring us back to the truth, because we're not just being lied to, we're operating in lies that they have structured in such a way that it is not our country. It is not our structure. And so there's a lot of work for we the people to do, because the true wording is we the people in order to form a more perfect union. It's not may the government form a more perfect union. May the president become a dictator and tell all of us what we have to do to clean it up. It's we the people working together. And that's why they've spent so much time distributing all of these lies and dividing us from every angle, and starting with the family. The worst part of division in the book was all the 45 points all support the fact of destructing this complete destruction of the family unit. When you destroy the family and you keep the fathers away from the family and make divorce easy, I mean, all these different things that they've done, then you're ruining the fabric of a nation. Because if you don't have unity in the house, you don't have unity in your community. And so that's why God had me put in the entire chapter of Titus 1. And that's because in every section, and I've been telling people, work on your city managers, your city councils, your trustee boards of your villages, work on everybody, the commissioners in your county. And sometimes they're called supervisors. So they're either commissioners or supervisors. These are the people who run your money. And in Titus 1, it says you're required in a community to put 2 elders in the position to watch that money. And they need to be people who can be trusted to the point they will not deceive people, which is happening everywhere in America, and they will not be involved in grift. It was that specific in the scripture. And we haven't spent the time making sure that's not happening. So to get it turned around, it's not about arresting people we can see the names of. It's not about arresting the people we know that we're involved with them. The focus is we've got to have our foundation from the ground up cleared up. And so that's been my focus. And that's the focus. The next books are 6 and 7 in the series, 2nd edition, Nation Restoration. So the books you brought up tonight, that is still my focus. That's still where I'm going. And I had to set those 3 aside because this new book on the 45 points was so urgent with the Father. But all of it has been. I mean, I'm in Georgia, so I'm not in San Diego, so I have time to write. But I didn't think it would be here I am in 2025 going into 26 when I came for 3 weeks in 2013. So the number of books, you're right. Now we're up to the 20 number and there's going to be another 3. And then there's another 5 I set aside from before. So I'm growing in numbers that I never planned on. But even the first 3 were so urgent in 2014. If my people would be filled in faith, functioning in the storehouse, operating in a blessing cycle, they could operate in his currency, and that way we wouldn't care what the world did. We wouldn't care if the whole economy collapsed. Because when you operate together in truth with believers who operate in truth, that's what Father guides us through, because he knows the end from the beginning. So all of my focus is we've got to get there. And it's been so urgent. And this 45 points book just took 3 years to get all this together because it's that deep. And what they have done to us. And it was subtle, and they did it from the very beginning of our nation.
Wow. Well, when you look up the terms prolific writer in the dictionary, we see your face. That's a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of research, and a lot of commitment. And we thank you for that. You know, I want to touch on something you mentioned, very important, because it ties into the news cycle today, even though it goes back perhaps to George Herbert Walker Bush. You know, and you and I have talked off camera relatively recently, and I'll say this here, you know, Juan O'Savin had reported on one of my shows a while back that long before we heard of the auto pen in the Biden presidency, that the Biden presidency would become null and void, to use that term, if you will. And he took it all the way back to Clinton. Now you're taking it back as far as George Herbert Walker Bush or further. Now, what are some of the basic reasons to support these notions that all these presidencies, thus the laws passed, executive orders, the PEDS, all the actions taken, by and large, not all, but I would imagine most would be, can be by the stroke of a pen reversed because they weren't legitimate. How is it that they're not legitimate? Can you backfill this? And why would you go back past George Herbert Walker Bush, if I understood you correctly?
Well, there's 2 points to this. In fact, the judge, not only the Brunson case with Congress not taking their oaths, I asked the question, since I put some judges in prison in San Diego on federal RICO charges and a top trial attorney, what if the judges aren't taking the oaths? And then we found out that was true too. And in that research, that's how they found the 45 points and decided to hand it to me because Todd Callender, an international attorney, said the minute he got it, he said, I think you're going to end up writing a book on this. I said, why? And he said, it was read into our congressional record. I said, what? So I'm looking at the 45 points. I'm telling God, oh, yeah, I'll add scriptures. This stuff is horrible. So I'll just add scriptures. I'll get a book out. We can do that. And then God said, no, if you don't make it a training manual, the future generations aren't going to know how to operate in truth. And so it'll swing right back in 50 to 100 years, no matter how much effort is put in. So that's why it took so much to do this book. So avoid all loyalty oaths is how.
1 spoonful of honey with cinnamon before bed equals 0 memory collapse. The secret the billion-dollar industry doesn't want you to know. If you struggle with memory lapses, confusion, or brain fog, pay close attention. You need to see this. This could change your life the way it changed mine. I'm a woman who broke free from dementia. And no, it wasn't from heavy medications or crossword puzzles. It was the opposite. I got access to a report that was taken offline under industry pressure. It described a Harvard PhD neuroscientist who helped patients with early forgetfulness regain sharp mental focus. The report explained how he did it naturally, using a simple honey-based recipe. All I did was follow the 3 steps he taught. I took this mixture once a day, every night before bed. In 4 weeks, my memory was like an elephant's. I started remembering where I left my keys, names came back easily, I slept deeply again, woke up energized, and even my good mood returned. In my daily life, simple things like finishing a sentence without freezing or remembering what I went into the kitchen for became natural again. And the best part? No drugs, no side effects. You just follow the 3 steps and take the mixture before bed. The secret isn't just honey tea, it's preparing the recipe the right way. The base is honey, but what really matters is the exact order and precise amounts. It isn't complicated. You only need 10 seconds to make it, but you have to do it right for it to work. Since this video can only be a minute long, I can't explain every detail here. That's why I'm releasing the full recipe video for free to anyone who wants to watch. I'll leave a button below so you can access the complete recipe. But you need to act fast. They're doing everything they can to take down my social pages. The same people who paid a major TV network to pull that report have already taken my site down twice. So if the video is still available when you click the button below, watch it to the end and pay attention to every detail. This may be your only chance to access this exclusive information. Give your brain the chance to fight back. Do it for your identity. Do it for your family. But above all, do it for yourself.
How we found this, and that is number 13 of the 45 points. So we have a problem in them not taking oaths. We have a problem in them not being qualified for the position. In fact, I've mentioned a few times in the past couple of weeks, I was in Harris County in Houston talking about the process that we were going through in 20 and 21. And I told them, I said, when we come into 22 and 24, it's going to be critical to know the qualifications of the people on the ballot. Nobody was asking before. And do you know they found that the DA, the district attorney for the county of Harris, which is the biggest county in Texas, had a suspended law license? And he kind of laughed about it and said, well, I was so busy campaigning, I guess I dropped the ball. But you have to take courses to update educationally before you can take and go in and get your law license renewed. And he hadn't done anything to get his law license renewed. And so, but people weren't even looking before. And so they can position judges who have no licenses. They can position people who won't take an oath to us because they're all united. I think we mentioned this in the conversation with Consequence, is that it was Charles Joseph Bonaparte who came in and became the Secretary of the Navy and changed all sorts of things there, then became the AG, the Attorney General in the United States. And when he did that, he started the special agents of the Bureau of Investigation. And then Hoover, so these guys, none of them were were born in America. Their parents weren't born in America. They just came in and did these things. No documentation whatsoever. No commitment to us. And then put J. Edgar Hoover in. Well, J. Edgar Hoover wasn't qualified, and he didn't have any records and no documentation. Dad, Germany. Mom, Switzerland. That's how these people came in and just took over everything. Wow. And so to know who they are, the documented evidence of who they are, that their names are solid. The Bush name isn't even a name used anywhere by that family except in America. That name was a private SS code name for George H.W. Scharf Sr., the father of George H.W. Bush Scharf Jr., because the Bush family didn't exist, because Bush was only that SS code name that was used in the Hitler regime in Germany. And so he was an assistant to Tesla. He left for 4 days. When he came back, what they've said in this article on Otto Skorzeny, the right-hand guy of Hitler, and I've shown all the pictures on interviews, and I can share the picture, and you can see all them in 1938 sitting around in a room, very relaxed. And it's Joseph Mengele, it's Gellin, it's Bormann, and George H.W. Scharf Jr. were in the Navy together, had their Navy uniforms on. Okay, before it came to America, they were in the German Navy. So how do these people qualify to be in these jobs later in their life? And especially after they signed under President Kennedy and A.G. Kennedy that the family would never, the truth was known. He signed that nobody would be in there again. And 2 months later, he became the person who took out Kennedy and with a team from the CIA. And then what did Hoover do the next day? The only man Hoover debriefed on November 23 of 1963 is George H.W. Scharf Jr., who became president 41.
Unbelievable. Now that connects the dots on the narrative that's been permeating in the awakened portion of the MAGA movement for many years, that Grandpappy Bush funded Hitler using gold to do so. We also know about Henry Ford and all that. But so that's pretty. Did you know that explains 9/11? And
yeah.
I forget his name.
You said Pappy Bush. They actually called him Poppy Bush, and they thought that was a grandfather's name. It's not. It's about the poppy fields, Vietnam. Poppy fields that went up more than 250% in Afghanistan in the first few years. The poppy for the heroin production. And then the protection of it with Agent Orange. I mean, the things that we have not understood the layers to are the things that are the most devastating to realize now, because we've lost so many amazing and wonderful patriots in this nation on purpose in the evil plan against us.
Yes. I want to talk briefly about Venezuela as it relates to this subject of fraudulent presidents and imposter individuals. I interviewed Patrick Byrne as well in the Conversations of Consequence, and Emerald Robertson has recently reported some good work interviewing Pat. So I'm going to kind of paraphrase a few things that she has recently reported and that Pat shared with us, about what's gone down in Venezuela. America's voting machines, of course, use source code that is owned and operated by narco-terrorists rule in Venezuela, and Venezuela's allies are China and Russia and Cuba. Communists were in charge of our elections for 18 years, as Emerald's reporting at least, and the CIA helped them. So the communist dictator of Venezuela, we remember Hugo Chavez, he rigged the 2008 Iowa Democratic presidential caucuses on January 3rd, 2008 for Obama, another imposter, according to whistleblower testimony from ex-Smartmatic employees, which are now in federal custody. One more thing to set this up and unleash you, Sheila, is the back to the auto pen, back to George Herbert Walker Bush. This goes all the way back to fraudulent presidents elected not properly, and all documents, proclamations, executive orders, memorandums, or contracts signed by order of the now infamous and unauthorized auto pen during Biden's time are hereby null and void, according to President Donald J. Trump on the auto pen. I think we're just scratching the surface here now. You've, of course, gone layers deep and decades back. And Commander-in-Chief and President Donald J. Trump is now starting through the auto pen with Biden to raise that issue. You certainly can fill in the blanks on a lot of these things that have happened. I think it's easier said than done. Maybe you can weigh in on it, but how do we've begun the process through President Trump today for the auto pen Biden imposter presidency. That's great news. How do you see the process? I mean, we've never been in this situation before. How do we go unwind all those years back to George Herbert Walker Bush, laws and things that may still be on the books that shouldn't be on the books? Do you believe the president during his term now will start to comb through that? Do we just let it sit there? I mean, now that we know the truth, how do we handle it?
Well, there's various options. So to begin with Venezuela is one of the key things with Tina Peters. They won't let the Venezuelan whistleblower communicate regarding the Tina Peters case. And the Tina Peters case, people may not understand, it was a state case. It's not a state case. That was a federal election. They went way over their head to make the decision they made on her, and refusing for her to transfer over even to the federal authorities because she's a witness to federal election interference. And this is how serious it gets. That interference by other nations in our election is a war crime. That's deeper than treason. And Venezuela's in on it, but so are allies in the Five Eyes. I mean, there are issues to handle, and in that aspect of what you were sharing, that we haven't even been able to get to because of what we're dealing with on the ground here. The J6 situation just got a good turn today. I mean, it's just things are just starting to come into play as to exactly what's happened. So if Tina Peters could bring in that whistleblower and get those things communicated and get that case understood that it's not a state case. That was never a state case.
When I first started doing this simple thumb trick to strengthen my memory, my friends laughed. But when they saw how quickly I was able to recall names, details, and stories they all had forgotten, they started doing it too. You've probably heard that as you get older, misplacing your keys, struggling to remember names, and losing your train of thought in conversations is something we've just been told we have to live with, right? But what if that wasn't true? What if a quick daily habit could actually sharpen your memory, bring back crystal clear thinking, and protect your brain from decline without hours spent on brain games or pricey pills? Sounds like a fairy tale, right? That's exactly what I thought until I reconnected with my old math teacher. Despite being well into his 80s, his mind was razor sharp. He could recall tiny details from decades ago, solve tricky puzzles in moments, and even remember every student's name without missing a beat. I had to find out his secret. That's when he told me about a simple technique that activates a powerful memory-boosting molecule in the brain, something leading scientists have quietly studied for years. He told me this tiny daily tweak helped him think quicker, remember things effortlessly, and stay mentally sharp. Honestly, I was doubtful at first, but I gave it a shot. And within a few weeks, something amazing happened. My memory improved dramatically. No more wandering the parking lot searching for my car. No more struggling to follow conversations. No more awkward moments or forgetting names. It honestly felt like my brain had been switched back on. And I'm far from alone. Many people are now using this simple method to boost their memory and think more clearly than they have in years. Even my great aunt, who used to reread the same paragraph over and over, says she finally feels mentally alert again. And the best part, it's so easy. Anyone can do it. If you want to see exactly how it works, just tap the Watch Now button below and check out the short video that explains everything. But don't wait. This video might not stay online for long. Watch it now before it's taken down. Trust me, this has been a life changer for me, and it can be for you too. Tap the Watch Now button below and get ready to enjoy a sharper, stronger memory.
case, and the governor's been offered to, get cooperating, and the judge needs to get to the point of cooperating, and they're not. And so they're not even cooperating with the president saying, do it now. That's not reasonable because he's the commander in chief over all. He's the commander in chief over the military. And that's why the military said in their military accountability letter that their one key focus for them is to correct what is now a two-tier justice system. If Tina Peters was in the club with the elites and was a paid informant and a paid person on their payroll, she wouldn't be going through what she's going through. But because she's a true patriot and fighting all of this, and lost her son as a Gold Star mom who was a top-level Navy SEAL, I mean, just when you look at what they're doing to the wrong people, and these are Americans doing it to Americans, but who are these people? Because did that judge even take an oath? Because what we found is when we studied all the federal judges, they didn't take an oath. Todd Callender filed a case on April 18 of 2023. And that was to take to task the fact that when I made the conversation to do all that in San Diego, do you suppose those judges didn't take an oath? And so when Lisa McGee, his assistant, went and did all the research, she goes, sir, they didn't take an oath and they're choosing in 10 days not to cure it. Because they made sure, the Brunson brothers made sure they gave them 10 days. You may not know you made a mistake because they were going to give you 10 days to cure it. Nobody cured it. And that's why the Solicitor General came in, is because the DOJ can't handle it, because after Lloyd Brunson's case came after Raylan's case, and Raylan brought a second case. The second case made 3 of the Supreme Court justices defendants. So I hope that people are starting to understand a whole lot has happened. And people keep thinking because the Supreme Court case wasn't resolved and wasn't dealt with, that nothing is happening. We couldn't get a Supreme Court ruling or a decision on the Brunson case while the defendants, because the president has to be the one who enforces the decision. And if the decision would have been made, you don't have anybody to enforce it. So a lot of these things are timing. And the layers of the timing, do I know all the layers of the timing? No, I know the president does. I know that the team that's working on this does, but we've got so much resistance. And I've said many times, what if Kash Patel, who he has to provide all the investigation, all of the evidence, all the documents have to be in order to even proceed on this? And people go, well, there are already sealed indictments. What do you think they did with the evidence that went with those sealed indictments? Do you think Kash Patel even has 2 people he can fully trust on and not have to look over his shoulder with every single thing he's working through? I don't think we do have trusted people, because the trusted people were the whistleblowers. And the whistleblowers were suspended because they were whistleblowing the truth about what was happening in the FBI. Because the FBI was set up by J. Edgar Hoover. He ran it for 48 years. He was in the FBI Bureau of Investigation 3 years. So for 51 years, from the age of 26, that young man was in control of the files they only do on true Americans who are documented. None of the undocumented people who committed all the identity theft against all of us, none of them have ever served any time. Nobody's even being arrested. First law, second law. And I said, why are we doing these laws? And they said, because there's no laws for foreign nationals committing identity theft. I said, you mean we're creating laws for foreign nationals in America? They don't have to follow our laws? Because fraud is fraud, and they're committing fraud crimes, and they're destroying lives of homeowners and business owners were the first target. And that's in the Nation Restoration book that you were showing. This is what I've been dealing with for all of these decades. But what are the chances that all of this information would all dovetail now to have such an amazing Thanksgiving where our president is telling all of us, you know what? The pardons for these turkeys weren't valid. The pardons, so he's starting with the pardons, and then he said, and I think the executive orders have to, because it's all auto-pen. Mm-hmm. And so he was telling us what the process is. Now, how far deep do we even need to go? Because I think we're at the point Jefferson told us about. President Jefferson said, you cannot, once the republic is corrupted, you can't just remove an evil and replace it. You have to completely do what President Trump and the team are doing. So I've said many times, and I'm going to say again, I don't care how long it takes. I just want it done right. I don't want any mistrials. I don't want anybody getting off. Everybody and all the layers of all of this have to be dealt with, or it won't be an opportunity to get beyond 50 or 100 years, and some of it will swing right back and affect the future generations. This has to be cleaned up all the way to the depth of it. And so whatever time it takes, we just need to figure out, as we the people, what is it that we can do? Because it's not just poll watching. It's not just making sure it's paper ballots and same day voting. We've got to see who's even on these ballots and where did these people come from? Because without those elders at each of these points in our communities, we don't know the character of the people we're putting in a position to control everything about our lives. I mean, look at the laws they're passing. I mean, they passed a law in California where I could go down and get a notary to sign that I want to take these 3 children out of a school. And I could go to the school and show them this notarized document, and I could remove those children from the school. And the parents wouldn't have to be notified. But yet, what did they spend $250 million on? They spent $250 million to send us one proposal. Do you want us to spend a few million in each county to change the congressional districts? And that's for the 26, 28, and 30 elections. But don't worry, in 31, we'll change it back. So you just spent $250 million to send out this one thing. And we do it in 9 different languages, so the book is huge anyway. Then what are they going to do? They're going to spend a few million in every county, and then a few million again in 31 to change it back. So we know what they're doing. They don't want the counties to be able to vote in the people that we want to vote in, because so many people are letting them know we're not going to put up with the people you've put in before. And so now they're going to just keep flipping and changing. For a long time, they've had districts in California and probably other states that swing up into another county. So then both counties have to cover these things in the elections. And then, I mean, it gets so confusing. And all they're doing is spending all of this money, which is clouding the fact that we, the people, want to know who you are, why you're running, do you have the qualifications, and we don't get to know any of this.
You know, you stated a few things that are quite certain are infuriating to our viewers, that there's a 2-tier justice system and all this corruption you're outlining here at some pretty deep and ground levels that are critically important. It leads me to this statement that, and then you've got the unjust actions taken against the J6ers. You've got Artur Pawlowski in Canada still, I think, sitting in jail. Perhaps Rainer Fulmick and others, Tina Peters. These are stellar names among many other tragedies that we've encountered. And so, we've heard this before. It's a military operation. It looks to me, and I'd like you to weigh in on this, it looks to me as though we are in the process on multiple fronts of these illegal activities and fraudulent things. We're in the process of trying to utilize the civilian courts, the civilian system, from the bottom to the top, from the top on down. Brunson case is a great example at the Supreme Court level, where you trying to utilize the system in the civilian side to right these wrongs, expose everything, and get things right. And of course, we're running into brick walls most of the time. And so, in my keep it simple, Sam mindset, and in my Thomas Paine common sense view, it sounds to me like a lot of the work's going to end up being passed over.
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve, to keep your family, your neighborhood safe. But in too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst. Drug traffickers, gang members, predators. Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov and fulfill your mission.
Over into the tribunals, into the military courts, which are very swift. I think that that's going to be a foregone conclusion on some things. I also want to ask you something about the Brunson case. But before I do, what's your view about my commentary about what's not getting done and the obstacles that we're dealing with and the time that we're burning even though, as you stated, we don't want to rush through this week. It's got to get done right so it never happens again. But it has to get done right. And if it's not getting done right in the civilian side, I say move it over to the military. And one last comment about the military justice system, the court martials, the tribunals, the Nuremberg 2 that we talk about coming up. I believe that that pretty much has to happen if we're going to get anything done. What's your opinion about that?
Well, so much of what has been brought to our attention is way beyond the civil courts in our nation. There was a very, very powerful time. Do you remember when Kavanaugh was nominated? And they put him through hell.
Oh, yeah.
And why was it Lindsey Graham that was asking him about the difference in the judicial systems? Because the civil system is completely different than the military system. And he asked him if he knew the difference. And he said, yes, he did. And then he had him describe both and how distinctly different they are. What Comey has done in this nation and to this nation is military tribunal.
Mm-hmm.
It is not civil court. So when he didn't go through and all that didn't happen, people got so upset. But I'll give another reminder. How many times have I mentioned the Sussman case? Because the Russian hoax was completely made up out of thin air in in Atlanta, Georgia, in Georgia Tech. So Durham did this whole summary. And everybody was so upset that Sussman didn't get arrested that everybody just felt nothing's happening. And so they just felt nothing happened with that case. Everything Durham did, and nobody's even thinking about Huber anymore. Just saying. So anyway, Durham did these 45, 55-page pleadings instead of a typical 4 to 5 page summary of a case. And the reason why he did that is it's education and it's going to be historical. Because just like the Sussman case, the Russia hoax was paid for to Georgia Tech in Atlanta, and it was paid for so that it was Tech 1, Tech 2, Supervising Tech, Lead Tech, Bank 1, Russia, Bank 2, Russia. All of it was created. None of it was actually brick and mortar real about anything. Paid for, and it was proven that it was paid for by Hillary Clinton's campaign, by the DMC and the Clinton Foundation. Now, I don't know how much more clear Durham could be, because it's not even important to arrest Sussman in a court system and put him in a local jail or put him in a local or state prison. These are all matters above and beyond what should have even happened in this country. It is so far beyond the structure of this, and this is why I think they've kept, and I'm just saying this as Sheila Holm, I'm not saying because other people have mentioned it from the military or anything. I'm saying this because why do you suppose they kept our military at all of these different bases all over the world, helping all of these different things? Wars never ended. They just kept allowing our men to be killed, fathers, just like the Civil War. They let all of this keep happening, and while we were vulnerable, and they were sending people in who they sent in to take us out. Because that's what ICE is dealing with, are all of these different drug and gangs from all of these different parts of the world that they sent here. I remember when Vietnam fell and everybody came to San Diego, and our bases were full of these people. Then the people from the Philippines came, and all these people just kept flooding in. We had Asian gangs, and our police guys were saying, we don't even know how to deal with this. We don't even know how they're thinking. We can't know what they're saying because nobody's speaking English. So what it does in so many levels in America, and because it's never dealt with. When Saddam was being dealt with, they brought in all these people from Iraq. And San Diego now has entire communities of multi-level generations that they built all the Section 8 housing for that our seniors can't receive, which is supposed to be available for them. And they built all brand new townhomes and everything. And we have communities of Chaldeans. And what do? So this is why when people say they just want they just want people to be arrested, they want to get all this stuff done, we have so many layers to deal with of what's been allowed in this country. And a lot of it is going to end up with the military handling the court cases. It's the layers of this. It it would take us probably 15 hours instead of this 1 hour just to make a list of all the different things that have to go through the military process. Because in Nuremberg, people who were sentenced in Nuremberg didn't serve. The media was done in one day, and they took the media out on the gallows and they hung them. And that was the big show for the media. Well, the media was taking their orders from all the guys that went to other countries, including South America and North America.
Yes.
So we want to do it right and do it to the extent of the law. And our rule of law is the Bible and the Ten Commandments. And if it's not a state case and it's not even the federal case of the civil side, it's getting turned over. And a lot of this, and
Sheila,
sedition or treason.
It was brought to my attention. Derek Johnson cited some codes to support this statement I'm about to make, but you probably have known this, but I hadn't just come to learn of it, that private citizens can also be moved over and tried in military tribunals. And it's a breath of fresh air and very encouraging, because it's not just elected officials that have committed treason and other crimes against this nation and humanity, but also individuals that are not in government. And would you concur that some of that will be moving over as well? I mean, as you said, there's 700,000 Pacer.gov indictments. I mean, and who knows how many more beyond that. Some people think there's well over 1 million people that need to be processed over time. And it's going to take some time. But the military tribunals, I'm told by Mike Jaco and many other people that know a thing or two, Matt Meck, that they are very swift. And they'll lay the case. They have a chance to state their issue. If they're guilty, the punishment is adjudicated and carried out next. And that's what needs to take place. And would you concur that this is happening now, not just at Guantanamo Bay, former YMCA, if you want to call it, as well as in other locations, Guam? It's been reported that some of in the JAGs, the ships, sometimes in airplanes, in other locations, running 24/7. Can you backfill some of that and clear some of that up for me and our audience as a moment of encouragement that we are taking this stuff on in the military sector?
It is when you do something, I'll make it simple. Yes, there are U.S. title codes that cover all of this. Here's the basic. If you knowingly aid and abet, harbor anybody who's doing something against America, against the laws of America, against the structure, when you knowingly harbor people who have killed people, when you harbor people who have committed crimes in this country, against this country, when you work in a DMV office and you knowingly issue licenses to people who are not in America legally, you allow them to become a voter by redacting whether or not they're an American. That's what happened with that man in Iowa, who's now the superintendent of the largest school district in Iowa. Several thousand schools under his purview. Doesn't have, he's been in America more than.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov.
30 years illegally, doesn't have the right background, doesn't have, he has 2 Social Security numbers, 2 driver's licenses, 2 voting records, and he's voted on both of them. And on the documentation, someone has professionally redacted the question, are you a U.S. citizen? And it's redacted.
Wow.
So people who knowingly help, and I'm just giving you some simple examples.
Yes.
Because everybody and judges who have housed them, the number of judges, governors, attorneys, senators, Congress that have housed these illegals, knowing they're illegal, and helping them. The judge that found out that ICE was in the courthouse to arrest one of them helped him out the back door. One of the judges in the court found out that they were on their way to arrest him and helped the illegal out the back door. I mean, all of those people who knowingly, and that's treason, and it is sedition to even try and set anything up in America or come against all this resistance against the president, all of this fighting against our nation and our laws, all of this operating in a way that is against our nation. If you knowingly do things that affect the lives of other people, and you do it with whether you're using illegals or harboring illegals or whatever, if you're participating in it and you're aware of it, then you are knowingly involved in the crime. And anyone knowingly, that's the definition on treason. Sedition is where you're even operating to change the government structure, to put somebody, say that somebody else is in charge. What those seditious six, the reason why that title came up is because they're committing sedition. They're telling people not to follow the orders per the Constitution. And that's the problem we've had. And that's also in the fact of the problems that we have in the court system. Because if you have a court system operating against the laws of our nation and the judges are cooperating in it, and it's happening, I'm sorry to say, it's happening all across this country. And that's why when people say, well, there's so much evil, well, guys, it's right in front of our faces. It's in our courthouses. It's in our banking system. It's in our justice system. It's in our medical system. I mean, the things that they have done. So are there going to be a lot of people that are tried in a tribunal? Guys, the layers are thick. They're not just layers. They're thousands and hundreds of thousands of people in each of those layers that have been participating in this and feeling that they can do it with righteous regard, that they are the righteous people in this land and they know better than the laws and Constitution of America. Well, your consequences are severe, and your prior generations didn't pay the consequences, but now it's your turn and you're going to have to pay.
Absolutely. Well, thank goodness we have Donald Trump where he is, Pete Hegseth, Kash Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, and many other very brave people taking care of business finally. We've been infiltrated over the decades from the ground on up, and you've laid the case down on how we've lost control over our system. And I want to say this because you talked about Nuremberg, back that they hung the media right out of the gate. And you're speaking about sedition and advocating the overthrow of a government and so forth. It reminds me, and I'm paraphrasing this to our audience, U.S. Section Codes 2384 and 2385, advocating the overthrow of a government and seditious activity. I think of the media. I think of the media, and I think of the social media tech giants. They're all guilty of these things in my book, as I understand the code to be, because they knowingly, and that's the key word you kept driving home, they knowingly reported false information, aiding and abetting the enemy and the election manipulation and overthrowing the government. And in my opinion, I'd like you to weigh in on this. I know this moves into what one might want to call conspiratorial land. I call conspiratorial land in the main reality today, depending on your conspiracy. But you recently the president had that dinner in the White House, I believe it was, and they had Zuckerberg there and they had Gates there sitting to the left and right of the first lady and the president, and everyone was up in arms about all that. And now what's come since then? Well, I hear Bill Gates talking about maybe he was wrong about climate change. I see Dell donating a bunch of money. I see Zuckerberg acquiescing to all kinds of things at that meeting. And I would speculate, and I'm curious to see if you think I'm out in lunacy land, I'm speculating that they're in violation of U.S. Codes 2384 and 2385, advocating the overthrow of a government for knowingly reporting false information and affecting election results and many other things. I think that with Executive Order 13818, perhaps the president owns these people right now, and that's why they're acquiescing, if you want to use that term, in various different ways. Am I crazy, or is there some truth to that speculation?
It's not crazy. I don't know if it's just called a speculation. I don't think it's not crazy. Where we're at is that, like I said, the prior generations all got away with it. the guys that you were just mentioning, those guys were under contract to provide these things. So they received money to do it. And so that puts it in a hole, in a hole that's a lot deeper than the one you're mentioning. So that's why I mean, you're not speculating, is that they chose to cooperate with people to forcibly share false information with the Americans in order to put us on a path that we shouldn't even be on. So they guided and directed us toward the tyranny in this country, and they did it knowingly. So when you're providing false information out on social media and you're trying to influence decisions, you are knowingly redirecting a path of a nation, operating against a nation and the laws of that nation. And so that's why it's just, to me, it's at that level of telling people don't follow the orders that you think are not legal, because they've never emphasized our Constitution. Now, here's the problem we have with our Constitution, and people think, oh, everyone has to follow the Constitution. That's why they didn't allow people to take oaths, avoid all loyalty oaths, because did you know that the majority of states in America don't have a ratified constitution? Because they took us over before we were self-governing, and you have to have 60% of the Americans in that state approve that state constitution, and they haven't ratified those state constitutions, and they did it on purpose. And when I kept saying through interviews going back the past 15 years, you know, why are you guys not understanding in your states that you have a state constitution? Because they all felt there was just one U.S. Constitution. And I said, that's the corporation constitution. Right. We were a republic for America, not a United States of America. There's a big difference. And so the Republic for America is what we have to make sure that we're standing with, because that's what our flag and our pledge to our allegiance to that flag and to this nation are based upon the fact that it's a republic. And that's the form of government that we are not. We never were established or formed into a democracy. And that's why they went all around the world. And because we became the world order here in 1871 in Charleston, we've been funding all of the takeovers of all these other nations. And the death to America now from the people who are fighting against America have realized the American people weren't behind any of this, didn't even know it was happening. We had all these CIA offices with all these different bases operating in a way that was against us, against our Constitution, against, and we haven't even mentioned, but it rings right along with human rights. And we have participated in other nations of not allowing human rights for the people, even though our soldiers are there, because of the things that they have done at these bases. And
when I first started doing this simple thumb trick to strengthen my memory, my friends laughed. But when they saw how quickly I was able to recall names, details, and stories they all had forgotten, they started doing it too. You've probably heard that as you get older, misplacing your keys, struggling to remember names, and losing your train of thought in conversations is something we've just been told we have to live with, right? But what if that wasn't true? What if a quick daily habit could actually sharpen your memory, bring back crystal clear thinking, and protect your brain from decline without hours spent on brain games or pricey pills? Sounds like a fairy tale, right? That's exactly what I thought until I reconnected with my old math teacher. Despite being well into his 80s, his mind was razor sharp. He could recall tiny details from decades ago, solve tricky puzzles in moments, and even remember every student's name without missing a beat. I had to find out his secret. That's when he told me about a simple technique that activates a powerful memory-boosting molecule in the brain, something leading scientists have quietly studied for years. He told me this tiny daily tweak helped him think quicker, remember things effortlessly, and stay mentally sharp. Honestly, I was doubtful at first, but I gave it a shot. And within a few weeks, something amazing happened. My memory improved dramatically. No more wandering the parking lot searching for my car. No more struggling to follow conversations. No more awkward moments or forgetting names. It honestly felt like my brain had been switched back on. And I'm far from alone. Many people are now using this simple method to boost their memory and think more clearly than they have in years. Even my great aunt, who used to reread the same paragraph over and over, says she finally feels mentally alert again. And the best part, it's so easy. Anyone can do it. If you want to see exactly how it works, just tap the Watch Now button below and check out the short video that explains everything. But don't wait. This video might not stay online for long. Watch it now before it's taken down.
And embassies and etc. So we have so much cleanup to do, and we can't do it in a 4-year term. People are thinking it's all going to be sewn up and we're going to have a bow on it by 28. And that's not even the goal, because we've got to clean up the main things and then get heavily involved in this nation, all across this nation, for decades to get the rest of it done, because we have to train each other. We have to know exactly what it is we need to do in order to never, ever let this creep across our country again. We didn't have a major chance in the beginning. I've shown pictures. I mean, even in the early 1900s, there weren't cars, and if they were, they didn't have steering. I've mentioned this because I helped with a race in Lakeside, California, doing a historical thing for the news station. And as I did the report, in 1907, they had this major race on the track. And how do you make the curve? Because the track is done in an oval. And how do you do that without steering? And how powerful it was that they were able to even have a race. And the roads along the coast of California were made out of wood by men who just made it happen. There wasn't any formal road or system of roads or et cetera. So think about forming us in the 1700s and how they were able to come in from Europe and take us over. And that's in point 43 in the book. And it is so sad because people think, oh, it's been the last 5 presidents. Well, they aren't even pretty much legitimate presidents because they weren't qualified to be candidates. And so you had all that happening. But all of our systems that we're having to clean up have been this way from the beginning. We never should have had these bureaus, the Bureau of Investigation. We never should have had somebody who was able to make files on all of us as legal Americans and let all these illegals come in and do whatever they wanted to. But we're seeing it happen now, but none of this is new. They knew at the time of the Civil War what we're just finding out now. And the problem is, because they were killing the men, believing men, they stopped the war and went home after 700,000 plus were killed.
Unbelievable. You talk about unlawful entities. We might as well comb through two or three right now. The CIA, of course, we know what JFK is on the record for stating. Before I leave this high noble office, I intend to expose and blow to smithereens the CIA. The CIA, as I understand, was formed to supposedly to protect us. Was it overseas? Am I right on that, Sheila? That they were supposed to be deployed overseas.
That's the lie they told us. That's the lie they told us.
Before I open up another can with the Federal Reserve and the IRS, let's talk about that. Share with me what perhaps I and others don't know about the CIA.
We became the world order, and we have paid people who are not committed to America to destroy things in other nations using our money. And so U.S. aid is just one little piece of it. And look how bad that is. But we didn't comprehend that we were the world order, that it moved from Rome to Germany to Berlin, Germany to Charleston, South Carolina in 1871. So we're responsible for people saying death to America because of the CIA. And here's
would it be a fair statement to say that the CIA is largely responsible for most of the wars that we've been engaged in?
Yes.
Okay.
They've almost, look at all the civil wars. Coincidence, I was with Blue Shield, and one of the guys that was a human resources director with Blue Shield, I did a 1-year contract with them for a transition phase of their Champus insurance to South Carolina from San Diego. And so while I was with them, we met in San Francisco as human resources directors once a month. And one of the guys was in the Army, And that's what I mean, how God provides this information. And he was one of the team of 3 or 4 that was sent by President Kennedy over to Vietnam to see what's going on and report back. And I just found it interesting at the time, having no idea that it's just a civil war. He said, we came back and confirmed it's just a civil war. Get our troops out as fast as you can. Get out of there. It's a civil war. Leave it up to them. And then we went from Vietnam, civil war, north-south. Then we went to Korea, north-south. Same civil war process they put us through, north-south. You see what I mean? It's a pattern. And
Yes.
by the time they got to Nicaragua and the Contras and the Sandinistas, it's one family. But now here's the joke. CIA was supposed to be out protecting us from threats outside America to keep us safe in America. That didn't happen. And that's not what they were doing. That's just what they said they were doing. And the FBI is supposed to protect us from border to border. Okay. So then why was the FBI in the London office setting up the whole thing with the Steele dossier and Helper out of MI5 and MI6 in Scotland Yard? So do you see where the conflict is? They were running the game against us from all angles, and we were completely unaware because we thought we were being protected with these CIA agents risking their lives to protect us, and we thought we were protected by the FBI, who was risking their lives to protect America. They were never,
instead they were orchestrating the assassination of JFK and many others, and instead they created a fake dossier to derail the Trump presidency. And of course, that didn't work. It was disruptive, but it didn't work. You're absolutely right. You know, this is an evil entity. You know, do you think that as we progress in the Trump administration and what's to follow after these 3 years, do you believe that we will fix the CIA or get rid of it? It's got to be one or the other. Can't go on like this.
None of it is in the Constitution. We also have a minimum of 405 departments that they added that are not in the Constitution. But what's been happening, it's just like there's so much that we've been lied to about. Like I'm gonna mention about Elon Musk because this has to do with the infiltration that became an invasion. We have illegals in America that have been collecting Social Security, and he was on Joe Rogan and he made 2 comments that are very profound. One is, do you think that we could have 1 or 2 Social Security people making phone calls and asking people to validate their birth date? Because we're paying people that are 200 and 300 years old, and they haven't stopped the payments. And he said the other side of the issue is, did you know we're paying people that aren't even born yet? Their birth date is in the future and they're receiving payments. Now, how would you calculate those payments when they don't even have a work record to match up with it? How would you end up paying all of these people with all of this? But now remember, Reagan told us there's no money in what's known as a Social Security fund. So all it was another tax to tax the employer and tax the employee. So just think about that. So we've all paid in all of this money. A lot of people don't even live long enough to collect a dime of that money. So people have asked, well, where is that money? I said, there's never been money in a Social Security fund. Reagan said, let me be very clear so that you understand the status of Social Security. And then they had people scared that when they pay out the money coming in from the younger people, the older people, they're going to run out. And in so many years, they're going to be done. So where are they getting this money that they're paying all of these illegals? Because this is what I think was an intervention of the father, is that when SNAP stopped November 1, because it had been 30 days. And isn't it interesting? The government was shut 40 days. And I don't know how much time we have left, but these things are very interesting to watch, because beyond 30 days, you can let a lot of these people go. And they'd already let a lot of the people go. Remember when they sent the email and said you got 5 days to respond that you're actually an employee, and the majority of them didn't even respond? They've been getting checks. Who knows where those are going? See what I mean? So all of this has been let up, and they said there were 300,000 that left by the time the president By the time that they closed down the government and the president said, okay, then there's the money. And so then another 100,000 left on September 30 when they did close it down. And then isn't it interesting that that's when the guys came to Quantico? Okay, then 30 days later, November 1, ending October, they stopped SNAP. When you stop that process, and the people with the Social Security numbers illegally, they weren't just getting Social Security, they were getting the free hotel rooms to stay in. They were getting the cash for themselves. They were getting cash for medical coverage. They were getting phones. They were getting all of these things they were getting. They said there was the biggest mass deportation, self-deportation over that weekend, November 1, 2, and 3, that they've had this whole time. And the president said, let me be clear. He said there's over 2 million that self-deported immediately. So then here comes a meeting with Pete Hegseth. It was all videotaped yesterday when the cabinet got together. It was Monday or Tuesday. And so what happened is Pete Hegseth, while he was talking, the president made a comment. And it was so amazing because it said, Father, he's got so many numbers in his head, but if he just shared a few numbers with us, that, it would give the people something to hold on to. It was a great one. You probably heard it too. He said, did you know that there's 11,888 killers illegally here in America? And they aren't just killing one person. They've killed more than one or two people. That's 11,888 killers in America killing multiple people. I just thought, whoa, thank you. Because people don't think that our guys are on top of it. They don't think they're on top of what happened in the election. And let me reassure you, it was Colonel Waldron when he was in the Pennsylvania election integrity hearing way back at the beginning of this in 21. And it wasn't just him. Giuliani was there that day. The gal that I can't remember the name of that was so involved in it as an attorney with the president. And all these people were sitting there. Not Sidney Powell, no. Jennifer Ellis, was it? Jennifer Ellis?
Yes.
And so they were sitting there, and Sidney Powell said the Kraken. If we have time, I'll mention about the Kraken, because a lot of people don't know why they mentioned the Kraken, and immediately it went into a movie with an octopus called the Kraken, but that's not what it is. So if we have time to get back to that. But Sidney Powell revealed that to the people, and the people didn't do the research and find out what that was. But what they said was,
Sidney Powell did incredible work, and she was right about so many things, and she got hit hard.
Because all of them did around the president. Anybody around the president, they wanted to destroy so you couldn't have a voice. That's what they do. That's what they did with me. Kept running all these cases against me, thinking that I would just go away. It's not what Father has planned. But what Colonel Waldron said was, we not only know the exact information about this election, we know the information about the previous minimum 20 presidential elections. So that's 20 times 4. I like where we're headed. I like what they've shared with us. And these key things are important to remember. And the Kraken is a supercomputer. It's in Oak Ridge. And that was supposedly decommissioned by Obama long ago. So they thought they only had the scorecard and hammer, so they controlled everything. The Kraken was never decommissioned. So we've got the Kraken.
Let me ask you this, and we'll wind the show down in a little bit. We're talking about the takeover of America from the bottom up and the top down for forever. And now we're at the stage, in my humble opinion, where things are being revealed, thanks to folks like yourself and many others, and certainly President Trump, the Q team, the military, the White Hats, and so forth, and the brave men and women that President has in powerful positions in the administration. Now we're revealing. People are waking up. People are starting to see. Tribunals are ongoing. We can start to see that the civilian system, we're going to have to start driving them into the military to get things done. And all of that is painful, but good news. You got to start somewhere. But it leads me to the Federal Reserve and the IRS. If we're talking about things that are illegal and unconstitutional, my entire 3 decades being awake and going down rabbit holes, as I have been doing in a variety of capacities, I was always under the impression that clearly Great American Coup of 1913, the Federal Reserve Act, was unconstitutional. Now, this is where I'd like you to weigh in. I always thought, I knew it was unconstitutional. That's easy. But I always stated it became the law of the land because Woodrow Wilson signed it into act after the congressional vote, which was a whole story in there. But it became the law of the land. Now I'm learning that is, you cannot have a law that is unconstitutional, cannot be. Am I right on the latter statement?
It was made an amendment to our Constitution. He not only brought in the Federal Reserve and he brought in the IRS system, but he also turned senators into 6-year terms popular vote. Now, why did they do that? And that's what turned all of our Congress international instead of working for us. So here's what it was. It was never a midterm election. They were 2-year terms. So what we would do in a state, we would vote in all these congressional reps. And out of those congressional reps, they would know each other and they would pick 2 to represent the state, one from one part of the state, half of the state, the other half of the state, another one. And so they would go represent us in the Senate. And if they didn't fight for the state and do what they were supposed to do, the Congress people could go ahead and quickly just remove them overnight and replace them with other congressional reps until we can have another election. Do you see? So, and the elections come up every 2 years. And so things were moving. And even in the 70s and et cetera, in America, people were in 2-year terms. Now they were serving 14, 15, 16 2-year terms. And so it was still happening, going down a slippery slope. But anyway, when he changed it and it became 6-year terms, then the senators got in there and then started making the international deals. They are knowingly operating against our country. It is not up to anybody in our Congress to be going out internationally and making deals for America. That is not their job. Their job is for we the people. But it got to the point of J6 by our people's house that it was a problem for our people to walk into the people's house who were invited, and the locks are controlled from the inside, and they unlocked the doors and opened them for we the people to come in. And so here we go. It's our people's house. But when they just spent, I think it was like $6 billion. I think it was $6 billion. We can look it up. It was a visitor center or something. They were adding up into the front of it. And they made all this big construction process of this whole thing. They were doing it for a completely different reason. And I cannot wait until the documentation of that comes out, because they spent our money to do something and then locked us out of the building and had to unlock it from the inside, and yet it was our fault. But now here's what they did by making us a corporation. And this is just as true as if you used to stand in front of an abortion clinic and you get arrested for protesting. The reason you got arrested wasn't that you were saying something against as a protest. You were interfering with commerce. And because we're a corporation, you're breaking business law. And so that's why you were being arrested. Now, it's the same for J6, which people still are not understanding. For J6, they said they interfered and obstructed a meeting of Congress. Now, here's the problem in the whole thing. The president got there late.
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly improved.
President talked long. He knew by the time they got to Congress session would be over, because he couldn't get the National Guard. He couldn't get any help, that Pelosi wouldn't allow it. So he couldn't get any help. Yeah. He knew that it was not going to be a good situation, or knew that there could be a bad situation. So he did all of that. They never obstructed the meeting because the guys were already down in the parking garage and out in their vehicles, out of there before the people got there. So that's why everything was done, locked down when the people were ushered into the chambers itself. I don't know if people have ever been in that building, but I've only been there once or twice, and be up in the balcony and in the chambers. It's a powerful thing to just be there and realize this is the seat of government. But now look at what's happened. But They weren't even in there. And when they went in, you could tell nobody was even in there. But because they obstructed at the place of business, okay, they weren't, because it's the same law under identity theft as it is under J6. We, the people, don't have victim rights. So when all that was happening to me in identity theft, they said that I wasn't a victim, I was a witness. You don't witness anything because it happened in the underbelly of the credit bureau system. So when I found all this out, it still didn't matter because I don't have rights. The bankers and the lenders, the auto dealers, those guys have rights and they have insurance against their losses. Now move to J6, and the J6 don't have rights, but here's what's different with them. They participated in the process, so that was considered breaking the law. Because the witnesses are the residents of DC. You see how we don't understand when you don't understand the matter and you don't understand how and you're like, I'm a victim. And they're like, you never were a victim. You're an American. You're not a victim. We don't call Americans victims because we're a corporation and everything we do is business. You know, we're doing all of this business for you. And that's the difference. So understanding is needed.
That 1871 corporation is now defunct. We're going through that process. Elon Musk recently reported the 38 trillion of the federal debt. The lion's share of that is not ours. Musk is recently on the record supporting that. We have great change taking place in restoring God's country, our constitutional republic right now. We've got the president dismantling the Federal Reserve and its cousin, the IRS, which is unconstitutional, the 16th Amendment, the income tax code. All of these things are good news, folks. That is happening. And to Sheila's point a while back in this discussion, some things are happening swiftly. Some things are known and many things are unknown. But ultimately, it's going to take a long time to get into this mess. Some things are going to take many, many years to clean it up, but at least the barge has shifted in that ocean and moving in the right direction now. As we wrap up our discussion, Sheila, and it's been very engaging and very enlightening, talk with us very briefly about the 45 points, which body of work that is documented in, so our viewers can pick up a copy of it, and then share with us what you think America is going to look like in July of 2026.
Okay. I have one thing I have to clear up on IRS. Did you know the IRS code was for the people in the 10 square miles of DC? Did you know that they considered that because we filed a tax return, we volunteered our information to them, and therefore they had the right to audit and charge fines and penalties, etc. If we had not participated in it outside of DC, we never would have had to participate in it because we put ourselves in that process. And I don't think Americans understand that.
Let me translate that. Yeah. Let me translate that to make sure I understand and our audience understands. So the income tax code through the Internal Revenue Service, which came along with the Federal Reserve Act, you're stating that that was a jurisdiction for federal employees within the DC confines, and that's where it belonged, and it became widespread. Is that essentially what you're saying?
For the residents of DC, not employees, for the residents of DC were to file. We weren't required to file, but because they told us, and then our employers held out these taxes for the, see what I mean? So they made it as though it was everybody in America, see? But then they made, because it's just like COVID, it's self-selective slaughter. Culling is self-selective slaughter. We self-selected to participate in a system to cause us to be audited and fined and penalized. And it was never our system. It was for the residents of those 10 square miles in DC.
Wow. Well, the good news there, folks, is it's coming to an end. It isn't conspiracy chambers anymore. The president is telling you what's coming down the pike pretty soon. And thank God, literally, and thank President Trump that the Federal Reserve and the IRS, Those days are coming to an end, and a lot of moves have been made behind the scenes already. But Sheila, let's conclude our show with your crystal ball. Your crystal ball on, and the reason I speak of July 4th, 2026 is for obvious reasons. The president has stated this will be a block parties in the country and a big celebration. But I think it goes beyond the fact that it's just our 250th birthday that we're celebrating. Where do you see the country at what I consider July to be the official dawning of the golden age? We see the precursors of that taking place now. But what do you see America looking like come July 2026, broadly speaking?
Well, it's extremely exciting because cultures do not last 250 years. And they were done with us in 2020. 20 to them is recycle unto death. And so 2020, if we would have known the truth about that, every 20 year and every century, there's a big pandemic. And they're all viruses, which are a venom, a poison. The Latin definition that Father had me look up. So where we are in a reaching 250 is a huge position that we're in, that a lot of people don't realize how critical this is globally and what this is doing, what is happening with all these peace instead of war confirmations. Rwanda and Congo, we're just with him signing documents today. That never would have happened in all of eternity. And Uganda's in that too. It's Congo, Rwanda, and Uganda. But today, Rwanda and Congo were signing documents with the president. It's just all of these days are so exciting. It's just so good. Yeah. But now here's where we are from where the Pilgrims wanted us to be. They wanted to ban the church structure because they were grooming children, burning fathers in oil, and boiling them in oil, and doing what they wanted with the women and the children back in the times when the Bible was being translated in the 1500s. And it's from the 5th century that the satanic cult came and did all these things with our families. So what they have done in these 45 points, we never would have gotten to the 250 years. And the reason why it's going to be a golden age is because we've not only accomplished that, we're putting a foundation in that was never in our country. I don't know how much easier I can say it. We never had the founding that we needed to have liberty and freedom in this country. And the Pilgrims knew what needed to happen, which is why they moved the Native Americans on the other side of the Mississippi within 20 years. They started it within less than 20 years of us being a nation. And so when you start moving the truth people away so that nobody can ask them questions, and you start running things and making big manufacturing and factories, and you got the people coming from Europe and they don't get liberty and freedom. They're just working in the factory like they did there, but now their family's there and they're here. Everything has been a mess since the very beginning of this nation. What you're seeing now is not a rebirth. This is a formation of a republic that our forefathers wanted us to have. And please don't write in and say you don't know about the
shadow where I shine bright. I'm in the shadow.
The forefathers, because discredit the history and the forefathers is one of the major of the 45 points. So
yes,
the 56 signers had horrible lives. They lost everything because they were fighting for this country. And you've seen it happen to our presidents and other people, truth speakers, even. I mean, I still think about Breitbart and what happened to John McAfee. And I mean, what happened to these people, you know, and Bill Cooper. I mean, just you think about all of these people that have just done so much for this country. And so this celebration and the beginning of a golden age is something I don't think we could have even imagined if Trump hadn't come on the scene and said, I'll go ahead and run for president, because you have to have somebody that's not beholden to anybody to get you through this. And what he has been willing to take on, people are wanting him to help with their cases and everything now. Who ran to his need? He was in cases in almost every state. He's been maligned everywhere. He has been, and we didn't run to help him. But I see where we are now. we can do what the Pilgrims wanted to do, because now we know who the other kingdom is. We know who's doing this to us. We're finding out the layers in this. We're finding out what they're doing to the future generations. That's why 64 million abortions. That's what is going on. And that's what was so hard. The 45 points are in a book called An Eternal Plan. That's the one that just came out in hardback on Monday. It's a 500-page book, but like God told me, it could have been 3,000 pages. I had to rein you in. And because there's just so much to tell the people about. If you knew, you wouldn't let it continue. If you knew what they were doing in the medical system, you wouldn't continue. So that's what the 45 points are about. And it was their plan against us. And they've been successful all the way through. And that's why it was so critical to find the truth, which God had to give me, because there's no treaties to the Panama Canal. There's no documentation of it. There's no real estate transaction. The president knew it wasn't proper, but then God showed me in the U.S. State Department statement on the Second Panama Canal Treaty, the 4,000 acres we bought in 1903 will cease to exist on 1 October 1979. And when I found that, because they had to internationalize the Panama Canal in order to take all of us into the world courts, they were done with us. And then President Trump comes in. He was willing to take it on, but couldn't find anything. So I found the map cover, and you'll find all of this in the An Eternal Plan book, is that all the book series led to this, but I had no idea that all of this is, the lies to us. And we've been paying for it ever since they did all of this. We never stopped paying the bill for everything. And as the president said, they're charging our ships 4 to 5 times the amount. Everything they've done is because we're the world order, and our tax money has been paying for everything to destroy nations around this country. Our tax money, and that's why Zelensky on the 40th minute, and I love the 40 number, J.D. Vance asked the questions, and Zelensky stepped in it. And now we were able to audit. And Zelensky now has been raided. Zelensky's properties have been raided. His main secretary has been raided. Guys, there's wonderful things happening. And it's not slow. You think how short he's been in, 10 months, he's been in, and look at what he's done. And all those executive orders are waiting, people, for we the people to put our feet and our hands on those, get our feet on our soil, and solidly take them on and turn them into something, because it doesn't matter if an executive order is sitting on his desk. If we don't make it happen in our community, it's null and void. So let's fight for what we need for our families.
Yes, fight for what's right. To our producer, let's put up an image of the new hardback of the book. What's the best place for people to pick up this book? I know your website, hisbest.org, might be one place. Is there any other places people can pick up your material?
Well, the hardback has to be on Amazon, because they offered an opportunity, because of the book sales on the new book, to do it into a hardback. And so I just did this, but I've done this. It's been submitted by me. It's the same book, only in hardback, and that's on Amazon. And we're working now. There's a newsletter coming out for December, and it's going to say how we can work out, because we'll have to order them from Amazon for you if you want them autographed. So we're working on that process. But right now, as of today, you can order individually and get the hardback. But all my books are available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble, but everything, ebook is available on my website also. The printed books are on the website for America, because I have printing rights set up so you can get them locally and get them in a few days in other nations through Amazon and Barnes & Noble and other bookstores. It's expanded distribution in these other nations.
Excellent. Well, you know, the birth of true freedom is, we're in that process now. And it's been a long time coming. God has not given up on this nation. And I appreciate, on behalf of our viewers, the work you've done and the challenges that you've been through and still deal with. You know, God bless you. And thank you very much for sharing with us all this information. Folks, we're going to be talking with Sheila Home every month. Special Report with Sheila Holm, JMC Broadcasting, and on the full distribution network that we populate our programs on. So be sure to like, follow, and share this information, because you're going to get a lot of truths revealed here. And you know, we have to learn from the past and what the true past was, so it never gets repeated again. So we'll sign off there. Thank you very much, Sheila Holm, for being with me and our viewers today. And I'll be right back after this important announcement.
Join Juan O'Savin, retired Lieutenant Colonel Matt Meck, retired Brigadier General Blaine Holt, and other prominent military and intelligence guests for an ongoing monthly broadcast with John Michael Chambers as your host here on jmcbroadcasting.com. The premiere episode launches Friday, September 26, 2025.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you. What'd you think of that? I got a few things I want to show you before you all run off. John Michael Chambers always has some good interviews, doesn't he? A few updates real quick. Attorney General Pam Bondi is directing the FBI to assemble a list of Americans who may be considered extremists. The targets include people showing opposition to law and immigration enforcement, support for mass migration and open borders, radical gender ideology, or views labeled as anti-American, anti-capitalist, or anti-Christian. Interesting, huh? This was from SG Anon. This an article he shared. Baby snatchers, depraved world of womb raiders who cut open mums to be and snatch unborn babies before claiming them as their own. This is terrible. Unsuspecting victims of cesarean kidnappings are being lured to their deaths with promise of freebies over Facebook, experts say, as they warn horrific phenomenon is on the rise. That's so evil. And SG says, Anon's told the world the darker parts of the mainstream awakening were coming. Something as sordid and sinister as a ceremonial kidnapping, conscious and purposeful torture, and the murder of children and babies had to be realized slowly in stages over a considerable time period. Anything else will cause irreversible mass psychosis. You're living through the deliberate escalation of humanity's awareness worldwide. Very well said. The family of Virginia Giuffre, one of Epstein's most well-known victims, claims her multi-million-dollar fortune has allegedly gone missing. That's quite odd, isn't it? Can't find her money. X terminated the ad account of the European Commission after their little battle with the European Union and that $140 million fine. He just decided, I'll kick him off X. That's funny. In Texas, Border Patrol is setting up checkpoints to verify American citizenship. Thought I'd make that aware for the Texans. One cool last post. You see the picture on the left there with John F. Kennedy Jr. sitting under the goofy palm tree. And then Negative 48's account had the palm tree in the picture. I don't know. You know, a little interesting connection somebody caught on to. I'd like to show you something real quick if you got a couple more minutes. It's just a 5-minute ordeal here. I don't know if it's any good or not. It's supposed to debunk some of Mr. Quigley's claims. I thought it might be interesting to look at. It's only a couple minutes. If you're down. The trailer is out for the new Julian Assange movie. We can take a look at that too if you guys are interested. It's just a couple minutes long.
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve. To keep your family, your neighborhood.
Butter. Should we eat it?
I can't believe it's not butter.
Buttered toast. Buttery.
One of David Quigley's biggest claims is that he was a child actor under the name Richard Steele. Well, Richard Steele is a real child actor and is still alive today. Here is David making claims that he was this child. Next, we will show you 2018 clip of Richard Steele, proving without a doubt that he is the child actor in the shows and movies David claims that he was in.
Yeah, my Hollywood career, the name they gave me was Richard Steele, the Hollywood name. Right. And I had just learned that I am, it was a real famous movie, with 6 You Get an Egg Roll. It was with Doris Day. And the man that stole my identity, Richard Steele, you can see I'm like 8 or 9 years old on Adam 12. You know, clearly see I'm a little kid. But if you Google Richard Steele, he would have been 15, I believe 15 or 16 years old at that time. Right. And it's like anybody with eyes can see that little kid, me, and stuck in there is not 16 years old.
Right.
And people of me on shows, Richard Steele, the Hollywood actor, that was me. They were all of me. One Adam 12, I'll never forget that. They put grease all over and Wayne had me put a special red and white t-shirt. And I believe he was doing, like I said, I thought Wayne was trying to help me when all this was going on. So he had me put a red and white t-shirt to send a message to the Hells Angels. The Hells Angels back then and now were extremely powerful. So that's how they send messages, is through TV shows. I had a Hollywood career. I was in so many different shows. I was in movies. This right here is one of the movies. And that is with 6, you get an egg roll. And how they control children in Hollywood. I was put, and I very clearly remember this, I was put with Doris Day and Brian Keith. That is me right there as a Hollywood kid. This is me right here as a Hollywood kid. But I was in the show Emergency. I was in the show One Adam 12. I was on the show Green Acres, My 3 Sons, and other shows that were popular in the 70s. And the name they gave me was Richard Steele. They simply gave my name, that the Hollywood name. They can change names in Hollywood to another Richard Steele. But if you do your research,
can we just agree this is not Richard John F. Kennedy Jr., please?
That child right there would have been like 15 years old.
Every so often, someone pops up right in the chat and says,
on the top
David Quigley's the real John F. Kennedy Jr.
I don't think so, people. If you look at Richard Steele's career, if you look at the childhood photos, like I said, all the childhood photos are of me. Compare them to.
He also had claims about doing stuff in Vietnam, so I don't know how he was a child actor at the same time.
Just like we were talking about, as organized crime would.
Are you ready? Here is a promo with 3 of the kids that played a role in the 1968 Doris Day's movie.
Yeah,
with 6, you get an egg roll.
Weird. Couple quick things. I think this is the Julian Assange promo for the movie that's coming out.
Who are the people that decide press is going to be free? Or who decides what it means to be a journalist?
We are entering a new stage in the human story, and it's not democracy. No one's talking about what's happening.
Information warfare is warfare, and Julian Assange is engaged in warfare.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange is slapped with charges of espionage.
I think the man is a high-tech terrorist.
2 women in Stockholm have accused Mr. Assange of sexual assault.
If he did it, I would like him to be prosecuted for it.
There are serious allegations that were made against Julian Assange, and I think that they deserve to be investigated. Doesn't change a fucking thing about why he's in prison.
Julian Assange and WikiLeaks gave a window into the reality of war.
Oh yeah, look at those dead bastards.
We understood immediately that America was going to come for him.
He said, the US government will chase me to the ends of the earth and make my life hell.
Well, it's a high-stakes game of cat and mouse as Julian Assange seeks asylum at the Ecuadorian embassy.
Why is my story important? I'm part of the team that tortured Julian Assange.
I investigate torture, but I didn't expect to find anything.
The embassy was a refuge, but it started to turn into something quite sinister.
He knew that people were spying on him. He knew what was going on around the embassy, the vehicles and the cameras.
Hidden microphones, people following you.
Come on, this is a fucking James Bond movie.
Federal agents asked me to wear a wire when I was working with Julian. He was someone who I looked up to. But a fight with the Pentagon only ends one way.
This call is from a person currently in a prison in England.
Hey, this is Julian Assange.
Every generation has an epic fight, and this is ours.
It's the most important human rights case in the world.
The killers, the bullies, the thieves, they will not only win, they will write the history that doesn't include any of their crimes.
People understood what was coming, but we didn't listen.
It's not really Julian Assange that is on trial here. It is this proposition that telling the truth is a crime.
Pretty cool looking. I'll have to find out when that comes out, and maybe we will get the opportunity to watch that together. That looks pretty spectacular. Also, a quick point, Nino did an interview with Ivan Raiklin.
And so now everyone that was involved in supporting that unlawful vaccine mandate implementation memo, you should now be criminally prosecuted. And that's the unlawful order that needs to be addressed that the seditious six are referring to. It forces them to respond to it. And now you own the conversation of, hey, I found your unlawful mandate. And now it forces everyone to talk about it. Here's the problem. Elements of this administration do not want COVID accountability and the truth of COVID to come out because their fingerprints are all over it and making money off of it. So at this point on that issue, that is going to be the hardest issue of those of us on our side of the base that refuse the vax mandate, which is, I get it, we're a minority in the grand scheme of the numbers of the normies that voted for Trump.
So that was a little clip he released. If you get a chance, figured you might want to watch that interview. Maybe Ivan Raiklin will put it up on his channel. Just wanted to share it with you guys before we sign off for the night. It's been fun. It's been real. Don't forget to check out those channels. The Australia One Party with Ricardo Bozy. And I have to look up Dave's channel again. It's not called Channel 17. It's something else. And, of course, John Michael Chambers and Sheila Holmes. And I'll be back on tomorrow, and we'll keep it up. We'll see what's going on, see what the news says, see what's happening. We'll have some fun, like always. Like we always do. I love you guys. God bless you. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.
so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.